Chapter 971. Okay, Brother Yang. Bao solemnly nodded. What are you going to do? Before Wei Dikang could finish asking, Bao solemnly found a roll of tape and sealed Wei Dikang's mouth. He could only make a woo-woo sound. After Yang Ming glanced at Wei Dikang, he no longer cared about him. Then he asked Bao solemnly, have you used this detonator before? How many detonators can kill a person? It should be 1 or 2. Bao solemnly said, I used to fry fish before. This thing is quite powerful. Except for a kind of murlocs that can't be killed, other small fishes and shrimps can be killed directly. Don't tell me that this building will collapse. Now this building is mine. I don't want to repair it as soon as I come in. Yang Ming looked at the structure of the building and asked Bao solemnly, there should be no problem. The structure of this building is very strong. Wei Dikang is also in the real estate business. It is impossible for him to make his own company into a tofu dregs project. Bao solemnly said, and if there are 1 or 2 detonators, the killing range will not be too big. Okay, then you find 2 detonators and then twist the fuses together. Make the gap between the 2 fuses longer. Yang Ming instructed. Okay. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, Bao solemnly didn't ask much. Instead, he quickly prepared according to Yang Ming's instructions. What do you want to do now? Put a detonator next to Zheng Laolu, and then put the lighter to ignite the fuse aside. Yang Ming instructed. What about the other one? Bao solemnly nodded and continued to ask. The other one, just stuff it in Wei Dikang's crotch. Yang Ming glanced at Wei Dikang and said, Huh. Bao solemnly suddenly laughed after hearing it. It was really insidious, so he praised, Brother Yang, you are really awesome. And I have always been very open and above board. I didn't say that I would stuff it directly into his ass. Yang Ming nodded and said shamelessly, Ga. Bao solemnly was stunned and instantly laughed. This is a good idea. How could Bao solemnly not understand the meaning of Yang Ming? He directly took a detonator and stuffed it into Wei Dikang's ass. Woo-woo. Wei Dikang's face was full of horror. He widened his eyes, but he couldn't speak. He could only make some meaningless sounds. Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He directly tapped Zheng Laolu a few times, then stood up and said to Bao solemnly, Let's go. Leave? Brother Yang, aren't you going to ignite the detonator before leaving? Bao solemnly was a little puzzled. Hee. Someone will light it for us in a while. Yang Ming smiled sinisterly. Bao solemnly didn't know what Yang Ming said, but he thought that Brother Yang wouldn't be wrong, so he nodded and walked to the entrance of the building with Yang Ming. Woo-woo. Wei Dikang screamed in horror at the back. His voice was full of incomprehension and despair. Yang Ming looked back and glanced at Wei Dikang. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you want to say that I promised to let you go? But why do I put a detonator on you now? Wei Dikang nodded desperately after listening. Did I ignite the detonator? Asked Yang Ming again. Wei Dikang hesitated this time, but he still shook his head. That's it. I said that I won't kill you, and I didn't ignite the detonator. Why are you screaming? Yang Ming shrugged. I have always been a person who keeps his word. Woo-woo. Wei Dikang still wanted to say something. Yang Ming waved his hand. However, if your man, Zheng Laolu, wants to murder you, then I can't control it. Bye-bye. I wish you good luck. I hope a detonator can't kill you. After that, Yang Ming and Bao solemnly walked forward without looking back and left Wei Dikang's company. Bao solemnly couldn't help but ask, Brother Yang, you said that Zheng Laolu would murder Wei Dikang. What's going on? It's very simple. Yang Ming smiled. I did something to Zheng Laolu. He will wake up in a while, and then he can't stand the pain. He will ignite the detonator and commit suicide. The reason why I asked you to put the fuse of the detonator together was to let Zheng Laolu ignite the detonator and implicate Wei Dikang. It turned out to be like this. Bao solemnly suddenly realized. He couldn't help but raise his thumb and admire. Brother Yang, you are too awesome. In this way, this explosion case has nothing to do with us. It is Zheng Laolu who committed suicide and accidentally injured Wei Dikang. Although to know what means Yang Ming used, Bao solemnly did not doubt Yang Ming's ability. He had seen some of Yang Ming's powerful means before. Yang Ming got on Bao solemnly's jinbei bread, and then the two quickly disappeared into the night and returned to the jewelry company. Zheng Laolu was awakened by physical discomfort. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if someone was scraping his bones with a knife and extracting his bone marrow with a needle. It was very uncomfortable. Moreover, what was even more unbearable was that he felt as if there were tens of thousands of ants drilling around his body. It was as if he was being devoured by a group of anteaters from the inside out. It made Zheng Laolu so uncomfortable that he couldn't faint. When Yang Ming originally interrogated others, he only used one acupuncture point technique, but he used 3 on Zheng Laolu. The purpose was that he was afraid that Zheng Laolu didn't want to die. At this time, Zheng Laolu screamed in pain. The sound was mournful, as if he had encountered an evil ghost. It scared Wei Dikang. He didn't understand what happened to Zheng Laolu. Why was he in so much pain after waking up? But from the outside, there were no obvious scars on Zheng Laolu's body. After Yang Ming left, Wei Dikang began to feel inexplicable. Yang Ming put a detonator on him. Was the purpose just to scare him? But at this moment, seeing Zheng Laolu's performance, Wei Dikang was even more inexplicable. Zheng Laolu roared, "Kill me. I can't stand it anymore." Zheng Laolu's eyes were wide open, and he looked indescribably ferocious. He gasped for breath and smashed his head on the ground. Wei Dikang was secretly shocked. How much pain is this? How can it torture a person like this? Just as he was wondering, Wei Dikang suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and cold sweat came out in an instant. Zheng Laolu finally found the detonator and lighter beside him. Zheng Laolu did not hesitate at all. He directly lit the fuse of the detonator with the lighter, and then he leaned on the detonator. Then, there was a look of expectation and relief on Zheng Laolu's face. Wei Dikang immediately understood that Zheng Laolu was seeking death. This was suicide. However, the other end of the detonator's fuse was connected to the detonator on his body. Woo! Woo! Wei Dikang desperately wanted to make a sound to stop it, but Zheng Laolu had been tortured to the point that his nerves had collapsed at this moment. He had no sense of the outside world. Wei Dikang, whose limbs were all broken, couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. He glanced at Zheng Laolu's detonator, whose fuse was about to burn to the end, and his face showed a look of despair. Once Zheng Laolu's detonator exploded, he was not far from the explosion. Wei Dikang didn't want to die, but there was no other way. He really wanted to cry at this moment. His most capable subordinate had actually become the murderer who had personally sent him to hell. The thing that Wei Dikang regretted the most now was provoking Yang Ming. However, when he understood this truth, it was already too late. With a loud bang, Wei Dikang's ears were about to be deafened. He saw Zheng Laolu's flesh and blood splattered not far away. Wei Dikang's body was even splashed with a lot of Zheng Laolu's flesh and blood. But at this moment, he had no time to care about this, because in the next moment, the Grim Reaper would find him with another super loud noise. Wei Dikang ended his life. The entire Dikang building became quiet, as if nothing had happened. Although the sound of the explosion was very loud, it was only heard inside the building. Outside the building, in the bustling downtown area, the two explosions were undoubtedly no different from the sound of firecrackers exploding, so it did not attract the attention of others at all. "Can you finish up the work?" Sitting in the car, Yang Ming had been monitoring the movement of the Dikang building with his special ability until both Wei Dikang and Zheng Laolu were killed by the detonator. Then, he was relieved and said to Bao Sanli, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli was an expert in dealing with this kind of thing. I will take care of this kind of thing. What's more, we didn't ignite the detonator at all. It was Zheng Laolu who ignited it. It has nothing to do with us." Yang Ming nodded. He also knew that Bao Sanli had several lawyers who were experts in this area. When he took over Wang Shifan's Wang's Century Xiongfeng group, this group of people played a big role. This equity document will also be put here with you. Yang Ming handed the equity transfer agreement to Bao Sanli. "Ask your lawyers to take over Wei Dikang's industry. Is there any problem?" "No problem." Bao Sanli nodded and promised. "This kind of thing will definitely be done well. It just so happens that we have a real estate development company now. And you have a sense of propriety. You don't have to ask me for everything. Yang Ming thought about it and added, how is your relationship with those tabloid newspapers and magazines? Those people? Hee, they want to have a relationship with us, but they don't have a chance. Balsamli smiled and said, why? Brother Yang, do you want to start a magazine? That's not it. If the matter of Wei Di Kang and Zheng Laolu is blown up, it can be properly publicized. And just say that the two of them are brokenhearted. They committed suicide together because of love, said Yang Ming. Pooh! After Bao Samli heard it, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yang, you are so talented. Chapter 972. In a villa in Macau, for highly decomposed corpses were found. After investigation, the identities of the 4 corpses had been identified. They were Macau resident Liu Jihao, illegal immigrants Ouyang Kanki, Ouyang Junwei, and an international wanted criminal, Delay Man 001. The police didn't know the real name of Delay Man 001. They only knew that he was currently a pillar of the Hawkeye Assassin Group, and Ouyang Kanki was the behind-the-scenes leader of the Hawkeye Assassin Group. Ouyang Junwei was the eldest son of Ouyang Kanki. This murder case was initially characterized as a vendetta, but it was difficult to solve the case. After all, the identities of the 3 people were very sensitive. The Assassin Group was an organization that offended countless people. There were many murder cases in their hands. Who knew who they had offended? Furthermore, these 3 people were all illegal immigrants, so it would be extremely difficult to find out what they were here for. Maybe these 3 people came to perform an assassination mission, but they were not successful. Instead, they were assassinated by others. Therefore, this matter had to be put aside. As the only semi-informed person, Wang Mei's parents believed Yang Ming's words at the time. There were underworld members fighting upstairs, and Yang Ming saved them. Therefore, they were not surprised by the deaths of Liu Jihao and the 3 unknown guys. How could there be a good outcome in a fight? However, they did not report anything to the police. The old people did not want to be nosy. Besides, it was good that Liu Jihao was dead. He actually dared to kidnap them. This kind of person was scum. Ouyang Junyuan, who was far away in Province P, was sitting on the sofa. The bodies of his father and elder brother had been transported back. Although there was no evidence, Ouyang Junyuan was sure that this must be done by Yang Ming. Because his father and elder brother went to avenge him, Ouyang Junyuan regretted it very much. He shouldn't have let his father and elder brother stand up for him. However, who would have thought that Yang Ming was so powerful? Although Ouyang Junyuan was the legal heir of the Ouyang family, owned the entire Ouyang family business, and took over his father's Hawkeye Assassin Group, he was not happy at all. Ouyang Junyuan was not interested in these things. He just wanted to be a prodigal young master. When he did something wrong, his elder brother and father would help him clean up. He was happy to be idle. But now all of this was broken. In one night, he had lost all of his family. Previously, Ouyang Junyuan didn't think much about it when he couldn't contact his father and brother on the phone. After all, his father and brother were smuggled to Macau. It was normal that they couldn't contact the outside world casually. However, he actually received news that his father and elder brother had died at the same time. To be honest, Ouyang Junyuan wasn't a person with a business mind. The Ouyang family's business was handed over to him, and he couldn't manage it well. Fortunately, there were still professional managers. The events of these 2 days had already exhausted Ouyang Junyuan mentally and physically. But what could he do? Ouyang Junyuan's empty eyes stared out of the window. He really didn't know what to do. He hated Yang Ming to the core. How could Ouyang Junyuan easily forget the enmity of killing his father and brother? He punched the sofa fiercely. Ouyang Junyuan shouted, Yang Ming, you and I are irreconcilable. Young Master Ouyang, as long as you say a word, I will lead all the assassin groups to kill Yang Ming. A middle-aged man sitting opposite Ouyang Junyuan also said resentfully. This person was the butler of the Hawkeye Assassin Group and the loyal servant of Ouyang Kanki. Yang Ming was dead, and he was also sad and indignant. He wanted to get rid of Yang Ming and avenge Ouyang Kanki. Kill him? Ouyang Junyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Isn't the guy called Delay Man 001 very powerful? But what was the result? His father and brother died together. So Ouyang Junyuan had become a lot more mature in the past few days. He was not as impulsive as before, and he was more cautious in doing things. The Hawkeye group butler was stunned, and then he lowered his head sadly. Yeah, in the assassin group, Delayman 001 was the most powerful, but wasn't he still killed? Although the Hawkeye group, Butler also wanted to avenge Ouyang Kanki. Ouyang Junyuan was right. They weren't Yang Ming's opponents. Their strength wasn't as good as Yang Ming's, so they could only be beaten up. Young Master Ouyang is right. I was too impulsive. The Hawkeye group, Butler said with some frustration. However, I am really unwilling to let go of that Yang Ming. Let go. Ouyang Junyuan snorted coldly. He wasn't going to let go of Yang Ming. So he shook his head and said, I never thought of letting go of Yang Ming. This hatred must be avenged. Why don't we call the police? The assassin group, Butler thought for a long time, but there was no good way to deal with Yang Ming, so he suggested that Ouyang Junyuan call the police. Call the police? Old Butler, are you kidding me? Ouyang Junyuan shook his head. If the police are really involved, then it will be troublesome. Let's not talk about whether there is evidence. When the time comes, our assassin group, the white powder in the place, and so on will be implicated. Which one of them is a capital crime? The police have been eyeing the Ouyang family's selling of white powder before, but they didn't have a chance to do it. Then my elder brother died. So when the police found me, I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about my elder brother and father. Isn't it unwise to get involved at this time? It's better to be safe than sorry. The Hawkeye group, Butler nodded. It seemed that Ouyang Junyuan had considered it more thoroughly. Right, old Butler, do you know what level our Hawkeye assassin group is compared to other assassin groups? Asked Ouyang Junyuan. It's the lowest class. The Hawkeye group, Butler said truthfully. However, even the lowest class is more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Who knew that this Yang Ming actually the lowest class? Ouyang Junyuan said to himself, right, old Butler, if you ask a world-class assassin group to assassinate Yang Ming, how much would it cost? We don't need to do it ourselves. Can't we just spend money to find someone? First-class assassin group. The Hawkeye group, Butler said, this kind of organization is not easy to accept the task, and as he said this, the Hawkeye group, Butler paused. And what? Ouyang Junyuan asked, old Butler, you are also a person in the assassin world. You should be able to find them for help, right? And their prices are ridiculously high. The Hawkeye group, Butler said, because the tasks these people take are the most advanced, such as assassinating political opponents or international underworld bosses. They don't accept small tasks because they don't give much money. Money is not a problem. We are not short of money. Ouyang Junyuan said quickly. Old Butler, can you find them? As long as I can kill Yang Ming, I can sell everything I have. I can even sell the company. Ouyang Junyuan didn't know how to run a company. He understood this. Although those professional managers didn't dare to fool him now, he couldn't guarantee it in the future. Those people were old foxes. If they found out that he was a rookie in business, they would definitely tamper with the company's accounts behind his back. At that time, wouldn't he suffer a loss? Therefore, Ouyang Junyuan would rather choose to sell the company. He was a person with no ambition. It was wonderful to flirt with girls and enjoy life. It was enough as long as he left some money for himself. It should be possible to find them because there is a World Assassin Mission exchange platform. Although we are the lowest assassin group, we also have the authority to enter, but we can't accept high-level tasks. The Hawkeye group, Butler explained. That's fine. Then find the world's first assassin group to kill that Yang Ming. Motherfucker, I don't believe that the world's first assassin group can't kill you. After Ouyang Junyuan listened, his eyes were filled with excitement. He clenched his fists and said fiercely, the world's first assassin group is not an assassin group, but a person, an independent assassin. The Hawkeye group, Butler said, he is the king of assassins, an undying legend in the assassin world. From decades ago to the present, he has never failed. His failure record is 0. King of assassins? Really? Ouyang Junyuan was shocked. That's great. I want this king of assassins. Humph. The king of assassins. Won't he kill that kid Yongming? Wahaha, it's him. The Hawkeye Group butler shook his head. The king of assassins retired a few years ago. It is said that the king of assassins is not a single person, but it is passed down from generation to generation. Every once in a while, the king of assassins will choose a disciple that he likes. If he finds a successor, he will retire and then concentrate on teaching his disciple until his disciple can be independent and become the next king of assassins. Unfortunately, now may be the time for the king of assassins to change. Ouyang Junyuan listened and was stunned. This was the secret of the assassin world. He naturally didn't know, but the Hawkeye Group butler also belonged to the assassin world, so he naturally knew these secrets. However, the king of assassins did accept a mission a while ago. It was a relatively simple mission, but I don't know what it was specifically. The reward is said to be a diamond mine. This kind of price is not something that ordinary people can afford. The Hawkeye Group butler smiled bitterly. It is said that the king of assassins is teaching his disciple, but I don't know the specifics. In short, the king of assassins doesn't accept missions easily now. Forget it. Is there a second assassin? Ouyang Junyuan asked. Isn't it more than enough to kill Yang Ming? As I said before, the price of these people is very high. We can't afford to pay. The Hawkeye Group butler said, however, we can find an assassin who is ranked a little lower, such as the 9th or 10th. 9th or 10th. Is that okay? Delay Man 001. Ouyang Junyuan asked with some distrust. Delay Man 001 is naturally a master in our Hawkeye Assassin group, but compared with others, he is nothing. The Hawkeye Group butler smiled bitterly. Delay Man 001 in the Assassin solo mission list may not even be in the top 100. Saying that he may be is flattering him. In fact, he should be in the top 200. Damn, Ouyang Junyuan exclaimed. Then, aren't those people in the 9th and 10th very badass? This is indeed the case. The Hawkeye Group, butler explained, the 9th and 10th people, in fact, are not very different from the second place because they belong to the same assassin group, the Butterfly Assassin Group. It is said that behind this assassin group, there is a very powerful family supporting it. Therefore, the 2nd to 10th places are actually occupied by the people of the Butterfly Assassin Group. Butterfly Assassin Group? It sounds very strange. Ouyang Junyuan nodded and said, well, let's find this Butterfly Assassin Group. How much is the reward? It is probably enough to sell the Ouyang family's business. The Hawkeye Group butler sighed and then persuaded, young master, have you really decided to do this? After all, those businesses are the hard work of the young master and the master. People are dead. What is the use of hard work? If I don't kill Yang Ming for revenge, I will always be sick in my heart. Ouyang Junyuan said fiercely, sell it. Sell it all. I will keep some money for myself to spend for a lifetime. The rest will be given to the assassin. Let him complete the mission. Well, then I will contact them. The Hawkeye Group butler saw that Ouyang Junyuan's tone was very firm, so he nodded and said, but this matter can't be rushed. It depends on their time and schedule. Okay, I can wait, as long as I can kill Yang Ming. Ouyang Junyuan said, humph, let the Butterfly family kill Yang Ming this time. Right? It is best to kill the chick next to Yang Ming too. The person that Ouyang Junyuan referred to was naturally Sun Jie, because he had seen Sun Jie. So he thought that Yang Ming only had Sun Jie. Because of how powerful the Sun family was, he was also very clear, so Ouyang Junyuan didn't think that Yang Ming had other women. I don't know if they will agree with one more person, said the Hawkeye Group butler. Give him money. Give him all the money. Ouyang Junyuan said crazily, that chick must be killed too. Otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the hatred in my heart. Because everything started with Sun Jie. Ouyang Junyuan also hated Sun Jie. Naturally, he also wanted to kill her to wash away the shame. Okay, then I will try. The Hawkeye Group butler received the order and went to contact the assassin group. On Ouyang Junyuan's side, he also began to contact his friends to sell the family business. When Yang Ming and Bao Sanli returned to the jewelry company on the business street, the fire had been extinguished. Ho Jinhan was dealing with the aftermath, and Sister Lin was following Ho Jinhan closely. Little Yin, good girl. When Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun was fine, he was very happy. He ran over quickly and hugged Lin Jiyun, holding her in his arms. Yeah. Lin Jiyun was suddenly hugged by someone, and she was shocked. When she heard Little Yin, good girl, she knew that the person who hugged her was Yang Ming, but this title was really... It made Lin Jiyun's face turn red. Yang Ming, don't call me that. There's so many people. What's wrong with so many people? They're all on the same side. They all know that you are my Little Yin, good girl. Yang Ming didn't care and said cheekily. Lin Jiyun blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Then, can you call me that when you go home? Yang Ming smiled and released Lin Jiyun from his arms. He took her hand and said, Are you cold? Look at you. Why aren't you wearing gloves? Lin Jiyun was a little dumbfounded. I was dragged out by you. It was so rushed. How could I have time to take gloves? After Yang Ming heard it, he said awkwardly, So that's the case. Then I will give you a hand of enlightenment. After that, he pulled Lin Jiyun's hands and stuffed them into his arms without any explanation. Lin Jiyun didn't refuse. Her little face was red. He didn't know if it was because of the cold weather or because she was shy. Brother Yang, sister-in-law. Ho Jinhan finished dealing with the follow-up matters at the scene and ran over. This time, the company's exterior was burned badly. There was not much loss inside. It was just that some rooms on the first floor were wet when the fire was extinguished. It doesn't matter. Just clean it up. Yang Ming said, If there's nothing else, I will go back first. You stay here and deal with it. Yang Ming was very ruthless and left Ho Jinhan here. However, Ho Jinhan didn't feel anything. He was originally working for Yang Ming. As long as it was Yang Ming's order, he would definitely do it well. At the moment, he started to clean and repair the jewelry company overnight with Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli called President Neo, and President Neo brought people over overnight to help repair the exterior of the jewelry company. This was a good opportunity to get in touch with Bao Sanli. President Neo got up from Xiaomi and rushed over. Although Bao Sanli said that if he did a good job this time, he would give President Neo double the reward, but President Neo refused. He couldn't be so insensible. However, President Neo still got double the reward afterward. After all, Wei Dikang was dead, and President Neo was a semi-insider. Although he couldn't be sure that he killed Wei Dikang, it was still better to shut his mouth first. In fact, after President Neo knew that Wei Dikang was dead the next day, he also suspected Bao Sanli in his heart. However, it was only a suspicion. He didn't dare to say it. Did he dare? Wei Dikang was dead. Did he want to die too? If it wasn't done by Bao Sanli, then he didn't have to say anything. If it was done by Bao Sanli, then he didn't dare to say anything. Yang Ming took Lin Jiyun and walked for a while before they got in the car. At that time, because of the traffic jam, the car didn't stop nearby. Then he said with some distress, Jiyun, didn't I tell you? I told you not to work so hard. Why are you still working so late? I just think that I'm quite useless, and the economics courses I learned in school are not very useful for practical applications. So I want to learn some useful things by myself as soon as possible. Lin Jiyun lowered her head and whispered. Yang Ming sighed. What Lin Jiyun said wasn't a very common problem now. Many university textbooks were written in the 1990s or even the 1980s, and they were no longer suitable for the current teaching. For example, in Yang Ming's computer science hardware course, it was written in the textbook that there was only one disk in a hard disk. Now, it was very common to have 3 or 4 disks in a hard disk, and this knowledge could only be mastered in practice. Then you don't have to work so hard. I was scared to death today. If I didn't arrive in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Ming said with a lingering fear. Lin Jiyun also nodded silently. Indeed, she thought it was quite scary when she thought about it. If Yang Ming didn't discover it early, then wouldn't I? Yang Ming, what happened to you today? From the beginning of the phone call, I felt strange. Lin Jiyun hesitated and asked, Do you believe in the sixth sense? Yang Ming said very seriously, I was talking to Chen Mingyan. Suddenly, I had a feeling that you would be in danger, so I kept calling you to ask if you were okay. Later, I was still worried, so I ran to the company. As a result, I found that the door was on fire. Yang Ming said it, as if it was true and false. Although it wasn't so detailed, it wasn't a lie to Lin Jiyun. Because this could indeed be said to be a kind of sixth sense, he had a premonition of danger that was going to happen in advance. It turned out to be like this. Girls tended to believe in the sixth sense, and Lin Jiyun was no exception. So when Yang Ming said so, she believed it. Yeah, but it seems that my sixth sense is still very useful. Yang Ming said with a smile, well, don't worry. Let's not go home tonight. I'm afraid that you will have nightmares. I will risk my life to accompany the beauty and hug you to sleep. Lin Jiyun couldn't help but laugh after listening to Yang Ming's words. What kind of reason is this? He is obviously a pervert, but he said it so openly. Lin Jiyun said with a blush, then you're not afraid that I will have nightmares at night, treat you as a bad guy, and then bite you to death? Hee, I'm not afraid of being bitten, as long as you don't bite some special parts. Yang Ming smiled. Stop it. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming also had a lot of skin contact, so when Yang Ming said it, she also thought of something. However, Lin Jiyun still called home and told her parents that she wouldn't go back at night and would be with Yang Ming. Lin Chongqing and Xin Yueping had already acquiesced to the relationship between their daughter and Yang Ming, so they didn't say much and agreed. Yang Ming drove the car directly back to the villa. Lin Jiyun was a little curious. Can people live here now? Of course. Chen Mingyan is also here. Yang Ming nodded and said, Sister Yonyan is also here? Lin Jiyun was shocked. Then you brought me here. Of course there is something. I also want to introduce you to a good sister. Yang Ming said with a smile. Good sister? Lin Jiyun was somewhat inexplicable after listening. What good sister? Mingyan told you before. Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming said. Isn't she in the hospital? Lin Jiyun had some doubts. Then, she suddenly thought of something and said with joy. She woke up. Chapter 973. She woke up yesterday and was discharged from the hospital. Last night, she was with Mingyan. Yang Ming nodded and said, Right, there is something I need to tell you in advance. What is it? Lin Jiyun asked in confusion. She didn't know why he had to hide it from Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jiejia at the door. This is the case. Yang Ming explained. Yesterday, when Zhou Jiejia woke up, Yang Ming told the story that Chen Mingyan fabricated that Zhou Jiejia had become his girlfriend. Then he said, in a while, you have to pretend that you have known Zhou Jiejia for a long time. Don't reveal any flaws. It turned out to be like this. Lin Jiyun suddenly realized after listening. She said, I know, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to pretend. It doesn't matter if you don't look like it. Most likely, Mingyan had already told her in advance. Although you two knew each other before, you didn't have many opportunities to contact each other. There shouldn't be any problem. Yang Ming said, Okay, then I will try my best. Lin Jiyun nodded and said. Yang Ming thought in his heart, last night, Chen Mingyan and Zhou Jiejia slept together and shut me out. Today, I brought Lin Jiyun back. You three can't sleep together, right? You have to leave one for me, right? Yang Ming parked the car and entered the villa with Lin Jiyun. However, he saw Chen Mingyan sitting anxiously in front of the TV. Even Zhou Jiejia was uneasy. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Chen Mingyan was stunned. She got up and rushed to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, are you okay? I'm back. What can happen? Yang Ming smiled and said, What's wrong? Why are you making a fuss? The TV news just reported that your jewelry company caught fire. Although the fire has been extinguished, people are still very worried about you. Chen Mingyan hugged Yang Ming and said anxiously, Oh, it's fine. You see, Jiyun is fine too. Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently. He was afraid that Chen Mingyan would be worried, so he said it casually. Zhou Jiejia was also very worried about Yang Ming, but after all, she wasn't as bold as Chen Mingyan, so she just stood at the side and didn't dare to hug Yang Ming. But there was some expectation in her heart. Yang Ming put down Chen Mingyan. then glanced at Zhou Jiajia, who was next to him, and said with a smile, Jiajia, are you scared too? Come, I don't mind letting you hug my broad and stalwart body. Ah, Zhou Jiajia blushed and froze there. In her impression, Yang Ming was neither cold nor warm to her. Although the two people became friends later, it was only when there was an occasional misunderstanding. But now, Yang Ming suddenly wanted to hug her, so Zhou Jiajia was somewhat uncomfortable. However, Yang Ming didn't wait for Zhou Jiajia to speak. He hugged Zhou Jiajia and said with a smile, Don't be afraid. Your husband is fine. Yang Ming had accepted Zhou Jiajia from the bottom of his heart, so at this moment, he didn't have so many taboos. He directly hugged Zhou Jiajia in his arms. Zhou Jiajia only felt that her heart was about to jump out, and her breathing was hot and rapid. This was the first time that Yang Ming was willing to hug her. Of course, it was the first time in her memory. She couldn't remember the memories of her being Yang Ming's girlfriend. However, Zhou Jiajia also understood that as long as her mentality was good, what difference did it make which was the first time? If life was like the first time we met, this was the feeling that many lovers envied. Yang Ming was afraid of scaring Yang Ming, so he hugged her and let her go. However, Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a smile. She seemed to be saying, You are bullying Jiajia because she has amnesia, big pervert. Yang Ming pretended that he didn't understand. He grinned and said, Jiajia, let me introduce you. This is Lin Jiyun. You used to be good sisters. Hey, Zhou Jiajia suddenly froze. Is this the sister Lin that Chen Mingyan mentioned to me yesterday? She is so beautiful with a kind of delicate beauty. Every woman around Yang Ming is so excellent. Hello, I am Lin Jiyun. Please take care of me. Lin Jiyun pursed her lips and reached out to Zhou Jiajia in a friendly manner. Oh. Zhou Jiajia realized that she was in a daze. She was a little rude, so she said embarrassedly, Jiyun, you are so beautiful. Even I am attracted to you. Being praised by Zhou Jiajia, Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. Jiajia, you are also very beautiful. Okay, you two don't praise each other. Whether I am beautiful or not, I have the final say. I now announce that the beauty contest starts now. Yang Ming smiled and said, I will give you half an hour to change into the sexiest clothes. Of course, you can also not wear them. Then, the senior beauty critic Yang Ming, teacher Yang Ming, will judge for you. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiajia listened to Yang Ming's nonsense. They suddenly hummed and lowered their heads embarrassedly. Only Chen Mingyan glared and kicked Yang Ming. You this guy, do you want to die? How can you come up with such a bad idea? It's just a joke. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan's face was not good, and he suddenly became sober. He scratched his head and said, I just said it casually. In front of the three beauties, it seemed that he was a little carried away. It was harder than reaching the sky to let Chen Mingyan, this little girl with a personality, serve him with other women. However, this difficult job must be realized. The more difficult it is, the more challenging it is. Yang Ming thought in his heart. Yang Ming put away his lascivious smile and replaced it with a righteous look. Mingyan, help Jiyun prepare a room. She will be staying here tonight. What else is there to prepare? Just live with me and Jiajia, Chen Mingyan said with a smile after listening. Live together? Yang Ming suddenly widened his eyes after listening. His expression was even uglier than crying. You don't have to live together. Our bed can't fit so many people. I don't know which bad guy prepared a big bed. Don't mention 3 people. Even 4 or 5 people won't be a problem. Chen Mingyan snorted and said, But he really has foresight. Yang Ming secretly regretted it. Why did I prepare this bed so early? It wouldn't be too late to buy a bed after I settled these little girls one by one. A mistake. Motherfucker, Zheng Laolu, that bastard. Why didn't he burn my villa? He could have just burned the bed with a fire. Yang Ming thought resentfully. Serves you right. You deserve to be blown up. Who asked you to burn the wrong place? Sister Lin, you don't have any objections to living with us, right? Chen Mingyan took Lin Jiyun's hand and asked. Of course, I don't have any objections. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming apologetically, but she couldn't refuse Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming pulled her to spend the night outside. Lin Jiyun understood what Yang Ming wanted to do, but now it was obviously impossible. Yang Ming sighed helplessly, but he couldn't show too much of a lecher. He could only think, only men have it the hardest. Sure enough, Chen Mingyan didn't give him any face. She directly pulled Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji upstairs and locked the door. Yang Ming looked at the lock on the door and shook his head helplessly. Although this lock was useless for Yang Ming still didn't open it. In any case, he couldn't deny Chen Mingyan's face. In fact, Yang Ming could also understand Chen Mingyan's thoughts at the moment. This little girl had followed him all the way from high school to now. She finally had a positive result, but he had a few more women around him. No matter who it was, they wouldn't feel good in their heart. Although Chen Mingyan silently accepted and endured, she still felt that she was Yang Ming's most official girlfriend. At least in Yang Ming's heart, she was the first. Therefore, in any case, Chen Mingyan wouldn't let Yang Ming have the opportunity to do anything. If he wanted to do anything, he would do it with Chen Mingyan. After all, she still had a little dignity in her heart. She had to ensure her first position. However, if she and Yang Ming did something, then what would Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji do? Would they listen at the side? Chen Mingyan couldn't do such a shameful thing. However, if Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were to do it, Chen Mingyan's heart would definitely be uncomfortable. If they weren't together, of course, it didn't matter. The key was that everyone was in the same house. Therefore, Chen Mingyan chose such a method, although it was somewhat unfair to Yang Ming. After figuring out the key of the matter, Yang Ming didn't feel any grievances. Instead, he was a little ashamed of ignoring Chen Mingyan's feelings. However, it was nothing. Didn't he still have a little lover? It was just a wall away. Tonight, he directly jumped into little girl Wang's villa. Yang Ming lay in the small bedroom. The master bedroom was given to Chen Mingyan and the others. He couldn't sleep because the scene of the company fire that he saw before kept flashing in his mind. Lin Jiyun's desperate expression and Zheng Laoyu's appearance with a gasoline can in his hand. Finally, he was done with his work. He had time to think about his special ability carefully. Yang Ming didn't believe that this was his own illusion, and he didn't believe that this was just a coincidence. An illusion couldn't appear so real. And the most critical problem was that this illusion came true. Moreover, before this, when the brakes of the BMW car were destroyed, there was a similar situation. Why is it? Could it be that I really have the ability to predict the future? But how can I use this ability? In the past, my abilities were achieved by my own thoughts. In other words, after my brain sent a signal, my special ability would have an effect, including the ability to see other people's thoughts. Although there was a trigger condition, it could only be effective after I concentrated. What about my ability to predict the future? Is it also controlled by my brain signal? Thinking of this, Yang Ming began to experiment. Yang Ming's experimental method was very simple. That was to think about what would happen in a while. Chapter 974. In order to focus his attention, Yang Ming deliberately closed his eyes and began to think hard about what would happen in a while. However, after thinking for a long time, it was all what had happened today. There was no sign of foreseeing the future. Yang Ming was suddenly a little depressed. Could it be that this ability also has a trigger condition? Yang Ming suddenly frowned. This feeling simply made him uncomfortable. It was better not to have it. With this ability, but not knowing how to use it, he could only stare helplessly. His heart was itching, but he couldn't do anything. It was better not to know. What is the trigger condition of this ability? Yang Ming thought hard, but he couldn't figure it out. Because when this ability appeared before, there were no signs, and Yang Ming himself didn't deliberately think about using this ability. Because predicting the future was already very incredible, Yang Ming couldn't think about predicting the future for no reason. He wasn't a prophet or a great immortal. He didn't have such a habit and hobby. It could only be said that this ability appeared by itself. Could it be that this is a passive ability? Thinking of this, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Because this wasn't impossible. Yang Ming once played an online game. The skills of the characters in the game were divided into active skills and passive skills. Active skills referred to the skills that could be used by the characters at any time. Passive skills referred to the skills that would only take effect under certain circumstances, and the skills that could be used without the character's control. For example, the character's resurrection on the spot or survival and death skills before death. Wait, before death? Survival and death? Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. He seemed to have thought of something. That's right, the 2 times the ability of foresight appeared, it only appeared when his life was in danger. The first time was when the brakes of the BMW were destroyed. At that time, Yang Ming wanted to get in the car. If he didn't foresee it in advance, what was waiting for him was the destruction of the car. In his impression last time, the BMW would collide with a big truck, and he would definitely die. The second time was this time. However, this time was a little different. It was when Lin Jiyun was in danger. Could it be that this ability of foresight was also effective on the people around him? However, this was indeed very possible. Special abilities were extremely mysterious. What else couldn't happen? Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart suddenly brightened up a lot. This was because this guess was the closest to the truth. Perhaps this ability was not foresight, but warning. It would only take effect when he or the people around him were in danger. As Yang Ming pondered, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from outside the window. The sound was not very loud, and it was easy to mix it up with the sound of the wind outside. However, how sharp was Yang Ming's hearing? He immediately recognized that this was not the sound of wind, but a human voice. Yang Ming quietly used his special ability to look outside the window. He saw a petite figure, wearing a black tights, leaping into the courtyard of his villa. Then, she quickly climbed along the rainwater pipe outside the villa to the second floor. Yang Ming smiled slightly. What a familiar figure. If it wasn't Wang Xiaoyan, who was this chick? In the middle of the night? You want to play a night attack with me? Yang Ming smiled helplessly, but he pretended not to notice and still lay on the bed. Sure enough, when Wang Xiaoyan climbed to the second floor, she began to look inside the room one by one. Yang Ming stayed in a side room today. Wang Xiaoyan didn't look at the 2 rooms. She came to the room where Yang Ming was, stuck to the glass, and looked inside. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan wore a pair of infrared glasses with night vision, and Yang Ming didn't close the curtains, so she could easily see the situation in the room. Yang Ming pretended to be asleep and didn't know. He was still lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and his breathing was even. Wang Xiaoyan observed for a long time, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, she took out a window prying tool from her pocket and slowly reached out to Yang Ming's window. She carefully opened the window. Yang Ming lived in a hurry, and he didn't have a comprehensive anti-theft system for the villa. However, this kind of plastic steel window, except for Wang Xiaoyan using the special tool, the general thief really couldn't pry it open unless they smashed it, but that was obviously impossible. The sound of smashing the glass was quite loud, and it could directly wake up the people in the villa, so it was more convenient to pry the door open. Wang Xiaoyan opened the window, jumped in from the outside lightly, and then quickly closed the window. Because the tool was special, it could open the window without damaging it. It wouldn't damage the window itself, so after closing the window, there was no difference from before. After Wang Xiaoyan closed the window, she tiptoed to Yang Ming's bed. She slowly stretched out her hand, but she took it back halfway. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming's sleeping appearance and thought it was a little funny. She wanted to wake him up, but now she decided to scare him. Wang Xiaoyan thought about it, and then reached out to pinch Yang Ming's neck. Of course, she didn't want to strangle Yang Ming, but she just wanted to scare Yang Ming. As an assassin, how could he not even have the vigilance that he should have? If he went out to perform a mission, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? However, before Wang Xiaoyan's hands touched Yang Ming's body, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly opened. Do you want to murder your husband? Yeah. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked by this sudden change. Originally, she was imagining Yang Ming's horrified expression, but she didn't expect to be shocked. How did you wake up? Wang Xiaoyan's hand was stretched out in the air, and she forgot to take it back. She looked at Yang Ming blankly. How did you know it was me? Wang Xiaoyan wore a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes, so she asked this question. I am too familiar with your body. I know who you are by looking at your butt. Yang Ming smiled. Why? The night is long and you don't want to sleep. You can't stand a loneliness, so you came to me to cultivate a tacit understanding? Go to hell. Wang Xiaoyan was so angry. She wanted to scare Yang Ming, but she didn't expect to be scared by him. How did you know I was here? Asked Yang Ming. I saw your car come back. It was parked in the courtyard of your villa. Wang Xiaoyan said. Yang Ming remembered that when he entered the house with Lin Jiyun, because he was in a hurry, he parked the car directly in the courtyard. Little girl Wang had sharp eyes. She saw it in such a short time. Then, you came to me in such a hurry? Yang Ming grinned. He stretched out his big hand and hugged Wang Xiaoyan in his arms. Wang Xiaoyan struggled for a while. Seeing that she couldn't move, she let Yang Ming hold her in his arms. However, she threatened, let me tell you, you have to listen to me in a while. Otherwise, I will shout loudly until the people in the room next to you hear it. I will let them know that you brought a woman home. Huh. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. Then you shout. Immediately, he pushed Wang Xiaoyan down on the bed without any explanation. Wang Xiaoyan thought that Yang Ming was provoking her, so she didn't dare to do it. So, she also competed with Yang Ming. Her scream was really loud. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Yang Ming was. He thought this little girl is really hot. Why didn't anyone knock on the door? Wang Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse. She was so tired that she lay on the bed and didn't move. The soundproofing performance of this villa is quite good. Didn't Li Dagong tell you when you bought it? Yang Ming said with a smile. Soundproofing. Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. She really didn't remember such a thing. At that time, she paid the money in a hurry. Wang Xiaoyan didn't think much about it, and she didn't listen to Li Dagong's introduction to her. Now that she heard Yang Ming mention it, she regretted it. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I said earlier, would you still shout so loudly? There is no passion, right? Yang Ming said wretchedly. Wang Xiaoyan was speechless. This guy is like a little punk. I don't know how he is so powerful. He is even more powerful than me. Among the assassins in my family, Yang Ming's skill is probably outstanding. Oh yeah, can you play a game with me later? After Yang Ming was done, he lay on the bed in high spirits. He couldn't sleep for a while. What game? If it is that kind of erotic game, don't look for me. I am not interested for the time being. Wang Xiaoyan was so tired that she was too lazy to move. For the time being? That means other times are fine. Yang Ming caught Wang Xiaoyan's faulty wording and asked with a smirk. Wang Xiaoyan glared at him and was too lazy to answer. Then she turned her face and ignored Yang Ming. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan was indeed tired and lacked sexual interest, Yang Ming also changed the topic and began to talk about business. The game I'm talking about is a game to train reflexes. What reflexes? Wang Xiaoyan was somewhat inexplicable after listening. It means that you can kill me in a while. You can use any method and means, and then I will avoid being killed by you. This is to train my reflexes. Yang Ming explained. I kill you? What if you can't avoid it? Wang Xiaoyan felt that Yang Ming was crazy. Why would he train his reflexes? Do you think I can't avoid it? Besides, it's just a game. I don't ask you to really kill me. It's just a simulation. Yang Ming said. Simulation? Do you think this could train any reflexes? Wang Xiaoyan still couldn't figure out what Yang Ming wanted to do. Besides, do you still need to train your reflexes? Can you just do me a favor? Yang Ming's tone softened because this matter was very important to him, and he was very anxious to know the answer. Okay, but I can help you, but you have to promise me a condition. Wang Xiaoyan came over this time to talk to Yang Ming about this matter. What condition? Just say it. Yang Ming nodded. As long as it was not too harsh, Yang Ming would not care about this. First, without my consent, you can't betray my assassin group, and you are not allowed to join other assassin groups. After Wang Xiaoyan went back, she thought about it. She felt that Yang Ming's level of skill should have a wider space for development. How could he always be limited to the small Black Widow assassin group? Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan was afraid that Yang Ming would only stay for 2.5 days. When a novelty was over, he would leave the Black Widow assassin group. In that case, wouldn't her future be uncertain? Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan decided to talk to Yang Ming about a few conditions. Oh, this? Okay, no problem. I agree. Yang Ming agreed without thinking. What else? Are you sure you understand what I said? Wang Xiaoyan saw that Yang Ming agreed so quickly, thinking that he was perfunctory. After all, joining an assassin group couldn't sign any legal contract. Even if it was signed, it probably had no legal effect. I'm sure. Isn't it just not joining other assassin groups? Yang Ming said, I have always been a solo assassin. I haven't joined other assassin groups before. To be honest, if it weren't for you, my little lover, I wouldn't continue to stay here. Okay then. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and continued. The second condition is that if one day I want to marry someone else, what will you do? Marry? Why marry? Yang Ming was stunned. If you're married, what am I doing in your assassin group? Being a light bulb? In just 2 days, Yang Ming had developed some feelings for Wang Xiaoyan. When he heard Wang Xiaoyan say this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. If Wang Xiaoyan bit her lips and seemed to muster up a lot of courage to say, would you go against others for me? Oh, you mean snatching the bride? No problem. As long as you are willing to be my lover, I will get you back. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed directly. After Yang Ming listened, he said indifferently. Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's sloppy look and couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Do you really think I care about you? I just don't want to marry someone I don't know. In contrast, you're just more pleasing to the eye. That's all. However, Wang Xiaoyan was too lazy to explain and continued. What if that person is very powerful? Powerful? Don't worry. I am the king of assassins. Yang Ming said with a laugh. King of assassins? Wang Xiaoyan sweated. You are the king of assassins? I asked you to deal with the apprentice of the king of assassins. Is this guy in the assassin world? Can this kind of joke be made? She shook her head and smiled bitterly. Don't joke. I'm serious. I am also serious. Yang Ming patted his chest and said, although I am very humble, if I want to say that I am the second in the world, then only my master is the first in the world. Wang Xiaoyan was speechless. She thought, your master? The student is better than the master. Listening to him, he is the first in the world. I have never seen such a person with such a big face. Chapter 975. Okay, I give in to you. Wang Xiaoyan said with some helplessness. I see that you didn't take it seriously. Just take it as a joke. After Wang Xiaoyan asked the question, she felt a little funny. Although Yang Ming was very powerful, how could he be the opponent of the king of assassins? The king of assassins was the #1 figure on the world's assassin list. Even if he was the apprentice of the king of assassins, he must be very powerful. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan felt that Yang Ming definitely couldn't be the opponent of the king of assassins' apprentice. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's skill, he would have been on the assassin list. However, after listening to Yang Ming say that he had been working alone and had not joined any assassin group, Wang Xiaoyan had some expectations. She hoped that Yang Ming was an anomaly that could beat the apprentice of the king of assassins. Wang Xiaoyan sighed faintly. Some things were destined to be troublesome if one thought too much. It was better not to think about it. There will be a way when the time comes. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Why didn't I take it seriously? Yang Ming said, I am very serious. I don't have any other advantages, but I am very serious about everything, especially feelings. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming's boastful appearance. She wanted to say something sarcastic, but she didn't know what to say. She had to say, okay, I got it. Since you have agreed to my conditions, then start your so-called reflexes training. The reason why Yang Ming had said so much before was for this reflexes training. In fact, Yang Ming's meaning was very simple. He asked Wang Xiaoyan to kill him and threaten his life. Then, he would see if the warning special ability would appear. This was also the reason why Yang Ming was so anxious. Yang Ming was thinking about this special ability. If he wanted to test it, he needed Wang Xiaoyan's cooperation, so he agreed to Wang Xiaoyan's conditions so quickly. However, it couldn't be helped. With Yang Ming's skill, Others had no lethality to him at all. Only Wang Xiaoyan had a certain threat, so the candidate could only be Wang Xiaoyan. Then let's go. There is nothing to test in this room. Find a secluded place. You hide first and give me a fatal blow. Yang Ming looked around and said, Fatal blow? Aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Wang Xiaoyan teased. Hey, if you're not afraid of becoming a Black Widow, then you can kill me. Yang Ming sneered and touched Wang Xiaoyan's perky butt. Don't touch me. I'm tired. Wang Xiaoyan said lazily, It's all your fault. You didn't remind me before. I screamed so loudly. My throat is so painful. I thought you were feeling good. Yang Ming blinked. Get lost. Wang Xiaoyan was so angry that she lifted her foot and kicked Yang Ming. Anyway, there was no light in the room. It was dark. Although she was not wearing clothes, she was not afraid of being exposed. However, what Wang Xiaoyan didn't know was that Yang Ming actually had night vision. When she lifted her leg, Yang Ming could see clearly. The two played around in bed for a while before they got up from bed. Both of them were professional assassins. Their physical fitness was still quite good. They quickly recovered their strength. Wang Xiaoyan once again put on her black night suit. Take me to your headquarters when you have time. Yang Ming also put on his clothes and said to Wang Xiaoyan, And of course, you're also a member of the assassin group. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and agreed. She suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, Yang Ming, your relationship with Bao Somli is good, right? And it's good. What's wrong? Asked Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated, but she still said, Previously, a brother of our assassin group was caught while performing a mission. Wu Ming. Yang Ming immediately remembered this person. At that time, it was Wu Ming who destroyed the brake system of the BMW. It was because of this that Yang Ming's special ability had an early warning. And, yes, his code name is Wu Ming. Do you know him? Wang Xiaoyan's face was happy. She had not heard from Wu Ming for a long time. After all, this was a backbone of the assassin group. It would be a pity to lose him. Oh, I caught him. This kid is quite bold. Before he died, he threatened me that the Black Widow assassin group would not let me go. Yang Ming laughed after listening. Ah, he is dead? You killed him? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. She looked at Yang Ming with some resentment, but she also knew that the two people had different paths. It was normal for Yang Ming to target Wu Ming. Do you know my car? Yang Ming stood at the window and pointed to the BMW X5 parked in the villa yard. Then he said, At that time, Wu Ming destroyed the brake system of this car. If I wasn't more careful, you wouldn't see me. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She just sighed and said, Forget it. Don't mention the past. Don't trouble them in the future. Why? I haven't finished yet. Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's self-righteous words and suddenly laughed. The dead should be respected. Don't talk bad about him anymore. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. What do you mean by the dead should be respected? Respect to my ass, said Yang Ming. You. Wang Xiaoyan was a little angry suddenly. She snorted. Yang Ming, you are not allowed to insult the brothers of my assassin group. What insult? Can you listen to what I have to say? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. That Wu Ming is not dead yet. Not dead? Then what did you say before he died? Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly stunned and looked at Yang Ming in surprise. I said before he died. I meant before he died, but I didn't want him to die. Can he die? Yang Ming smiled mysteriously after listening. He wanted to commit suicide. Naturally, I tied him up. Then he is now? Wang Xiaoyan was relieved. She scolded Yang Ming in her heart for taking a long time to speak. Maybe he is at the nightless club? Yang Ming thought about it and said, Don't worry, little Yin Yin. We will be on the same side in the future. I will tell Bao Sanli to let him go tomorrow. Oh, now is fine too. I don't know if Bao Sanli is sleeping. Thinking of this, Yang Ming directly took out the phone and called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli answered the phone quickly. Apparently, he hadn't fallen asleep yet. After he picked up the phone, he asked, Brother Yang, what's the matter? Baozi, I want to ask you something. Do you remember that you once caught a guy named Wu Ming? Is this person still there? Yang Ming asked. He's not dead, right? He is still there. He is locked in the nightless club. Bao Sanli quickly said after listening, Brother Yang, you didn't say anything. We couldn't just deal with him casually. We just sent him some food every day and let him eat it forcibly. Then we left him alone. However, he has gained a lot of weight these days. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. If Wang Xiaoyan didn't mention this, he would have almost forgotten about this guy. If this continued, he might have to feed this guy for a lifetime. And you let him go. Let him go back, said Yang Ming. Let him go. Bao Sanli was stunned. Now, why? Aren't you at the Nightless Club? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, it's fine. I'm just a bit puzzled. Why did you suddenly let him go? Bao Sanli wondered to himself. I have reached an agreement with his boss. Of course, he is one of us in the future. If I don't let him go, I will keep him. Yang Ming explained with a smile. Yang Ming generally wouldn't explain anything to Bao Sanli easily, but he had just killed Wei Dikang today. He was in a good mood, so he explained a few more words to Bao Sanli. However, when Bao Sanli saw that Yang Ming deliberately explained to him, his heart was excited. Okay, Brother Yang, then I will let him go now. After Bao Sanli finished speaking, he was a little worried. Brother Yang, what if he doesn't go and wants to kill me instead? You know that guy is very powerful. Even Big Ho is not his opponent. Let's do this. You go to his place in a while and give him the phone. I will let his boss talk to him. Yang Ming thought about it and said, That's great. As Bao Sanli said this, he took the phone and walked to the room where Wu Ming was locked up. After this period of tempering, Wu Ming had no one to respond to his cries. Except for the regular delivery of food, no one paid attention to him. Therefore, his irritable temper had changed a lot. At this moment, he saw the door open and Bao Sanli walked in. Although it was a bit strange, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Bao Sanli coldly. Wu Ming, your boss wants to talk to you. Bao Sanli put the phone on Wu Ming's ear. My boss? How can my boss call you? Wu Ming finally said a sentence in surprise. I don't know. You listen to it yourself. Bao Sanli held the phone and looked like it had nothing to do with him. Wu Ming had no choice but to say to the other side of the phone, Hello, who are you? Wu Ming, they will let you go in a while. You can go back to the headquarters directly. Wang Xiaoyan's voice came from the phone. Leader? Wu Ming was stunned suddenly. His voice changed instantly. Because he was so surprised, he couldn't figure out why the leader would call Bao Sanli. And everyone is on the same side in the future. You can go back to the headquarters and wait for me at the headquarters. Wang Xiaoyan instructed Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at Bao Sanli in confusion and said to the phone, Leader, you mean that Bao Sanli and I are on the same side? That's the case. You can talk about the rest when you go back to the headquarters. Don't worry. They won't trouble you anymore. Wang Xiaoyan said. Sure enough, after Wu Ming hung up the phone, Bao Sanli politely untied the rope on him and said, I'm sorry for this period of time, but I also did things according to the instructions of the higher-ups. Chapter 976. Although Wu Ming was somewhat inexplicable, he had to listen to Wang Xiaoyan's words. He cupped his fist to Bao Sanli and said, I have offended you before. Since the leader said that they were on the same side in the future, Wu Ming didn't hesitate. Anyway, there was no deep hatred between him and Bao Sanli before. He was just ordered to accept someone else's task. You're welcome. Bao Sanli was a straightforward person, not to mention that he had Yang Ming's instructions, so he laughed and waved his hand. No discord, no concord. Since my boss and your boss have said that we are on the same side in the future, there is no need to go against each other. Wu Ming nodded and knew that Bao Sanli was telling the truth. So he said, Then I will go back first. Thank you for the hospitality these days. Bao Sanli was stunned. He thought, is this sarcasm? What hospitality? It is more like imprisonment. However, seeing that Wu Ming's expression was sincere and didn't seem to be lying, Bao Sanli had some doubts, but he also waved his hand. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me. Wu Ming was telling the truth. He could live until now because he really had to thank Bao Sanli for sending him food every day. Otherwise, even if his boss and their boss made peace, he wouldn't live to see this day. So he said, What is there to be sorry about? You and I were enemies before. You didn't kill me and even sent me food. This is already very good. Bao Sanli suddenly realized that Wu Ming was referring to this. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan both climbed out of the window. If they left from the door, Yang Ming was also afraid that Chun Mingyan or Auntie Li would see them in the middle of the night, so the two jumped into the villa's courtyard like thieves. Good skill. Wang Xiaoyan saw that Yang Ming was more agile than her, and she couldn't help but praise. In fact, I should have discovered it long ago. When we were climbing at the temple fair, your skill was very good. Same here. Yang Ming smiled. But at that time, I just thought that you often did sports training. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. How could she not think the same way? Who would have thought that Yang Ming was also an assassin like him? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and said, Fate is really strange. I didn't expect that the two of us are actually assassins. Hey, what if I wanted to kill you earlier? Kill me? Why would you kill me? Yang Ming asked curiously. Didn't you say that you wouldn't kill me because of Zhaoing? I'm talking about the flowers you sent to Li Yixuan. Wang Xiaoyan said. Yang Ming, if these things hadn't happened in the past 2 days, I don't think I would have been able to bear it. Maybe I would have killed you. Huh. However, Yang Ming laughed indifferently. If you were to kill me, the two of us would probably still end up in the same situation. Do you think you can kill me? That's true. Wang Xiaoyan was stunned, and then nodded. Yang Ming, do you think our assassin group can become the world's #1? This was the second time Wang Xiaoyan said we. The first time was about Wu Ming, and the second time was now. After Yang Ming guaranteed that he would not leave the assassin group, Wang Xiaoyan indeed regarded Yang Ming as a member of the assassin group, although he had not yet performed any mission. Yes, Yang Ming shrugged. He thought, I am the apprentice of the world's #1 assassin king. Wouldn't I be the world's #1 assassin in the future? Your little girl Wang's Black Widow assassin group is riding on my coattails. However, this Black Widow is really unpleasant to hear. Why does it sound so feminine and not masculine? I am a big man. Why would I be called a Black Widow? Wouldn't it be a joke if it was spread out? So, he said, Little Yin Yin, can we change the name of our assassin group? Why do you want to change the name? Wang Xiaoyan obviously didn't care much about Yang Ming's previous yes. Even Wang Xiaoyan herself wasn't sure that her assassin group could become the world's #1 assassin group. Never mind me. Even my family has worked hard for so many years, but didn't they not surpass the king of assassins? This was also the reason why my father was eager to marry me to the apprentice of the king of assassins. If you want to be the #1, you have to integrate. As long as the apprentice of the king of assassins also becomes a member of the family, then it can be said that the family becomes the #1 assassin world. However, Wang Xiaoyan just didn't want her fate to be arranged by the family like a product, so she was eager to make some achievements. She dreamed of making her assassin group the world's #1 assassin group, surpassing her family and even surpassing the king of assassins. However, all this was just a thought. Wang Xiaoyan also knew that the possibility was not high, but she still had to try because she really didn't have much time. 1/8 of the university life had passed, and there were only 3.5 years left. Change the name so that you can welcome me, the great god, to join you, said Yang Ming shamelessly. Wang Xiaoyan snorted after listening and said, the name is just a code name. There is nothing special about it. Besides, it is not easy for the Black Widow assassin group to achieve the current results. Although we are not very famous, we have some small fame. After changing the name, who will know us? Everything will have to start from the beginning. It doesn't matter. Is the mission not easy to accept? Besides, the missions you took before were all small missions. It doesn't matter if you have this kind of mission or not. There won't be many points reflected on the assassin ranking list. Yang Ming said, I just think that the name Black Widow is not very nice. You are not a widow. How did you come up with such a name? Wang Xiaoyan was silent, but when she thought that Yang Ming was already a member of the assassin group, and he would be her partner, there was no need to hide too much from Yang Ming. So she said, because my father wants to marry me to a person I don't know. I wanted to die, so I named it Black Widow. Damn, so vicious. Yang Ming said in his heart, motherfucker, I am the one who is having sex with you now. Aren't you cursing me to die? So he quickly said, then you have to change the name. It is not certain who you will marry in the future. Maybe you will marry me. This name is too depressing. Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's hopping appearance and suddenly felt a little funny. It turns out that this guy could be so childish sometimes. After thinking about it, Yang Ming is right. It is just a name. Anyway, it is not famous. If it is changed, then it is changed. Well, then what do you think the name should be? Don't call it Tom, Dick, or Harry. Just treat it as a new beginning. I hope our assassin group can go to the next level. Hee, let's call it Black Butterfly. Yang Ming's eyes swept a few times on Wang Xiaoyan's body and said with a smile, Black Butterfly? Why is it called Black Butterfly? Wang Xiaoyan said, do you know that in the list of the world's assassin groups, besides the King of Assassins, the first assassin group after him is the Butterfly Assassin Group? You aren't imitating them, right? Damn, why would I imitate them? Were they? Do you want me to imitate them? Yang Ming shook his head and said, the reason why it is called Black Butterfly is because there's a butterfly tattoo on your butt. I think it is very fun, so it is called Black Butterfly. However, since you said that it is the Butterfly Assassin Group, then we are really called Black Butterfly. We are stronger than them. When Wang Xiaoyan heard Yang Ming say that Black Butterfly actually meant this, her face suddenly turned red like smoked charcoal. She was shy. Why are you so indecent? The name of the assassin group is very important. How can you give it so casually? It can't be, right? I remember you just said that it is just a name. It doesn't matter what it is called. Yang Ming was surprised. I changed it now. Can't I? Wang Xiaoyan snorted. What kind of broken name is this? I don't agree. It is useless even if you don't agree. It is settled. Yang Ming slammed the table. Tomorrow, I will accept the mission in the name of Black Butterfly through my channels. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But there was no way, because if the assassin group wanted to develop, it really couldn't be done without the support of Yang Ming. Yang Ming had his own channels to accept some big missions, which had a great effect on the ranking of the assassin group. Yang Ming insisted on using Black Butterfly to accept the mission, so Wang Xiaoyan could only acquiesce. Forget it. I won't argue with you about this. Black Butterfly is Black Butterfly, but you are not allowed to tell the meaning of this name to others. Wang Xiaoyan compromised, but she added a sentence. Don't worry. I'm not so idiotic. If they all want to come and see my little yin-yins, but wouldn't I suffer a loss? Yang Ming smiled. Wang Xiaoyan really didn't know what to do with Yang Ming. The more she came into contact with this person, the more she found that he was shameless. His face was extremely thick. She didn't know what Zhao Ying saw in him. She didn't know that Yang Ming had this personality since high school. Whether it was Chun Ming Yin or Zhao Ying, they had long been accustomed to it. Where do you go to train your so-called reaction ability? Wang Xiaoyan put down the co-pilot seat and lay on it comfortably. When she was with Yang Ming, she didn't have the previous restraint. She was very comfortable with being casual. Wang Xiaoyan didn't regret having that relationship with Yang Ming. As two people were partners, they could encounter any situation in the future. Sleeping together was a common occurrence. If they were awkward and shy, then they didn't need to do any missions. Let's go to the place we went yesterday, West Star Mountain, said Yang Ming. Right. Yang Ming, I forgot to ask you yesterday. Who was the person who ran away? When West Star Mountain was mentioned, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly remembered the person Yang Ming wanted to catch yesterday. Chapter 977. It's nothing. A high school classmate of mine and I have some issues. Yang Ming didn't know Wang Xiaoyan. He didn't know about the recent traffic-haunted case, so he didn't say it in detail. However, Wang Xiaoyan didn't ask much. She just said, I'm sorry about yesterday. You didn't catch him. Forget it. It's nothing. What's the point of catching him? Yang Ming smiled and said, it's better to get the beauty back. Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. It's so hard to talk to this guy. He's always talking about his profession. It's so annoying. The car drove on the wide road. Maybe because they were walking and chatting, the time passed quickly. It felt faster than when they came yesterday. At least, it didn't feel so boring. Yang Ming still parked the car in the same place as yesterday. He looked at the charming Wang Xiaoyan lying next to him. He couldn't help but say, "Why don't we review what happened yesterday in the car and do the reaction test again?" "Yang Ming." Wang Xiaoyan widened her eyes. "Aren't you tired? Do you want to kill me?" After that, she turned around and ignored Yang Ming. Yang Ming found it funny. He shook his head and said, "Let's go. Get out of the car. I'm just joking with you." Wang Xiaoyan sat up lazily and got out of the car reluctantly. However, after getting out of the car, the cold wind blew and woke her up a lot. She looked at Yang Ming and said, "Do we start now?" "Then let's start now." Yang Ming looked at his watch and said, "It's 1:30 in the morning. You will come to kill me at 1:40 sharp. You should prepare first." 1:40 sharp? Isn't that giving you time to prepare? What kind of reaction training is this? Wang Xiaoyan raised a question. Yang Ming didn't think too much about it. The reason why Yang Ming said to start after 10 minutes was because Yang Ming wanted to leave 10 minutes for prediction to see if there would be a warning from the ability. He didn't think too much about it, but Wang Xiaoyan caught the loophole. Thus, he said, "Then after 10 minutes, you can decide for yourself at any time." Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go prepare." After that, she disappeared into the darkness. Although Yang Ming could clearly see Wang Xiaoyan's movements, Yang Ming did not use his ability to investigate. Instead, he stood there quietly with his eyes closed, waiting for the warning ability to appear. According to common sense, if Wang Xiaoyan wanted to assassinate him, then his ability should have appeared. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yang Ming was getting more and more nervous, but the arcana still did not appear. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Were the two appearances of the arcana just accidental? As Yang Ming was thinking about it, Wang Xiaoyan had already started. Yang Ming suddenly felt a sharp wind blowing behind him. It went straight to his back. Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect. Although little girl Wang's strength wasn't great, it wasn't about whose strength was greater. Assassins were all about skill and the location of the hit. A punch that didn't seem to be heavy hitting the butt and hitting the head were two completely different results. Yang Ming's body leaned to the side and avoided Wang Xiaoyan's blow. Wang Xiaoyan's other blow came again. Yang Ming did not have the mood to deal with it at the moment. He hurriedly jumped to the side and shouted, "Stop. Okay, I won't test it." Wang Xiaoyan stopped strangely and looked at Yang Ming. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Yang Ming sighed helplessly in his heart. The arcana did not give a warning, so there was no need to continue fighting. Yang Ming actually wanted to test the arcana, not the reaction ability at all. "Your speed is too far away from mine. I can't test any reaction ability at all. As soon as you make a move, I can detect it." Yang Ming could only explain it this way. He couldn't tell Wang Xiaoyan that his arcana did not give a warning, right? Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, but she snorted coldly. "I'm not as good as you, okay? Otherwise, I would not ask you to join the Black Widow assassin group." "It's the Black Butterfly." Yang Ming corrected her. "Well, it's the Black Butterfly." Wang Xiaoyan repeated helplessly. "Since you think you can't train it like this, then I will shoot you with a gun. Let's see if you can react in advance." "With a gun?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then said, "This is great." "Great?" Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. "Is this Yang Ming stupid? Is it great to use a gun? This gun is not a joke. If you don't handle it properly, you will lose your life." He still said that it was great? And that's it. Yang Ming nodded and said, "You use a gun." Yang Ming naturally knew the danger of a gun, but in order to determine the existence of the arcana, Yang Ming decided to take a risk. With his own eyesight and reaction speed, it was not easy to avoid a cold shot, but it was still possible to let this shot hit an unimportant part of the body. Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's determined look, so she couldn't say anything more. She had to say, "Okay, then you wait." Wang Xiaoyan once again found a place to hide, but in fact it was fine not to hide. After Yang Ming turned around, he didn't look back at all. She didn't know what was wrong with Yang Ming today. Why did he have to do such a crazy thing? Was he crazy? However, since Yang Ming insisted on doing this, Wang Xiaoyan had no choice. After waiting for a while, she slowly raised the lipstick pistol and aimed at Yang Ming. After a long while, Wang Xiaoyan sighed faintly. She really couldn't do it. If it was yesterday, maybe Wang Xiaoyan would really shoot, But now the relationship between the two was different. Wang Xiaoyan was not a cold-blooded animal. It was impossible to put Yang Ming in danger. Wang Xiaoyan was nervous, but Yang Ming was even more nervous. While he was always on guard against the bullets, he was also paying attention to whether there would be a warning in his mind. However, unfortunately, as before, there was nothing special. Yang Ming's mind did not flash any danger signals. Just when Yang Ming was about to be disappointed, he suddenly heard a gunshot. Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. He quickly focused his energy and used his special ability to explore behind him, but he saw a bullet pass by his leg and disappear into the night. Wang Xiaoyan didn't shoot after all. Although she fired a shot, the head of the gun was very low and shot along the edge of Yang Ming's leg. Originally, Wang Xiaoyan did not aim at Yang Ming, so this shot naturally missed. It seems that your reaction ability isn't very good. Wang Xiaoyan also broke out in cold sweat, but her tone pretended to be relaxed. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Failed. The experiment failed. The special ability that I was looking forward to did not appear, and there were no signs at all. Why is this? Yang Ming frowned. He couldn't figure it out. However, now he could only put it aside because if he continued to experiment like this, it was estimated that there would not be any results. The two experiments had failed, so Yang Ming did not intend to experiment again. It seemed that if a special ability did not appear by chance, then his estimation was wrong. The triggering conditions of the special ability were not as simple as he thought. Don't try anymore. Let's go back. Yang Ming sighed and said, I really don't understand you. I don't know what you want to do. Wang Xiaoyan put away the lipstick pistol and said, wasting a bullet costs dozens of yuan. You don't look like you're short of money. Yang Ming replied to her. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. Indeed, this bullet was nothing, but it was not good to leave evidence. Help me find the shell case. Although it is remote here, it is still better to be cautious. Yang Ming nodded. When he was in Macau, he used this lipstick gun to kill several people. Although the two places were thousands of miles apart, it was best not to have any clues that could be linked together, so as not to be implicated unnecessarily. Yang Ming had already determined the direction of the bullet. Now he just needed to follow the place where the bullet passed by with the telescopic special ability. It was not difficult. Soon after Yang Ming had this idea, he had found the shell case. You go and turn on the lights. How can I find it in the dark? Wang Xiaoyan looked around and said with some difficulty, Hee, let's make a bet. If I can find the shell case within a minute, you will promise me one thing. Yang Ming thought about it and said, What is it? Tell me first. Wang Xiaoyan was not stupid. If Yang Ming asked her to die, she would not die. Yang Ming smiled and whispered a few words in Wang Xiaoyan's ear. After Wang Xiaoyan heard it, her face suddenly turned red. She frowned and said, Go to hell. It is so dirty to use your mouth. Want to bet? You have to pay some price. Yang Ming said seriously. There was no lewd expression at all. Then, what if you can't find it within a minute? Wang Xiaoyan thought about it. The possibility of Yang Ming finding the shell case within a minute should be very small, so she asked, If you can't find it, I will do the same. If I lose, I will help you like that. I don't think you are dirty, Yang Ming said with a normal expression. His face was not red, and his heart was not beating fast. It was as if he was talking about daily life. Get lost. Wang Xiaoyan was furious. Isn't that you taking advantage of me? Then what do you say? Why don't you say a condition? If I lose, I will listen to you. Yang Ming said, Well, if you can't find the shell case within a minute, well, you have to listen to me in the future. Wang Xiaoyan said cunningly. If Yang Ming agreed to this condition, it would not be as simple as a condition. It could include hundreds of conditions. Anyway, as long as it is something that Wang Xiaoyan, propose, you have to listen. Compared to Yang Ming's condition, Wang Xiaoyan felt that she had a big advantage. Anyway, the possibility of Yang Ming finding the shell case within a minute was almost zero, so why not gamble once? Okay, it's a deal. Yang Ming agreed without thinking. Seeing Yang Ming's happy expression, Wang Xiaoyan was a little confused. The chance of this guy winning is almost zero. Why is he so happy? Could it be that there is a conspiracy in this? Could it be that I was deceived by him? He already has the chance to win. However, it is not right. The bullet was shot out by myself. Yang Ming could not know where the bullet fell. I don't know, let alone Yang Ming. Then what does he mean? Could it be that he deliberately pretended to be indifferent? Today, Yang Ming's behavior was really strange. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't figure out. From the beginning of the previous reaction training, she was somewhat inexplicable, so at this moment, she was not surprised. Well, then I will give you some time to prepare. When you are ready, tell me, and I will start the timer. Wang Xiaoyan said. Then let's start now. Yang Ming said. Start now? Aren't you going to turn on the car lights and shine it here? Wang Xiaoyan said. I reminded you. Don't find excuses when you lose. Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly after listening. Am I that kind of person? This sentence you have said many times since yesterday. Let's start now. Since you said so, let's start. Wang Xiaoyan took out the mobile phone, opened the stopwatch function, and then pressed the start button. Her mouth also said start. Yang Ming walked slowly to the front not far away. Even Wang Xiaoyan saw it, and she was a little anxious for him. Does this guy know that he will lose, and he's going to give up? If that was the case, even if she won, Wang Xiaoyan would feel humiliated. It will seem that Yang Ming deliberately lost to her. If it doesn't work, let's just forget about this bet. Yang Ming didn't look normal today. Let's just treat it as him being abnormal. Wang Xiaoyan was about to speak, but she saw that Yang Ming stopped in a place in the distance and bent down. He reached out, as if he was picking up something from the ground. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Yang Ming without blinking. She saw that Yang Ming stood up again and raised his hand. There seemed to be something metal in his hand that glowed faintly under the moonlight. Found it. Yang Ming waved to Wang Xiaoyan and said excitedly, It hasn't been a minute, right? Did he really find it? Wang Xiaoyan felt that her brain was short-circuited for a moment. How can it be so fast? She looked at the mobile phone in her hand. Only 30 seconds had passed. It really hasn't been a minute. How did you find it? You can't just use a shell to fool me, right? Because Yang Ming found it too fast, Wang Xiaoyan had to suspect that this guy was cheating. I have to tell you in advance that my bullets this time are different from the ones in Macau. I recognize the batch number on it. Don't use the previous shell to fool me. Hee, don't worry. I don't have the time to do that. Yang Ming played with the shell in the air. He walked over to Wang Xiaoyan and handed the shell to Wang Xiaoyan. Chapter 978. Wang Xiaoyan grabbed the bullet shell and began to carefully study the traces of the batch number on it. She studied it for a long time, but she didn't find anything unusual. It really was the bullet that she shot. How did you find it? Wang Xiaoyan was very curious. Although Yang Ming found the bullet, she still didn't believe it. After all, the facts were in front of her. It was difficult to see the road in the dark, let alone find this small bullet shell. In fact, when you just shot, I locked the trajectory of the bullet, so I can calculate the approximate location of the bullet landing. Yang Ming said, as if he was telling the truth. Really? Wang Xiaoyan had some doubts, but she didn't completely believe it. After all, Yang Ming was the same as her. He was also an assassin, a very powerful assassin. Although it sounded shocking that he could lock the trajectory of the bullet, it was not impossible. It was true at that time. Otherwise, how could I find it? If I searched a little bit, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yang Ming explained as he spread his hands. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She couldn't help but believe it. However, in this bet, it seemed that she had a big advantage, but in fact, she suffered a big loss. She underestimated Yang Ming's strength a little too much. She always put him on the same level as her. She felt that it should be difficult for her to find the bullet, so Yang Ming should be the same. However, she didn't consider that Yang Ming was much more professional than her. You are so powerful. Why do you still need to do reaction training? Wang Xiaoyan was a little angry because she lost the bet. Her tone was not very good. I say, you didn't deliberately come up with such an excuse of reaction training to make a bet with me, right? It was no wonder that Wang Xiaoyan would think so, because Yang Ming's behavior tonight was indeed a bit outrageous. Who would do a reaction test with nothing to do? It was just a coincidence. Yang Ming smiled. In fact, this was indeed the case. Seeing Yang Ming's sneaky look, Wang Xiaoyan was angry. She didn't want to talk to him anymore and walked towards the car. It's freezing. Wang Xiaoyan sat in the car and turned on the heater. Where are we going now? Going to your headquarters? Yang Ming also got into the car and put the gear into drive. Okay, I'll tell you how to get there. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and put the previous matter aside. She really didn't understand why this guy's mind was so dirty and had so many dirty thoughts in it. You don't take your lover seriously? Why didn't he look for Chun Mingyan? What Yang Ming did not expect was that Wang Xiaoyan's headquarters was actually located in Shantytown. Although it was on the east side of Shantytown, which was far from Fong Tian and Lin Jian's home, it was still a coincidence. The two assassins were so close to each other. Why set up the headquarters here? It seems to be quite remote. What you need to know is that I will be your leader in the future. Yang Ming continued to talk, but Wang Xiaoyan used her hand to pinch him like a crab clamp. He only heard Wang Xiaoyan whisper, "If you continue to mess around, the previous bet will not count." Not count? Yang Ming was stunned. Does this little girl Wang mean that it still counts now? Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart suddenly became active, and he changed the topic. Of course, I am your deputy leader. Your leader is still her. Next, I will give my seat to her. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming, who was acting like a clown. She was helpless. When she saw Yang Ming giving his seat to her, she was a little embarrassed. She shook her head and said, "You sit down." Leader, what the hell is going on? The previous brother saw that Wang Xiaoyan did not refute Yang Ming's words, so he was no longer aggressive. He was just a little puzzled. How did this deputy leader come about? Golden Bull, don't be impatient. Listen to me. Wang Xiaoyan put away the previous smile on her face and replaced it with a serious expression. The people in the hall immediately dared not say anything. The man named Golden Bull also sat back and listened carefully to Wang Xiaoyan. This is the new assassin Yang Ming in the organization. I believe that several brothers have already dealt with him. I don't have to say much about his skill. He is better than me. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly, "Wu Ming, He Shu, Feng Dao." The three people immediately stood up. For Yang Ming, they had personally dealt with him, so they naturally had no doubts about the leader's words and nodded. However, the others had not dealt with Yang Ming, so they did not take it seriously. In the future, Yang Ming is also one of your leaders. When I am not here, you all have to listen to his dispatch. Wang Xiaoyan instructed everyone. Leader, we all admire you very much, but this Yang Ming, we have not dealt with him. If he wants to be our deputy leader, shouldn't he show his skills to the brothers? The one who spoke was the Golden Bull, and he said with some dissatisfaction. In terms of skill, although Golden Bull was not as good as Wang Xiaoyan, he was also the top in the Black Widow assassin group. He was more powerful than Wu Ming and He Shu, so he naturally would not be convinced. Golden Bull. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan was dissatisfied with his repeated questions. If Yang Ming was not around, it would be fine. However, with Yang Ming around, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly felt that she had lost some face. She let Yang Ming see her as a joke. It's fine, it's fine. Yang Ming stood up with a smile and waved to Wang Xiaoyan. Then he said to Golden Bull, "Brother Golden Bull, right? You tell me, what count as showing my skills? If you can beat me, our brothers will be convinced by you," said Golden Bull. You? A group of brothers? Can you represent others? Yang Ming smiled. However, he also guessed in his heart that this Golden Bull was probably the most powerful among these people. Golden Bull hesitated and looked at everyone. Seeing that everyone nodded, he said, "Everyone has no opinion. Well, then you tell me. How do you want to compete?" Yang Ming knew that these people were much better than ordinary people. It was inevitable that some of them were arrogant. He was a newcomer. If he didn't show off, these people would obey on the surface due to Wang Xiaoyan's pressure, but they would definitely be dissatisfied in their hearts. Therefore, it was better to let these people be convinced. It would save them trouble in the future. There are no rules. It will stop at who loses, said Golden Bull. That's not very good, right? This kind of protracted battle is nonsense for an assassin, who will continue to let you kill them after failing to kill them. Yang Ming shook his head. Let's do it this way. You attack me 10 times. As long as you hit me once, I will lose. Otherwise, you will lose. 10 times. Everyone was shocked after hearing it. Is it possible to miss once out of 10 times? Golden Bull also thought so, so he said, this is not fair. Chapter 979. Unfair. Yang Ming was stunned after hearing it. He thought this kid is quite greedy. I have given you 10 chances, but you don't think it's enough. Forget it. I will give you a few more chances. So he said, okay, then 20 times. Golden Bull's face was red. He said after a while, I don't mean that this is unfair. Then what do you mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by his appearance. I mean, 10 times is too much for me. It's unfair to you. Golden Bull explained with a bitter smile, but this guy in front of me is really arrogant. Oh, so that's it. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It seems that this kid is not so greedy and wretched. So, he waved his hand and said, forget it. 10 times is 10 times. You can attack me. Golden Bull saw that Yang Ming was firm, so he no longer refused. After all, assassins played tricks, not fairness. It was nonsense to talk about fairness in front of an assassin. Wang Xiaoyan disagreed. She had personally fought with Yang Ming yesterday. She couldn't do anything to Yang Ming after so many moves. Yang Ming had been dealing with her like he was playing a game. This Golden Bull was not as good as her. How could he be Yang Ming's opponent? Golden Bull saw Wang Xiaoyan standing by with no expression. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that I was a little impulsive? Indeed, the person recommended by the leader is definitely not an ordinary person. Golden Bull stretched his leg tentatively, wanting to see Yang Ming's reaction, but Yang Ming didn't move at all. Golden Bull didn't know if Yang Ming saw through his intentions or simply didn't bother to respond. Of course, there was another situation. Yang Ming was not an assassin at all, but an ordinary person. He would not respond. However, this situation was impossible. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't move, Golden Bull no longer probed. He simply attacked Yang Ming directly. With a flip of his hand, he cut toward Yang Ming's neck. The neck was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. The nerves and acupuncture points on it were more concentrated. Moreover, the cervical vertebrae were more vulnerable to attacks and could be easily broken. Yang Ming shook his head slightly. Golden Bull was courageous, but this kind of brute force was not suitable for killing people at all. It was okay to kill small fries and give a fatal blow when the other party was caught off guard. However, it was much more difficult to kill those who had bodyguards around them. Seeing Yang Ming shake his head, the Golden Bull was somewhat inexplicable, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't dodge, he was overjoyed. Just as his palm was about to cut Yang Ming's neck, he suddenly couldn't move. Golden Bull realized that Yang Ming had reached out and grabbed his hand, making him unable to move. That's one move. Come again. Yang Ming let go of his hand and said faintly. After the Golden Bull was stunned, he was a little frustrated. He didn't even see how Yang Ming stretched out his hand, and he was caught. Immediately, the Golden Bull understood why the leader admired this person so much. The Golden Bull knew very well that if Yang Ming didn't grab his hand just now, but attacked him at that speed, then he couldn't escape at all. If they were really in a hostile state, then he might have been killed. The Golden Bull was not the kind of person who wanted to renege on a loss. He had a heartfelt admiration for the strong. Since his skills were not as good as others, there was nothing to be ashamed of. So he said, "Don't come again. I'm not your opponent." Yang Ming smiled. It seems that this Golden Bull still has some self-awareness. However, in order to avoid these people looking for trouble in the future, he simply said, "Is there anyone else who wants to compete with me? You can do whatever you want today, but I will say the ugly words first. If you have any objections after today, then I will not be merciful." How could these people have any objections? Even the Golden Bull admitted defeat, let alone them. Besides, Wu Ming and He Shu were not weak, but they were not Yang Ming's opponents. Why would they want to add trouble? Since there is no objection, it means that you have accepted me. Yang Ming put away his previous cynical look, and his face became cold. From today onwards, the Black Butterfly Assassin Group is officially established. Our goal is to be the world's #1. Ah, everyone was shocked. Isn't Yang Ming's goal too ambitious? He actually wants to be the world's #1? Is this possible? However, you people are too weak, so I have made a decision. That is, I will find a place to give you special training for a period of time. Only by improving your strength can you become the world's #1. Yang Ming said mercilessly. Everyone originally thought that they were very good, but now, in front of Yang Ming, they were suddenly weak. These people believed in the worship of the strong, so they did not feel embarrassed when Yang Ming said that to them. Instead, they were more interested in the special training suggestion of Yang Ming. Well, I am here today to recognize the group. I will arrange the special training as soon as possible. Yang Ming said, since I have joined this organization, then I will not allow this organization to be too weak. Of course, you can also have different opinions, but the premise is to defeat me. After that, Yang Ming sat down, but he did not touch the chair. Instead, he touched a warm and soft body. Wang Xiaoyan pushed Yang Ming hard. What are you doing? Don't you have eyes? Wang Xiaoyan was really angry. Otherwise, she would not be angry at Yang Ming in front of a group of people. Can you have eyes on the back of your butt? Yang Ming smiled, stood up, and said, how about I sit down, and you sit on me again, then we are even. For the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, everyone also saw some clues. Suddenly, they were a little stunned. It turns out that he is the leader's boyfriend. However, the leader was really amazing. She found a boyfriend who was actually an assassin. Of course, this was just what everyone thought. No one dared to say it out loud. Everyone went back to rest. Only Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were left in the main hall. Wang Xiaoyan was sitting on Yang Ming at this moment. She said, why are you so shameless? Do you think it's good to make a fool of me in front of so many people? I didn't do it on purpose. Yang Ming really didn't do it on purpose. It's not good even if you didn't do it on purpose. Wang Xiaoyan said overbearingly. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and touched his chin, letting her do what she wanted. However, this chick was becoming more and more like a girl. She was not as cold as she was before. Little Yin Yin, do you know what you look like now? Yang Ming suddenly asked. What do I look like? Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Think about it just now in my room and last night in the car. Yang Ming hinted. Damn. Wang Xiaoyan's face immediately turned red. Sure enough, her actions just now were a bit ambiguous. Fortunately, no one else saw it. Ha ha. Yang Ming laughed and hugged Wang Xiaoyan in his arms. Do you know? I think you're really cute, but sometimes you are fierce. Wang Xiaoyan was in a trance, and her heart trembled slightly. Being with Yang Ming was an unprecedented feeling. Although it was only a short day, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. This kind of heartbeat and passion was something that she had never felt before. From childhood to adulthood, she had lived for 20 years. This was the first time she had this feeling. Could this be the love between lovers? Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Maybe it is my own illusion. How can I have love? Moreover, the relationship with Yang Ming is just an agreement relationship of using and being used. I am just his agreement lover, and the reward paid to me is to revitalize and develop the assassin group. Wang Xiaoyan put these thoughts behind her and began to think about business. Yang Ming, you said that you want to give them special training. Is it true? Do you think I'm lying? Yang Ming touched Wang Xiaoyan's hair and said, although these people seem to be enough to deal with ordinary people, our assassin group is to be the world's #1. How can we always deal with ordinary people? So I want to train these people. At least, they can't drag us down. Then, do you have a place to train? Wang Xiaoyan wondered. Yang Ming nodded. I started to train my own people very early, and now I'm going to merge these two groups of people and train them together. Then, aren't you swallowing my assassin group? Said Wang Xiaoyan. Although her tone was questioning Yang Ming, her face was full of smiles. You are mine. Isn't what is yours mine? Yang Ming naturally knew that Wang Xiaoyan was joking, and he replied half-jokingly. You really don't know how to be serious. After saying a few words, you start to deviate from the topic. Wang Xiaoyan said with some helplessness, "Forget it. Anyway, I'm gambling once. If it really succeeds, you will be my great benefactor." "You don't have to be my benefactor. You can be my lover for a lifetime." Yang Ming was really reluctant to part with this chick now. She had courage, character, and dared to take responsibility for her actions. Although she was a bit fierce, Yang Ming could subdue her. "Then, let's see if you can make the assassin group big." Wang Xiaoyan did not refute Yang Ming this time. In fact, if Yang Ming really made the assassin group big, how could Wang Xiaoyan not be willing? Right after these two groups are merged, this headquarters will not be needed. Anyway, this place will be demolished. Yang Ming said, "It just so happens that my group doesn't have a name. The organization will be called Black Butterfly. In the future, I will create a super organization that combines the assassin group and mercenaries. Then you are not allowed to mention the meaning of Black Butterfly to anyone in the future." Wang Xiaoyan said, "Don't worry, Liu Yinyan. I don't want a third person to know about this. You can show me your little butterfly." Yang Ming's hand was not honest and reached for Wang Xiaoyan's buttocks. Chapter 980. Yang Ming didn't dare to stay outside for too long. Who knew if Yonyan and Sister Lin had the habit of checking the room in the middle of the night? If they couldn't find a key to open the door by force and found that he wasn't at home, he didn't know how serious the consequences would be. After sending Wang Xiaoyan home, Yang Ming went up to his room on the second floor along the same path he came from. Recalling what he had done before, Yang Ming sighed. How could the special ability appear so easily? It seems that my thinking is a bit too simple. However, I have to admit that if I have this special ability, it is still very useful. With the warning of the special ability, I can know whether I or the people around me are in danger, and I can take precautions in advance. And Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important question. Is Wang Xiaoyan counted as a person around me? In theory, it should be, right? Whether from the perspective of a friend or from the perspective of my woman, Wang Xiaoyan should be a person around me, a person who has a close relationship with me. So, is it because Wang Xiaoyan is also a person around me, so the special ability doesn't have a warning? The special ability doesn't have a warning for things that belong to me or the people around me at the same time. Yang Ming felt that his thoughts were a bit messed up. This is really messed up. Could it be that this special ability was also able to distinguish who was by his side? Who doesn't have malice to me? Wait a minute. Malice. As Yang Ming thought of this, he suddenly seemed to catch some thoughts. Yes, it is malice, or killing intent. Recalling the two things that I have encountered, it only appeared when I or the people around me were really in danger. It can be said that if there was no warning, Lin Jiyun and I probably wouldn't be alive in this world. What Wang Xiaoyan did to him was just an experiment, or rather, a fraud. The two of them agreed in advance. In the end, it was impossible for Wang Xiaoyan to cause any harm to him, let alone kill him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly realized, that's right, that must be it. The ability's warning would only come into effect when one's life was in danger. It was normal for it not to come into effect in this kind of self-directed situation, because he wasn't in any danger in the first place. This inference was the most realistic and the most reasonable, but it was impossible to rely on his own experiments. After all, an experiment was still an experiment, and it was impossible to really kill him. Yang Ming thought to himself, it seems that this ability can only be tested the next time I encounter danger. However, there was one more thing that Yang Ming couldn't understand. That was, once at Qin Fei's house, he seemed to have a similar but different scene. That was, he saw the scene of Wang Shifan killing Su Daji. The difference was that the time of the scene that he saw was after Su Daji's death, and this was not in the category of foresight. However, with so many lice, it would not itch. With so many abilities, Yang Ming was even more accustomed to it. Who cares? Thinking too much is purely worrying about nothing. Like my experiments, there are no results. It's purely a waste of time. After lying down for a while, Yang Ming couldn't sleep, so he took a netbook from the bedside. He half lay on the bed and turned on the computer. When he cleaned up the house, Yang Ming prepared a small netbook for each guest room, and the house was set up with a wireless network. He could go online in every room. Yang Ming turned on the computer and opened the browser. He entered the URL of Google and Baidu. If there were difficulties, he would go to Google. If there were problems, he would go to Baidu. These two search engines had become the teachers of many computer users. The content of Yang Ming's search this time was foresight, but the results were almost the same as the previous X-ray vision. They were all movies and novels about foresight. There was almost nothing that was really useful. But it's no wonder. My question is too obscure, and there is probably no one in the world who has the same ability as me. Where can I search? However, when searching for X-ray vision and prediction of the future, an urban novel with special abilities actually appeared. It was called Very Pure and Very Ambiguous. The introduction was pretty good, so Yang Ming directly saved it. He planned to read it when he was free. After closing the browser, Yang Ming opened QQ. He hadn't logged on QQ for several days. After going to the hotel in Macau, he hadn't logged in again. At this moment, when he logged in, there were a bunch of message verifications. However, if he didn't say who he was and what he did, Yang Ming basically refused all the way. He didn't have time to chat with people casually. However, there was a number that was very persistent. It added Yang Ming 4 or 5 times. The verification message sent was funny enough. Add me. It's me. Add me handsome. Quickly verify, and so on. After saying 4 or 5 nonsense words, he didn't say who he was. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. Seeing that this person was so persistent, he clicked on his personal information. Little Fox Fairy? Yang Ming was stunned. It can't be. It's actually the chick who played games with Huang Lele. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment, but he still accepted the request and added her as a friend. There was also a request to add a friend that was sent by himself using Huang Lele's QQ number. Yang Ming directly accepted the verification. For others, such as erotic video 200 times, Yang Ming directly crossed out. Yang Ming thought, I have so many wives, and I can't even look at them all. Why would I look at a slut like you? I still have to spend money. Isn't there a problem? After reading the message verification, Yang Ming began to look at his messages. There was a message that was actually sent by wild female teacher. Yang Ming was excited in his heart. Last time, he guessed that this wild female teacher was probably his sister Zhao. So how could he not be excited? Could it be that Sister Ing couldn't help but send me a love message? Yang Ming thought wretchedly. He quickly opened the message, but there were only 3 words. Are you there? Yang Ming just remembered that Zhao Ing still didn't know that there's no true love in this world was him. She probably thought that he was an ordinary netizen that she could talk to. Yang Ming quickly replied, I'm here. Are you still there? However, the profile picture of wild female teacher was gray. Yang Ming sighed and closed the QQ dialog box. She probably wasn't online. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Zhao Ing also had to sleep. Just as he was thinking about looking at the book that he just found, so pure, so ambiguous, there was a new message from QQ on the computer. Yang Ming quickly clicked on the chat message. Unfortunately, the one who sent the message wasn't wild female teacher, but Little Fox Fairy. Little Fox Fairy, handsome, you finally added me. I added you for a few days. I'm exhausted. Yang Ming looked at the message sent by Little Fox Fairy. He couldn't help but feel very funny. I'm not online. You can't add me, right? However, if you add me once a day and don't say who you are every day, then I really might ignore you. Just now, a lot of verification rushed together, then I noticed you. However, Yang Ming wasn't familiar with her, and this chick's purpose wasn't too pure. She definitely wanted to learn from him secretly. She wanted him to teach her how to play games. Yang Ming didn't have the leisure to do that. He simply replied, I haven't been online for a few days. Little Fox Fairy's reply was very fast. She came over immediately. It seemed that she only chatted with Yang Ming alone. I see. Are you free? Let's play Bubble Bobble? Yang Ming thought about Sister Zhao Ing. How could he be in the mood to play Bubble Bobble with her? Besides, if it wasn't to coax Huang Lele to play, How could he have the time to play Bubble Bobble? So he said, "You go and play with Lele." "I'm busy," Little Fox Fairy said. "Lele isn't here for a few days." "Didn't she go home?" "Go home. Go back to what home?" Yang Ming was stunned and quickly asked, "Isn't her home in Macau?" "Go back to what home?" Little Fox Fairy sent a few puzzled expressions and said, "Lele's home is in Singapore." "Don't you know? Aren't you her boyfriend? How come you don't know that she went home?" Huang Lele's home was in Singapore. Yang Ming naturally knew, but he really didn't know much about Huang Lele going home. He said with some shame, "I was in the mainland for a few days. I didn't contact Lele. When did she leave?" Little Fox Fairy didn't answer, but sent a few excited expressions. "You are in the mainland? That's great. Which city are you in? Can you come to me?" Yang Ming sweated. He thought, is there something wrong with Little Fox Fairy? She wants me to go to her? Does she think I have nothing to do? So he said, "I don't have a hobby of online dating." Little Fox Fairy sent an angry emoji and a knife emoji and said, "Who said online romance? I just want you to teach me how to play Bubble Bobble." Yang Ming looked at the message sent by Little Fox Fairy. He felt a little dumbfounded. This chick is really persistent. It's just a game. Why is she so serious? Yang Ming would say, "Sorry, I'm in Songjiang. I'm probably far away from you, and I don't have time." Little Fox Fairy didn't reply for a long time this time. Yang Ming thought that this chick was tactful after being rejected and no longer harassed him. He didn't expect that after a while. She replied with hundreds of IS, and then said, "I'm also in Songjiang." "That's great." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Naturally, he didn't believe it, so he said perfunctorily, "Well, then I will contact you when I have time." Little Fox Fairy said, then it's a promise." Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. How can Huang Lele's friend be as stupid as her? Bah, Lele isn't stupid. It's pure and cute. This Little Fox Fairy is stupid. Yang Ming thought so. However, Yang Ming's thoughts at the moment weren't on this, but he was thinking about Huang Lele. Huang Lele went to Singapore. Why didn't she contact me? Did something urgent happen at home? Chapter 981. It was very late now. Yang Ming planned to call her tomorrow and ask her. As he was thinking about it, there was a QQ message sound from the computer again. Yang Ming thought that Little Fox Fairy was still wasting time with him. At first glance, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Wild Female Teacher had replied to him. Yang Ming quickly opened the chat window. He didn't expect that Zhao Ying was still online at this time. "Wild Female Teacher, I'm here. Why didn't you go online recently? I haven't seen you for a long time." Yang Ming blushed. "I'm so busy that I don't have time to go online. It seems that I have to go online more often in the future and talk to Zhao Ying more." Well, online communication is more advantageous than actual communication. I can carefully analyze Zhao Ying's thoughts before replying. Yang Ming quickly replied to Wild Female Teacher. "I went out of town these 2 days. I just came back." "Why? Do you have something to ask me?" Wild Female Teacher didn't reply for a long time. Yang Ming was anxious. Did I say something wrong? Yang Ming was now 99% sure that Wild Female Teacher was Zhao Ying. After a while, Wild Female Teacher replied, "Nothing. I'm not in a good mood today. I want to find someone to talk to." Yang Ming thought that Zhao Ying went offline. He quickly replied, "I happen to have time. Talk to me." Wild Female Teacher was obviously very surprised. She sent a questioning expression. "Why are you so free today?" Yang Ming replied, "I can't sleep. I just went online." "What's wrong with you? Could it be that you are heartbroken again? Do you need me, a senior emotional expert, to enlighten you?" Wild Female Teacher sent a supercilious expression. You seem to be the same. Be careful that your girlfriend runs away. You will cry." Yang Ming didn't expect that Teacher Zhao could say such words. He suddenly laughed and replied, "Don't worry. She won't run away. But didn't you go to the same school with your girlfriend? Why haven't you made any progress?" Wild Female Teacher said, "What progress can there be? Right now we are still on holiday, and the school hasn't started." "School hasn't started yet?" Yang Ming was stunned. Wasn't she a graduate student? Oh, maybe it was because she hadn't started school yet. Yang Ming replied, "Have you seen him recently?" Wild female teacher, I saw it. I saw it this morning. It would have been better if I didn't see it. I'm in a bad mood because I saw it. Why would he be in a bad mood after seeing it? I didn't do anything wrong to her this morning, did I? He even helped her chase away Jean Gang. Yang Ming was a little baffled. You saw it? Why was he still in a bad mood? Wild female teacher paused for a moment and said, I saw him and my best friend were very close together. They were eating a bowl of noodles together. Bang. Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and almost jumped out of bed. Holy shit. This wild female teacher was definitely Zhao Ying. However, when did he eat a bowl of noodles with Wang Xiaoyan? Wasn't that after Zhao Ying left? Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly asked, Did you see it with your own eyes? They did it in front of you? Wild female teacher sent a sweat-wiping emoji. Of course not in front of them. They said that they had nothing to do with each other. I saw it secretly after I left. Peeping Tom? Yang Ming suddenly sweated. It can't be, right? I was careless when I woke up in the morning, and I actually ended up in such an irrecoverable situation. Zhao Ying actually saw me eating noodles with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't know how to answer or to exculpate. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that Zhao Ying didn't leave immediately after she left. Instead, she saw something that she shouldn't have seen. However, even if he didn't know how to answer, he had to answer as much as possible. Yang Ming said carefully, Maybe their relationship isn't what you think. There's a good saying that what you see isn't necessarily the truth. Wild female teacher sent a wry smile emoji. I'm not angry about their relationship, but not angry about my relationship with Wang Xiaoyan? What is that? Yang Ming felt a little strange and quickly asked, What is that? Wild female teacher said, I just think that I should have known him the longest. You may laugh at me when I say something, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the internet is illusory. You don't know who I am, so it's okay to tell you. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You don't know who I am, that's for sure, but I know who you are. However, if you want to tell me something from the truth, how can I refuse? So, he said, Yeah, you can say it. Wild female teacher naturally didn't think much, so she said, He actually has a few girlfriends. I'm just a little angry. Why did the people who know him later become his girlfriends? And Yang Ming was shocked. No way. It turns out that Zhao Ying is also an ambitious girl in the new era who advocates the polygamy system. It turns out that Sister Ying actually thinks like this. She doesn't dislike me for having an ambiguous relationship with her good friend, but she dislikes me for not taking action with her. In the beginning, after Yang Ming was rejected by Zhao Ying once, he wasn't sure about Zhao Ying's thoughts. Although judging from Zhao Ying's recent performance, she should like him, Yang Ming didn't dare to act rashly. Who knows if he would hit a wall again? Therefore, this matter had been delayed. Now, since he understood Zhao Ying's true thoughts, it would be wrong not to do anything. Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and replied, No way. You want to be a mistress? Wild female teacher sent a knife emoji. What do you mean by mistress? It sounds so bad. However, although she didn't admit it, she didn't reject it. How could Yang Ming not understand Zhao Ying's meaning? Yang Ming said, Then why don't you tell him? Haven't you heard that it's easy for a woman to chase a man? Wild female teacher said, What should I say? Once? I rejected him once. How can I confess? Yang Ming sighed. Timid people are really harmful. If Zhao Ying was more courageous, maybe the two of them would have been together. So, he said, Then you just wait for him to confess to you? He has been rejected by you. How can he dare to confess to you again? Wild female teacher replied after a while, I don't know, so I'm in a bad mood, but he should know my feelings. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. He thought, If I didn't chat with you for a few days, how can I know your real thoughts? I thought you were taking into account the former teacher-student relationship. Yang Ming replied, Maybe he's going to confess to you soon, but this time you won't reject him again, right? Wild female teacher saw Yang Ming's reply. She was angry and amused. Do you think I'm a fool? How can the same mistake be made a second time? After Yang Ming saw it, he suddenly laughed. He thought, What I want is for you to say this sentence. If I confess to you and you reject me, That will be called losing face. However, what kind of method should I use to confess to Zhao Ying? AI. If I am too straightforward, I am afraid that Zhao Ying can't accept it. If I am too subtle, I am afraid that she won't understand. This is a very brain-taxing task. Play Fight the Landlord for a while? Yang Ming sent a message. Wild female teacher. I don't want to play. I'm not in a good mood. It is so late. You should rest. I'm going to sleep. After Yang Ming knew that wild female teacher was Zhao Ying, he didn't feel bored playing games with her and cheating others. However, since Zhao Ying wasn't in the mood, then forget it. Yang Ming replied, "Okay, good night. Wild female teacher, good night, thank you. After talking to you, my mood is much better. In fact, I didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. It was all Zhao Ying talking. I was just a listener. But this listener was a bit special." After turning off the computer, Yang Ming began to think about Zhao Ying's problem. It seemed that Zhao Ying already knew about his relationship with Wang Xiaoyan. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Zhao Ying was very sensitive, and Wang Xiaoyan was her good friend. Zhao Ying was even more sensitive. However, from the current situation, Zhao Ying wasn't very disgusted with him and Wang Xiaoyan being together. She was just brooding about the fact that he didn't confess to her. As he thought about it, he fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. Yang Ming washed his face and went to the hall downstairs of the villa. Chen Mingyan and the others hadn't woken up yet. Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he planned to go out and buy some breakfast. Out of the villa, he started the car and slowly drove out of the community. This area was close to the school, so there should be more people selling breakfast. After driving for a short distance, Yang Ming saw a familiar petite figure not far in front of him. Wang Xiaoyan was running in the morning. This was a habit she had developed for many years. Not long after she ran from home, she heard the sound of a car horn behind her. Wang Xiaoyan was a little annoyed. She had been running along the side of the road. There was a lot of space on the side for a car to pass through. However, she still moved to the side of the road. However, the sound of the car horn didn't stop. It was still Didi. Wang Xiaoyan was about to explode. "You still can't pass through? Are you driving a tank or a train?" Wang Xiaoyan looked back with dissatisfaction, but she saw that Yang Ming's car was following behind her. She was slightly stunned, then she frowned. "What's wrong with you? You kept honking. Can't you speak up if there's something wrong?" Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan's appearance with her hands on her waist. He thought, her temper is really hot. He opened the door of the front passenger seat. "Get in the car. Where are you going? I'll drive you." Wang Xiaoyan suddenly had black lines on her head. She looked at Yang Ming and said word by word, "I'm running in the morning, ugh, really?" Yang Ming didn't care at all. "Then come in and rest for a while." Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but stop because of Yang Ming, this rascal. She got in the car angrily and slammed the door. "You're delaying my exercise." Chapter 982. Let's eat something together. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right?" "I haven't eaten." Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and said, "Let's eat the noodles from yesterday. It's delicious." Yang Ming was shocked after listening. "Damn, no way. Yesterday, I was seen by Zhao Ying when I ate noodles. If I still eat it today, isn't that looking for death?" So he said, "Let's eat something else today. Although the noodles are delicious, we can't eat it every day." "Oh." Wang Xiaoyan didn't think much about it. She would listen to whatever Yang Ming said. She didn't have any special requirements for breakfast. When passing by the roadside newsstand, Yang Ming bought today's newspaper. He wanted to see if there was any news about Wei Dikang's death. Sure enough, on the front page of the Songjiang Morning Post, it reported that Wei Dikang and Zheng Laolu were both killed by a detonator. However, what made Yang Ming feel funny was that he didn't know what channel Bao Sanli had used to spread the news. At the back of the report, there was a very detailed documentary. Dikang Real Estate CEO, Wei Dikang, and his construction company CEO, Zheng Laolu, the story of two men that must be told. Now, a lot of documentary literature had lost its original realism and was completely fabricated. In this documentary, Wei Dikang and Zheng Laolu were described as two psychopathic gay men. In order to be together forever, they chose to go to hell together. However, the author of this documentary was really good. It was written so well that even Yang Ming almost believed that this matter was true. Yang Ming smiled and put the newspaper aside. When he looked up, he saw Wang Xiaoyan staring at him coldly. Yang Ming suddenly felt creepy. "Why are you looking at me? Are you interested in Brokeback?" Wang Xiaoyan glanced at the newspaper that Yang Ming had just put down and frowned. How is it possible? Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood. This chick shouldn't think that I have a psychological problem, right? So, he said, "I am interested in you. I'm afraid that you are bisexual." Wang Xiaoyan didn't believe that Yang Ming was gay. She just asked casually. Yang Ming blushed with shame. He drove Wang Xiaoyan to a small alley opposite the school. Breakfast was sold here. There were many simple houses that sold a variety of different foods. "What do you want to eat?" asked Yang Ming. "Let's eat fried dumplings." Yang Ming. It didn't matter what Yang Ming ate. He would just bring some for Chun Ming Yin and the others when he went back later. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan came to the Song Ji fried dumplings. Although the decoration inside was very simple, it was still clean. There were a few people who looked like students sitting at another table. They were eating fried dumplings and chatting about something. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan picked a clean table and sat down. Then, they asked the boss for 20 fried dumplings. Not long after they sat down, before the fried dumplings were served, Yang Ming's phone rang. Yang Ming frowned and took out his phone. Who would call so early? Looking at the caller ID, it was actually Bao Sanli. Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. Bao Sanli generally wouldn't call so early unless there was something important. Yesterday, Yang Ming was at Dkang Real Estate. Although he was very careful and didn't leave any traces, he was still too impulsive. Yang Ming was also afraid that someone would find something. "Hello." Yang Ming picked up the phone. "What's the matter?" "Brother Yang, something went wrong." Bao Sanli's voice was a bit low. Apparently, his mood wasn't very good. "What's wrong?" Yang Ming's heart sank and asked. "It's about Dkang Real Estate." Bao Sanli said, "I just received the news. Wei Dkang made a will before he died. If he had any accidents, the company's shares and other legacies would all be left to his son, Wei Jin." Yang Ming listened to what Bao Sanli said and breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't get Dkang Real Estate, he didn't need to force it. Yang Ming didn't lack the money. In other words, the transfer agreement in our hands is likely to be invalid? Asked Yang Ming. "You can say that," Bao Sanli said, "even if it is possible to win this lawsuit. If we take out this transfer agreement now, we will be looking for trouble." Yang Ming nodded after listening. This was indeed the case. If there was no Wei Dkang's will, then this transfer agreement could still be operated, but now Wei Dkang had a will first. If he took out this agreement, others would definitely doubt where this agreement came from, which would be disadvantageous to him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, "Then let's put this matter aside first." "Okay, Brother Yang." Bao Sanli hung up the phone. Yang Ming hung up the phone and glanced at Wang Xiaoyan, but Wang Xiaoyan was expressionless. It seemed that she was not interested in the content of Yang Ming's previous phone call. Yang Ming didn't need to hide this from Wang Xiaoyan. Anyway, the two people now had similar identities. Even if Wang Xiaoyan knew that he killed the two scums last night, she probably wouldn't have much of a reaction. In contrast, Wang Xiaoyan was more interested in the fried dumplings on the table. While eating the fried dumplings, Yang Ming called Huang Lele, but there was a beep on the phone that the phone was turned off. Yang Ming was a little worried. If it was normal for Huang Lele to not turn on her phone. After all, she was always on the plane and couldn't turn on her phone. But yesterday, didn't Little Fox Fairy say that she had gone to Singapore? Shouldn't she turn on her phone at home? However, although Yang Ming was anxious, he couldn't help it. After all, he was in Songjiang, not in Macau. He didn't know why Huang Lele was anxious to go home. After eating a few fried dumplings with Wang Xiaoyan, he bought some for Chun Mingyin and the others. When the two came out of the fried dumpling shop, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly had a strange feeling. The two didn't seem to be partners, but a couple. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head with a wry smile. As she was about to get in the car, she heard a voice calling her name behind her, Wang Xiaoyan. Hearing this voice, Wang Xiaoyan was a little helpless. She turned her head and saw a man in his 30s coming to this side. He said as he walked, Wang Xiaoyan, are you here for breakfast? Coach Li. Wang Xiaoyan nodded perfunctorily. She didn't want to say anything more and was ready to get in the car. Why? Are you in a hurry to leave? Coach Li turned his head and glanced at the BMW next to Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming in the driver's seat. He suddenly frowned. He had been plotting against Wang Xiaoyan for a long time, and he had done a detailed investigation. He learned that Wang Xiaoyan not only did not have a boyfriend, but her parents were not around. She was the perfect target for him. Li Diding was the coach of the mayor's running team. When Wang Xiaoyan was in high school, he knew Wang Xiaoyan. At that time, Wang Xiaoyan represented the school to participate in a high school sports meet organized by the Municipal Sports Committee. At that time, the physical education teacher of Wang Xiaoyan's school invited Li Diding to be Wang Xiaoyan's coach. In the beginning, Li Diding's performance was very upright, but as time passed, his beastly side gradually revealed itself. Every time after training, he always found an excuse to invite Wang Xiaoyan to drink or eat. In the beginning, Wang Xiaoyan went twice out of courtesy, but later, Li Diding began to make moves on her. Wang Xiaoyan also understood his purpose. What kind of person was Wang Xiaoyan? How could she let Li Diding take advantage of her? After a few times, Li Diding's heart was even more itchy. He began to ask Wang Xiaoyan to go to his house to give her private tutoring. After Wang Xiaoyan refused, Li Diding still did not give up. He used to have a few female high school students who practiced long-distance running, but their looks were not complimentary. Some of them even took the initiative to seduce him. But Wang Xiaoyan, who was charming and had a good figure, how could Li Diding not be moved? The more he couldn't get it, the more Li Diding's heart was scratching. Through a friend, he investigated Wang Xiaoyan's student file and found that Wang Xiaoyan lived alone in Songjiang. When her parents were not around, Li Diding suddenly felt that there was an opportunity. If it really didn't work, he would use force. She probably couldn't do anything to him afterward. After Wang Xiaoyan went to college, Li Diding originally planned to take advantage of the spring sports meet of the next semester to wait for the opportunity to get close to Wang Xiaoyan. He didn't expect to meet her here. There was a boy beside her, which made Li Diding very uncomfortable. Wang Xiaoyan, how is it? After going to college, did you relax your training? Li Diding said sanctimoniously, looking very concerned. I'm not a full-time athlete. Long-distance running is just a hobby. There's no need to train so hard. Wang Xiaoyan responded. That's not good. Li Diding pretended to be regretful. In my opinion, you are a good seedling. Maybe you can become a world champion in the future. Let me see if your leg muscles have softened. As Li Diding said, he touched Wang Xiaoyan's leg with concern. Yang Ming was so angry. Who the fuck are you? You just want to touch my wife? Do you want to die? He stepped on the accelerator pedal. Bang! Li Diding was hit by the butt of Yang Ming's car and sat on the ground. How the fuck do you know how to drive? Li Diding was furious. He stood up angrily and ran to the driver's seat of Yang Ming's car. He pointed at Yang Ming and scolded. Oh, why? Did I hit you? Yang Ming said innocently, sorry, I didn't see it. I'm such a big person standing there. How can you not see it? I think you are fucking intentional. Li Diding saw Yang Ming pretending to be stupid, and he was even more annoyed. Which school are you from? Tell me. I must find someone to expel you. Li Diding specialized in helping various schools train athletes. He had a good relationship with the leaders of various schools, so he was so arrogant. Chapter 983. Were you standing just now? Yang Ming wondered. I just looked. There was no one behind the car. Li Diding was suddenly embarrassed. I wasn't standing just now, but I squatted down and was ready to touch Wang Xiaoyan's thigh. Who knew that at this time? Yang Ming suddenly reversed the car. Although Li Diding could be sure that Yang Ming must have done it deliberately, there was no way to argue about this. I really squatted down. If Yang Ming reversed the car at that moment, then he really couldn't see me. If this matter was made public, and others asked me why I squatted down, then it would be even worse. Could I say that I wanted to touch Wang Xiaoyan's thigh? Moreover, he was only knocked down. It wasn't a big deal. At most, his butt hurt a lot, but it didn't hurt his bones. After hesitating for a moment, he coldly snorted and said, "Forget it. I won't argue with you. Fortunately, I'm in sports. If it were someone with a weak body, they would have broken their legs. Oh, if I hit you, then it would be troublesome," Yang Ming said after listening to Li Diding's words. "But, are you sure you were hit by me? Are you trying to blackmail me?" Yang Ming's suspicious expression made Li Diding really helpless. He snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and said to Wang Xiaoyan, "Don't give up training. You are a good seedling. I'm optimistic about you." "Okay, Coach Li." Wang Xiaoyan resisted laughing. "This Yang Ming is really bad. He hit me, but he still made me unable to reason. This Li Diding is really unlucky to meet him. Then I will go first." Li Diding was also sulking. He didn't want to continue to take advantage of Wang Xiaoyan. However, he still said very resentfully, "Wang Xiaoyan, your friend's driving skills are not very good. For your safety, you should not sit in his car." Yang Ming was upset when he heard it. Is this old pervert not done yet? He stuck out his head and said, "Hey man, I'm going to reverse again. You should stay away. If I hit you again this time, it can only mean that you are blind." Li Diding glared at Yang Ming fiercely, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't pull Yang Ming out in public, right? Moreover, he saw that Yang Ming's car was a BMW. He knew that this student's family background, so he didn't dare to blatantly go against him. He had to move aside. After watching Wang Xiaoyan get in the car, Li Diding cursed his bad luck. "Yang Ming, you are really bad. Aren't you afraid of hitting him to death?" Wang Xiaoyan saw that Li Diding was teased by Yang Ming, and her heart was very happy. This Li Diding, if he didn't give her some tips in the competition, Wang Xiaoyan would have already been rude to him. It was easy to play some tricks on his way to work every day. This Li Diding was a real talent, but he was a bit lecherous. As long as Wang Xiaoyan saw that he didn't do anything particularly excessive, she didn't do anything to him. Anyway, he didn't take advantage of her. However, now that she had taught him a lesson through Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan was naturally very happy. It is impossible to hit him to death. I have a good sense of propriety." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I am sure that this old pervert doesn't dare to make sound. He wants to touch your thigh, so he has to pay the price." Wang Xiaoyan shook her head amusedly. Yang Ming was really interesting sometimes. In fact, it was easy for him to kill Li Diding, but Yang Ming didn't do that. Instead, he used other means to teach Li Diding a little lesson and let Li Diding suffer. "I was a long-distance running coach in high school. He was always lecherous to me. I hate him," Wang Xiaoyan explained. She didn't know why. In fact, Yang Ming didn't ask, so she didn't have to explain. "And I know. With your vision, how could you like him?" Yang Ming nodded and said, "If you want to look, you should be looking at me. You are more annoying than him." Wang Xiaoyan glared at Yang Ming. "But no matter how annoying it is, don't I still want to touch it?" Yang Ming smiled cheekily and wiped his hand on Wang Xiaoyan's thigh, causing Wang Xiaoyan to roll her eyes. Wei Jin stared blankly as his father's lawyer described the property owned by his father to him. Although it was not clear how his father died, the property in his father's hands would be transferred to his own hands. "How did my father die?" Wei Jin signed a receipt document of the property and asked with a sad expression. The lawyer shrugged and said, "I'm not very clear about this, but according to my friends in the police station, the preliminary detection results at the scene found that Zheng Laolu lit the fuse of the detonator, and then the detonator exploded, killing 2 people together." "Zheng Laolu killed my father? Why?" Wei Jin didn't believe it. Didn't Zheng Laolu always listen to his father? How did the 2 of them die together? "Young Master Wei, I'm just a lawyer, not a detective. I don't know the specific reasons, but today's newspaper published a lot of gossip about Mr. Wei and Zheng Laolu," said the lawyer. "News about my father? Where is it? Let me see." Wei Jin immediately said anxiously after hearing it. "This is a morning newspaper I bought on the way here. Take a look at it yourself." The lawyer took the newspaper out of his handbag and handed it to Wei Jin. Wei Jin took the newspaper and read the news on it. At the beginning of the news, there was nothing. It just reported that there was an explosion in the Dikang building last night. Wei Dikang, the chairman of Dikang Real Estate, and Zheng Laolu, the general manager of a subordinate construction company, were both killed. The cause of death was the detonator explosion. However, the documentary literature behind it was a bit outrageous. It described in detail the grievances between Wei Dikang and Zheng Laolu. It said that the two people were gay, and they were troubled by love. Due to the secular view, the two chose to commit suicide. The article was written with a nose and eyes. Even the scene of the two people going on a date was written vividly. Even Wei Jin was a little suspicious when he read it. No way, right? Is this all true? Wei Jin thought about it. Since his father and mother divorced, his father didn't seem to have looked for any woman. That Zheng Laolu seemed to have been single all the time. Could it be that what was written in this report is really the case? Thinking of this, Wei Jin felt that it was very possible. After all, this was written too realistically, and Wei Jin had doubts, so he couldn't help but believe it. There was a chill all over his body. Is what is written in this true? My father is gay. I don't know if it is true, but the two of them did die together. However, the bodies of the two people have been blown to pieces. It is impossible to judge other things. The only clue we got was that Zheng Laolu's fingerprints were on a lighter at the scene, said the lawyer. Wei Jin was silent for a while. It would be a lie to say that he was not sad. But so what if he was sad? His father was already dead, and such a big scandal broke out. Wei Jin didn't want to mention it again. Sorry to trouble you, Lawyer Zhou. If you have something to do, you can go and do it first. I need to be alone. The lawyer nodded and left Wei Jin's room with a briefcase. Wei Jin took a deep breath and grabbed his hair with both hands. He didn't know what to do. Sister Gu walked out of the inner room and sat quietly beside Wei Jin. Young Master Wei, don't be sad. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. Seeing that Wei Dikang was dead, Sister Gu's heart immediately became active. If she served Wei Jin well at this time, maybe she could be promoted and become Wei Jin's girlfriend. Then, half of the Wei family's property would be hers. Wei Jin nodded. Sister Gu, I understand, but what should I do about the company now? My father suddenly left. His three capable men, Zheng Laolu, and him went together. Zhou Xiaoming and Madman Ma are both in the hospital. My company, young Master Wei, in my opinion, why don't we sell the company? We'll take the money and live a happy life. If we keep the company, we'll lose more money if we don't know how to operate it. Sister Gu suggested. Let me think about it by myself. Wei Jin sighed. He didn't have the heart to care about the company's affairs. Perhaps what Sister Gu said was not a bad idea. Moreover, his father died in the company. Wei Jin was somewhat unwilling to face it. When Yang Ming returned to the villa, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jieja had already gotten up. Yang Ming went upstairs, and the three of them just came downstairs. They were all yawning. It seemed that they didn't sleep well yesterday. He didn't know what time these three girls had chatted until at night. I bought some fried dumplings in the dining room. You can go and eat after you wash your faces. Yang Ming said with a smile. Hey, it's not easy. Yang Ming, you can still buy us breakfast. Chen Mingyan was a little surprised that Yang Ming would actually do such a thing. I can go out and please three people together. Only a fool wouldn't do this kind of thing. Yang Ming smiled slyly after listening. After Chen Mingyan heard it, she questioned, so what you mean is that when there's only one person, you won't buy it? Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to catch his faulty wording. He smiled and didn't answer. He changed the topic. I went to the company with Jiyun today. Yesterday, the company was on fire. I have to deal with the aftermath. Chen Mingyan didn't say anything. She was just joking with Yang Ming. She didn't want to force Yang Ming too much. Otherwise, if Yang Ming really said that he didn't buy it, then she, as the big sister, would lose face in front of Sister Lin and Jiejia. Yang Ming returned to the room and carefully checked the bed. He erased all the evidence about Wang Xiaoyan on it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Chen Mingyan, the little vinegar jar, found it. Both of them had a fiery temper, and little girl Wang was more fiery than Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was afraid that she would kill Chen Mingyan if she was unhappy. Then he would be fucked up. Chapter 984. President Niu also heard the news that Wei Dikang and Zheng Laolu were both killed early in the morning. Although he suspected Bao Sanli in his heart and thought that this was done by Bao Sanli, he did not believe it. After all, the time when the jewelry company caught fire and Wei Dikang and Zheng Laolu were killed was basically around the same time. At that time, Bao Sanli was busy at the jewelry company. Although he left for a while, President Niu did not notice. Moreover, President Niu did not believe that Bao Sanli could react so quickly and go to Wei Dikang's headquarters to blow up the two people. Therefore, the reason for the two people's deaths could only be attributed to the abnormal relationship between the two people. President Niu touched his butt and thought that it was a close call. Fortunately, I am not too close to Wei Dikang, this pervert. Otherwise, would I also become his target of hunting? Not only that, I would probably be killed, right? Thinking of this, President Niu was horrified and felt a chill. However, Wei Dikang was dead, so President Niu was relieved. Although he had offended Wei Dikang because of Bao Sanli, Wei Dikang was not someone who was easy to deal with. He could use Bao Sanli's name to intimidate others, but he had to guard against Wei Dikang's tricks. This was great. 1 dead, 100 dead. Early in the morning, in addition to inquiring about the news, Bao Sanli rushed to the jewelry company with Ho Jinhan. Seeing the brand new company, Bao Sanli nodded with satisfaction and patted President Niu's shoulder. President Niu, your friend is great. President Niu listened to Bao Sanli's praise and immediately grinned. He was happy in his heart. He reckoned that once the news of what had happened this morning spread out, those who owed him debts would scramble to pay him back like a bunch of cowards. Let President Ho settle the project payment for you a while. How much is it? Bao Sanli said with a smile. Ho Jinhan was in charge of the company's accounts, so if he needed money, Bao Sanli had to go to Ho Jinhan. In a company, controlling the money was equivalent to controlling the company's lifeline. Bao Sanli also understood Yang Ming's intention. He was in charge of the people, and Ho Jinhan was in charge of the money so that the two could balance each other. No need. It's not much. President Niu did not care about this small amount of money. When he went to the debt collection company to collect debts, the service fee was already more than this amount. There was still a lot of money that had not been collected yet. President Bao, you don't have to be polite with me. That's a separate matter. The speed of the repair is beyond my expectation. Bao Sanli said, friends are friends, but the accounts can't be ignored. President Niu nodded. He liked Bao Sanli's straightforward character. Although the project fee this time was not much, and he really didn't want to collect it, he was afraid that Bao Sanli would get used to taking advantage of him in the future. If Bao Sanli didn't give him money every time, then he wouldn't be able to bear it. So he said, well, since President Bao wants to give, then I won't be polite. Including the materials and the overtime pay of the brothers, President Bao can give 150,000 yuan. I will make money. Okay, I'll write you a check for $200,000 later. Ho Jinhan said after listening, President Niu, you have been following me all night. You cannot take a penny. 50,000 yuan is your hard work fee. Ho Jinhan also checked the quality of the project. Normally, this 150,000 yuan was simply the cost price, and the other party worked through the night. He couldn't treat the other party badly. Ho Jinhan was not a person who bullied others because of this small amount of money. If Yang Ming knew that he bullied others, he wouldn't spare him. Indeed, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan owned the largest security company in Songjiang. In terms of strength, no one was an opponent, but that was not to deal with these ordinary people. Ho Jinhan would not be soft-hearted to those who thought that they bullied the weak and feared the strong. Thank you, President Ho. President Niu quickly thanked him. The 150,000 yuan just now was indeed the cost price. The budget was relatively tight, but now there was 200,000 yuan, which was not bad. However, this was only a small amount of money for President Niu's tens of millions of net worth. It was nothing compared to the tens of millions of debt outside. President Yo, we are almost done here. Take the brothers back to rest. This is a check for 200,000 yuan. Ho Jinhan signed a check for 200,000 yuan with the checkbook he carried with him and handed it to President Yo. Okay, President Ho, President Bao, then I'll go first. If there is anything, just call me directly. President Yo said quickly. President Yo's prediction was indeed correct. The news in the business world spread the fastest because businessmen must have a keen sense of smell to be able to see every business opportunity. The news that President Yo had a good relationship with Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan quickly spread. Of course, this was also deliberately arranged by President Yo. However, President Yo did not expect it to come so quickly. Shortly after President Yo returned to the office, he was calculating the cost of materials for yesterday's project. The secretary knocked on the door and came in. President Yo, President Chun of Hongxi Real Estate is here. He wants to see you. President Chun? What is President Chun doing here? Isn't the person he doesn't want to see the most? President Yo said, let him in. President Chun owed President Yo 3 million for the project, and it was delayed for more than half a year. During this time, President Yo urged him countless times. President Chun kept saying that he had no money, but he saw him driving Mercedes-Benz to various entertainment venues. Although President Yo knew that President Chun wanted to renege on the debt, he couldn't help it. In the current world, the one who owes money is the boss. Moreover, President Chin's brother-in-law was said to be in the Construction Quality Supervision Brigade. He could manage President Yo, so President Yo couldn't force him too much. Although he paid back hundreds of thousands, there was still more than 2 million yuan. It had been more than half a year, and there was still no news. He didn't expect President Chun to take the initiative to visit. The reason why President Yo was puzzled was that the news of his good relationship with Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan had just been released. No one should know yet, so he didn't think that President Chun came because of the news. The purpose of his trip should not be to repay the debt. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the office. President Yo, President Chun is here. Please come in, said President Yo. The door of the office was pushed open. President Chun of Hongxi Real Estate walked in with a smile. Brother Yo, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. President Yo was stunned. Did President Chun drink too much? He usually avoids me. Why would he miss me? Could it be that he wants to play tricks on me again? However, the one who owes money is the boss. President Yo quickly stood up and greeted him politely. President Chun, welcome. Brother Yo, aren't you slapping your younger brother's face? When President Chun saw President Yo personally greet him, he quickly said in fear and trepidation, Brother Yo, sit down. Sit down. After ordering the secretary to pour tea, President Yo and President Chun sat side by side on the sofa. President Chun smiled and said, President Yo, I have good news to share with you this time. What good news? Thank you for thinking of me. President Yo said without batting an eyelid. It's like this. There's a big project. It is a contracted project in the city. Although the profit is not much, the project is big. I can't do it alone. So, I found you, President Yo. President Chun said with a smile. President Yo thought, it's here. It's finally here. I knew that nothing good would come from this kid. This kind of public project is indeed profitable, but the money will not be paid to President Yo in the end, but to President Chun who contracted it. If President Chun said that he had not received the project payment, then wouldn't he have done it for nothing? Hee. Thank you, Brother Chun, for your kindness. My company is small, and the cash flow is not good. I can't handle this kind of big project. President Yo said with some difficulty. Also, the previous project payment, President Chun, Brother Yo, look at my memory. I came this time to return the money to you. As President Chun said, he quickly opened his briefcase and took out a check that had already been written. He handed it to President Yo and said, Brother Yo, this is 3 million. The previous project payment. I always forget. I hope that Brother Yo doesn't mind. 3 million. President Yo was stunned. Didn't I return a part of it? There should be more than 2. For million left, right? This is the case. Although I returned a part of it before, I have been in arrears for so long. Even if I put it in the bank, there will be interest. The previous amount will be considered as interest, said President Chen quickly. President Neo frowned. What happened to President Chen? Could it be that he was sleepy? Not only did he return my money, but he also gave me interest? No, there must be a problem. President Neo suddenly thought of something. Could it be that he was giving him a small benefit and then deceiving him again? Thinking of this, President Neo suddenly felt that it was very possible. President Chen came this time to discuss the contracting project with him. President Neo still understood the strength of Hongxi real estate. Although it was not as big as Dikang real estate, it still had the ability to contract a project. How could it not be done? There was definitely a problem here. President Neo frowned. President Chen wouldn't be so kind. Not only did he return the project payment, but he also introduced the project to him. Thank you, President Chen. President Neo accepted the check without hesitation. No matter what, I will take the money first. As for the project, go to hell. However, our company is small. We still can't handle that big project. President Neo, if you're really short on funds, then it doesn't matter. Anyway, I will pay a part of the project payment in advance. I will first calculate your brother Neo's share from it. I will take less of the advance payment. My company still has the ability to pay first. President Chen said with a smile. Is there such a good thing? President Neo was stunned suddenly. What the hell is going on? He didn't believe it. President Chen, are you serious? Are you kidding me? President Neo, what is your identity now? Who dares to joke with you? President Chen quickly shook his head and said, Brother Bao, and you call each other brothers. Your big brother's meteoric rise is just around the corner. When the time comes, don't forget your little brother. President Neo suddenly realized after listening to President Chen's words. It turned out that President Chen came because he received this news. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This Bao Sanli's name is really big. This President Chen is afraid that I will retaliate when I become powerful in the future, so he rushed to show his goodwill early in the morning. However, President Neo still said very humbly, President Bao and I are just business friends. President Chen thought, of course, I know that you're business friends. Could it be that you are brothers in the underworld? However, who knows what kind of luck you have? President Bao feels that you're a person who is loyal and a friend, so he supports you. Brother Neo, you are too modest. President Chen said with a smile, if there is no problem, this matter is settled. To be honest, I don't have the confidence to undertake such a big project. I can't guarantee that some people will be jealous and come and make trouble. But this time, with you, Brother Neo, and Brother Bao's friends, I guess those rascals won't dare to act recklessly. President Neo heard President Chen mention Bao Sanli and understood why he was so attentive. He didn't have any conspiracy, but he just came to show his goodwill. However, it was estimated that his reason was also a reason. If Bao Sanli participated in the project, then who would dare to come and make trouble? However, that also required Bao Sanli's participation. So he said, President Chen, I heard that Brother Bao also wants to set up a real estate development company. Can you let him participate in this project? Just treat it as a test. That's great. President Chen was worried that he couldn't build a relationship. If President Neo could pull Bao Sanli, then wouldn't President Chen be Brother Bao's friend in the future? Thinking of this, President Chen began to get excited. He secretly thought that he was really wise to come this time. Then, Brother Neo, I will leave this matter to you. With the participation of Brother Bao, our project is in the bag. I guess there will be no competition with us. As the two people were talking, there was a knock on the door of the office. President Neo smiled apologetically to President Chen and said, Please come in. The person who came in was still President Neo's secretary. After the secretary put down the tea for the two people, she said, President Neo, President Zhang of Xinhui Building is downstairs. He wants to see you. This time, President Neo didn't feel that there was anything strange. President Zhang also owed him more than 2 million yuan, and he hadn't paid it back yet. He probably came to pay back the money at this moment. Let him wait for a while. President Nyo smiled and waved his hand. With President Chun in front of him, President Nyo also had confidence in his heart and began to put on airs. After such a long time, it was finally his turn to hold his head high. In the past, when President Nyo went to ask for money, he would beg his grandpa and grandma, but he wouldn't get it back. Now, these people took the initiative to line up to give money. President Chun also knew this President Zhang. He knew that he also owed President Nyo money. He was a little amused in his heart. Most probably, he also rushed to pay back the money. However, there were also the pot calling the kettle black. They were the same. However, President Chun was very fortunate that he was well informed. It seemed that he was the first to arrive, so he could talk so much with President Nyo. He estimated that the people behind would be overwhelmed. President Nyo, I won't disturb your reception. I hope President Nyo can take care of that matter. President Chun referred to Bao Sanli's matter. Don't worry, President Chun. Leave it to me. President Nyo also knew that Bao Sanli wanted to set up a real estate development company by himself, but he wasn't familiar with the route, so he just had to do a favor at this moment. After President Chun left, sure enough, President Zhang, President Liu, President Yu, and President Xia all came to pay back the money and build a relationship. However, President Nyo was annoyed with dealing with them, so he sent them away with a few words. These people looked at President Chun, who came out of President Nyo's office with a happy face, and they were envious. They hated that they weren't the first to come. After Yang Ming roughly checked the situation of the jewelry company, he was relieved to leave with Bao Sanli. Lin Jiyun and Zhao Cixi entered the company and started a new busy day. After Valentine's Day, the turnover of the jewelry company had obviously declined. Although there were counters in major shopping malls, sometimes it was normal for some counters not to sell goods for a day. Sitting in the office, Lin Jiyun frowned. The idea of using Shuya for promotion was proposed by Yang Ming. It did make the jewelry company's sales surge for a while, and it successfully defeated the competitors. But now, especially in the off-season, it was difficult to increase the turnover. Lin Jiyun and Zhao Cixi also had a few meetings to study it, but there was no good way. Jiyun, when I browsed the web last night, I suddenly had a new inspiration. Maybe it will improve our performance. Zhao Cixi found Lin Jiyun and said excitedly, "Oh, what inspiration?" Lin Jiyun asked quickly. The company's performance was also a headache for her these days. Now, isn't it popular to DIY? DIY gourmet food, DIY computers, and even some household items can be DIY. We can also launch a DIY. Zhao Cixi said excitedly. Our DIY? What do you mean? Lin Jiyun asked, puzzled. Our DIY is a DIY wedding ring. Zhao Cixi said with a smile. I also had a sudden idea. Now most of the marriage partners are young people after the 80s. Although they are not as unique as us after the 90s, they're not people who like to follow the rules. We young people, which one of us likes to be the same as others? Especially for a big event like marriage, the same wedding ring always feels that there is no novelty. If our wedding ring can be DIY, then it can attract a large number of young people. They can choose the size of the diamond that they are satisfied with and the shape of the ring that they are satisfied with. Then, according to their finger size, we can customize a unique wedding ring for them on the spot. Don't you think it will attract a lot of people? Lin Jiyun listened to Zhao Cixi's idea and couldn't help but exclaim, Cixi, this idea is really good. How did you come up with it? Indeed, marriage is a big event in life. Many people only get married once in their life, so they are willing to spend money on it. We are doing the high-end route, so even if the cost of DIY is higher, it will attract a lot of young men and women who want to get married. Yeah, I think so too. No matter how the wedding ring is chosen, it is made by others. Zhao Cixi said with a smile. In this way, it is equivalent to DIY according to their intentions. Moreover, we can also carve the name or date on the inner side of the ring according to their intentions to keep it as a permanent memorial. Lin Jiyun nodded excitedly after listening. Cixi, you are really amazing. I think this will definitely work. Let's have a meeting to study it in a while. It is great that you also agree. I was afraid that I was whimsical. It could be seen that Zhao Cixi was also very happy. After Zhao Cixi finished speaking, she went to prepare. After Lin Jiyun was excited, she was a little depressed. She and Zhao Cixi entered the company together. Both of their positions were the same. They were both deputy general managers, and their identities were the same. They were both college students. However, Zhao Cixi actually thought of a very wonderful way to solve the problem that had troubled everyone for a long time. Lin Jiyun was at a loss. There were too many things that she had to learn. Lin Jiyun felt that the gap between her and others wasn't just a little bit, but a lot. She didn't want to be just a decoration, a vase that looked good at home. That was all. She wanted to help Yang Ming, to do something for him, and to share some of his burdens. However, no matter how hard she tried, she felt that there was still a gap between her and others. However, this also had a lot to do with the environment she grew up in. It wasn't that Lin Jiyun's qualifications weren't as good as others. Zhao Cixi's father was in advertising creativity, and now he was also in investment analysis. Under the influence of this environment, Zhao Cixi's inspiration naturally came faster. Lin Jiyun, on the other hand, had never been exposed to these before she went to college. In addition to studying in school, she did housework as much as she could. It had nothing to do with business. How long had it been since she entered the company? How could she catch up with Zhao Cixi all of a sudden? Not to mention those employees who had many years of social experience. Lin Jiyun ignored these. She just blindly thought about her own shortcomings. She worked hard to recharge herself. She studied every day to catch up with everyone. She didn't want to be Yang Ming's burden. Although she also knew that Yang Ming's money was enough to support her for several lifetimes, she just didn't want to be like this. Sister Lin's persistence made her go into a dead end. However, these weren't things that Yang Ming could understand. Zhao Cixi's proposal quickly received unanimous praise from everyone. It could be said that the DIY ring was a unique idea. This was generally the patent of those top rich people, but now it was popularized by Zhao Cixi. It was believed that even if the price was more expensive, many young couples would buy it. After determining the company's next business policy, it was to order equipment that could make rings on the spot and hire some designers. However, due to the limitations of the operation, those stores couldn't open this business in every store. In the beginning, such a business could only be provided in one store. However, good wine doesn't fear deep alleys. It was believed that many young men and women who were going to get married wouldn't give up an opportunity to make a DIY wedding ring just to take a few more steps. A while ago, the company made a lot of money and had sufficient funds, so they could directly contact the equipment and prepare to start this business. The entire company suddenly became busy. Chapter 985. Zhou Jiejia's mother came to visit Zhou Jiejia today. The relationship between Yang Ming and President Hua wasn't very good. Although it eased later, President Hua was overbearing. She called him to the car and wanted to give him some money to leave Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming was very uncomfortable in his heart. Therefore, if he could not see her, he would try not to. Only Chun Mingyan and Zhou Jiejia were left in the villa waiting for President Hua. Yang Ming returned to his home alone. Mother Yang returned to the community's property work downstairs, but she was no longer a temporary worker. Instead, she was the deputy property manager. Although she didn't care about anything, it was still a stable job. Mother Yang also understood that if Yang Dahai didn't become the chairman of Ming Yang Heavy Industry, the people in this community wouldn't please her so much. However, now that the family's money was spent, she had an easy job every day. It was very carefree. When Yang Ming returned home, Mother Yang had just gone to work. The two met in the corridor. Big Ming, why are you home at this time? I want to go out for dinner with a friend in the evening. I'm going to choose a gift for her from the things I brought back from Macau. Yang Ming said. Friend? Could it be a girl? Mother Yang frowned. Now, her son had several girlfriends. Although it couldn't be said to be a bad thing, it was definitely not a good thing, so Mother Yang still had to interfere. It's a girl, but it's teacher Zhao Ying. You know her too. She used to give me tutoring when I was in high school. How could Yang Ming not know what his mother meant? When she heard that it was teacher Zhao Ying, Mother Yang breathed a sigh of relief. A teacher and student can't be in a relationship. She was relieved and said, Miss Zhao helped you a lot at that time. You should bring more gifts. Also, go to a high-end restaurant to eat. Don't be afraid to spend money. If it's not enough, you can get it from Mom. After Mother Yang finished speaking, she suddenly smiled bitterly. Does Yang Ming still need to ask for money from me now? However, out of habit, she still said it. Got it, Mom. You should go to work. Otherwise, it won't be good if others see you late. Yang Ming smiled. You child, you even know that it's not good for others to see you? Mother Yang smiled and said, Then I'm leaving. You could go upstairs by yourself. Recently, his mother's complexion had obviously improved a lot. Even his father was the same. Although his father's work was very tiring, he was very motivated. This made Yang Ming feel very gratified. No matter how much money he earned, it was useless. The most important thing was that the people around him were happy. As for his parents' unwillingness to leave here and live in a big villa, Yang Ming no longer persuaded them. His parents had their own way of life. They were used to living here. Moreover, the people who lived in this courtyard were basically the employees of Ming Yang Heavy Industry. They worked very close to each other. The only shortcoming was that the size of the house was small. However, this was not a shortcoming. As long as his parents felt that it was enough, it was fine. When Yang Ming returned home, he began to prepare a gift for Zhao Ying. When he was in Macau, Yang Ming bought gifts casually. There was no fixed item that he had to give to anyone. It was nothing more than a thought. Therefore, he bought a lot of cosmetics, perfume, and so on. However, if he wanted to give it to Zhao Ying, he had to put in some effort. Before, he didn't know Zhao Ying's feelings, so it was fine. He could just give one casually. Now, he knew Zhao Ying's feelings, so he couldn't just give it casually. If he wanted to give something, he had to give a meaningful gift. It was best to give a hint so that Zhao Ying could understand his feelings. In fact, Yang Ming was also very conflicted. If he directly went to Zhao Ying to confess, not only would it be too abrupt, but he couldn't guarantee that Zhao Ying would reject him again. This girl was indecisive about things. She was always overcautious. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhao Ying would reject him again. Not only would he be embarrassed, but he wouldn't be able to confess again in the future. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Yang Ming wanted to give Zhao Ying something. It would be best if it could represent his feelings. This thing was really difficult to choose. If it was too straightforward, it would be no different from a direct confession. If it was too subtle, he was afraid that Zhao Ying wouldn't understand. Yang Ming stared at a lot of cosmetics and perfume for a long time. He couldn't give a hint to these things. It seemed that he could only choose another gift. Yang Ming simply took a set of cosmetics and perfume that were suitable for Zhao Ying's age and put them in a bag. Then he went out of the house. He was going to go to the mall again to choose a suitable gift. Yang Ming went downstairs. When he passed by the community property, he was going to go in and say hello to his mother and tell her that he was leaving first. So, Yang Ming pushed open the door of the property and walked inside. The people in the property basically knew Yang Ming, but he was just the son of a temporary worker. Now, he was the son of the deputy manager. The most important thing was that he was the young master of the chairman of Ming Yang Heavy Industry. Therefore, those uncles and aunties who didn't care about Yang Ming before greeted him warmly when they saw Yang Ming. Big Ming, you are here. Ani hasn't seen you for a long time, right? Yang Ming didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, these people didn't need to please him in the past, but now the situation was different. This was also human nature. These people were different from relatives. They were just ordinary colleagues of his mother. They didn't have a deep relationship with his mother, so there was nothing wrong with sucking up to her. However, Yang Ming was most annoyed by those relatives. When his family wasn't rich, those people couldn't wait to avoid him. Now that it was better, they came to him. Auntie Zhang. Yang Ming nodded to the middle-aged woman who was talking to him and greeted her. Auntie Zhang immediately smiled. Big Ming, Auntie Zhang has an apple here. Do you want to eat it? Yang Ming was speechless when he heard it. Do you think I'm a kindergarten child? but he still smiled on the surface. No need. I'm looking for my mother. Manager, there's a guest. It seems to be a relative of your family. He is inside. Auntie Zhang pointed to the door of the deputy manager's office. Relative? Yang Ming was stunned. Why did a relative come when I was just thinking about it? However, what kind of relative could my family have? Most of the relatives on my mother's side were in the countryside, and they were doing well. There weren't many contacts. The relatives on my father's side now had their own careers. Who would come? Yang Ming knocked on the door with some doubts. His mother's voice came from inside. Who is it? Mom, it's me. Big Ming. Yang Ming replied. Big Ming, come in. Mother Yang heard Yang Ming's voice and said quickly. Yang Ming pushed the door and walked in, but he saw a familiar middle-aged man sitting opposite his mother's desk and talking about something. This is Big Ming, right? Come, let fifth uncle take a look. You have grown so tall. You are almost as tall as my kid. The middle-aged man didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak. He stood up and took Yang Ming's hand as if he was familiar with him. He looked at him up and down. You are? Yang Ming was suddenly inexplicable. He couldn't remember who the person in front of him was. I'm your fifth uncle, you Laosi. The middle-aged man explained. When you were a child, I even held you from Dayu village. Oh. Yang Ming suddenly realized that Dayu village was his mother's hometown. This man was probably one of the distant relatives in the village. No wonder he felt familiar, but he had never seen him before. Although he didn't know what this guy was going to do, Yang Ming still said out of politeness, Hello, fifth uncle. I heard from your mother that you are a college student. Very good, very good. Not bad. You are much better than my bastard kid. Fifth uncle said with a smile. Your cousin is also as tall as you. He is also very tall. I think you two can hit it off. I don't understand the language of your generation. What Martian language? Non-mainstream language. Yang Ming suddenly felt a chill. Who the fuck is Martian non-mainstream? I am very normal. I'm not brainless. However, on the surface, he still nodded with a smile. Before figuring out the intentions of this guy, Yang Ming decided to leave some face for his mother. Of course, if this guy wants to borrow money, it depends on his mother. If his mother doesn't want to lend, then Yang Ming doesn't mind personally sending this fifth uncle out of nowhere. Fifth uncle, I am not non-mainstream. Yang Ming explained. Oh, if you're not, then you are not. Anyway, I don't understand. My bastard kid doesn't learn good things all day long. It makes me so angry. Fifth uncle said, Well, I'm talking to your mother. I want to bring your cousin to the city to see the world so that he can take over my job in the future. Otherwise, I am really worried. See the world? Take over? Not borrow money? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning of fifth uncle. Seeing Yang Ming's doubts, Mother Yang explained, Big Ming, this is the case. Your fifth uncle is a rural entrepreneur in the village. He has a breeding base, but your cousin is disappointing. He drinks and plays cards with some bad friends all day long. Your fifth uncle doesn't listen to him. Your fifth uncle heard that your father is the chairman here, so he came. He wants your cousin to go to your father's company to learn and get rid of those bad habits. Yeah, isn't this what we were talking about? Fifth uncle said, I heard that big companies train people. I don't want his bastard to come here to suffer. Otherwise, how can he take over my job in the future? Yang Ming understood this time. His fifth uncle didn't seem to be short of money, but he didn't teach his son well. His son, who was his fifth cousin, was probably a kind of village bully. He didn't do good things all day long. However, where did fifth uncle hear this from? Big enterprises train people. Big companies aren't shelters. They want just anyone. If he came, wouldn't that be adding to the trouble? Especially since they were relatives of the same family. They couldn't expel them either. It was really difficult. Chapter 986. Mother Yang glanced at Yang Ming and looked at fifth uncle again. She said, I can't decide on this matter. Although Brother Dahai is the chairman, he can't decide on his own. I know this. I know. Fifth uncle said, I also know that big enterprises are not like my small farm. They can appoint people by favoritism. I also know that this matter is difficult, but if it isn't difficult, how can I ask you? Sister Sume, please think of a way. Yang Ming didn't expect that fifth uncle would make such a strange request. He didn't come to borrow money, nor did he come to do things. He just made a request that seemed easy but gave him a headache. Fifth uncle, let me say a few words about this. Yang Ming saw that his mother was in a dilemma, so he couldn't help but speak up. Oh, okay. You are right. Big Ming, you are a college student. You're more cultured and knowledgeable than us. What you said must make sense. Fifth uncle nodded quickly. Yang Ming saw the honest look of fifth uncle. The disgust in his heart disappeared. If his request wasn't more troublesome, Yang Ming would have already agreed to him. Fifth uncle, you say, if fifth cousin went to work in your farm now, what kind of situation would it be? Yang Ming didn't say it directly, but he asked fifth uncle a question first. Fifth uncle hesitated and said, if I let that brat go, that brat will definitely be like a fisherman for 2 days and a fisherman for 3 days. Relying on the fact that I am his father, he will do whatever he wants. No one dares to stop him even if he skips work. If he goes, it is equivalent to adding trouble to me. It is better not to ask him to go. So that's the case. Yang Ming smiled and continued to ask, fifth uncle, do you think we are relatives? Of course, why wouldn't it be? If we weren't relatives, I wouldn't ask you to come. Fifth uncle nodded and said, Sister Sume and my wife were best friends when they were young. That's not the case. Yang Ming shook his head and said, fifth uncle, think about it. If fifth cousin goes to your farm, he will definitely be sloppy. If he comes to my father's company, won't he also be sloppy? He'll think that since it's a relative's company, no one will dare to say anything bad about him. Yeah. Fifth uncle slapped his thigh and frowned. He said helplessly, why didn't I think of this? Big Ming is right. After going around in circles, that bastard must be the same. In Brother Dehai's company, he still has to rely on the fact that he's a relative of the chairman to intimidate others. Although Yang Ming's mother understood that what Yang Ming said was reasonable, most of it was to help her refuse this fifth uncle. She also understood that relatives and fathers were two different concepts. Even if this fifth cousin was flamboyant, he could clearly distinguish the difference between them. Because you're the young master of the farm, people may respect you and please you. They don't dare to do anything to you, and they don't dare to control you. But if you come here, you're just a distant relative of the chairman. If you really can't do it, no one will care about your face. This was the difference between a large group and a small family business. However, fifth uncle couldn't understand the truth, but he still thought so. He still needs to be a college student. Look at how thorough his analysis is. Fifth uncle, it's not that I don't want to help. Big Ming has also analyzed the reason for you. You see, if it takes a lot of effort to get your son into the company, but he's still like that, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? That's right. Fifth uncle shook his head. AI, what should I do? Seeing fifth uncle's appearance, Mother Yang couldn't bear it. So she said, how about this? Fifth uncle, I will call old Yang and ask if he has any familiar companies. I will see if I can arrange someone to go in. Isn't that fine? Yeah, if that could be done, it would be great. Fifth uncle said happily after listening. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Mom is still too soft-hearted. Isn't this equivalent to agreeing? AI, forget it. Yang Ming sighed. Anyway, this favor was promised by his mother. He had to help. So he said, Mom, I have a friend. I will call him and let fifth cousin go to his place. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he gave his mother a look. Mother Yang didn't know what Yang Ming meant, but she also said, that's fine. You can call and ask. The reason why Yang Ming did this was because if his father asked others, wasn't it also a favor? If others had similar things to trouble him, he could not help. So Yang Ming might as well take this job and put it in Bao Songli and Ho Jinhan's company. In any case, it was a company opened by his own subordinates. Even if there were complaints, they couldn't do anything about it. They just had to put up with it. Yang Ming didn't want to trouble his father. After Yang Ming finished, he called Ho Jinhan and asked him to help arrange a relative to enter the company. Yang Ming also said very clearly that the relative was going to study and exercise. The position could be arranged casually. Anyway, he wouldn't stay for long. For Yang Ming's instructions, Ho Jinhan naturally agreed without hesitation. After Yang Ming finished the call, he smiled bitterly. It seemed to be the second time that he called Ho Junhan to arrange someone to enter the company. The first time was Jing Xiaolu. I don't know how she is doing. I hope that her outlook on life can change. Being someone's mistress isn't a very lucrative career. Although there were many women around Yang Ming wouldn't admit that any of them was a mistress. Each of them was Yang Ming's love, although it was a bit universal. Done. Yang Ming hung up the phone and said to Fifth Uncle, "Fifth Uncle, you can ask Fifth Cousin come to me directly. I have arranged the other things." Aya, the college student, is so powerful. His friends are at the level of the company's CEO. Fifth Uncle praised enviously. "It would be great if my little brat could have this level. Sister Sume, I'll take my leave first. Thank you so much for this." Fifth Uncle, stay at noon. Come to my house for a meal before you leave. Mother Yang politely asked him to stay. "No, I can't leave the place." Fifth Uncle said, "I will go back now." "Big Ming, you send your fifth uncle out." Mother Yang instructed. Yang Ming nodded and sent Fifth Uncle out of the door. When they came to the entrance of the property, Fifth Uncle got on an Audi A6. Yang Ming didn't expect that Fifth Uncle was really a rich man. However, with an insensible son, this matter was troublesome enough. Thinking of Fifth Uncle's experience, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of himself a year ago. At that time, wasn't he similar to Fifth Cousin? Fifth Cousin was a village tyrant, and Yang Ming was a school tyrant. He was fighting all day long, skipping classes and playing billiards. He wasn't much better than Fifth Cousin. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's sympathy for Fifth Uncle increased. I could pick myself up again. Of course, it is related to the special ability, but it can't be separated from the help of Zhao Ying and Chen Mingyan. These two are the most important women in my life. Like his true love, Suya, these two people are also very significant to me. Zhao Ying. Thinking of Zhao Ying, Yang Ming's heart sighed slightly. It is God's will, so that the two men and women who were easy to each other can't come together now. Big Ming, I am leaving. You go back. If you have time, come back to Dayu village. Fifth Uncle will entertain you. After Fifth Uncle got in the car, he opened the window and said to Yang Ming, Fifth Uncle, be careful on the road." Yang Ming nodded to Fifth Uncle and then returned to the property company. Entering his mother's office, Mother Yang saw Yang Ming and couldn't help but sigh. "Big Ming, you don't blame me for making a decision, right? I just thought that your Fifth Uncle is very pitiful, so I agreed. Will it cause any trouble for your friend?" "It's okay." Yang Ming smiled and said in his heart, "They are my men. What trouble do I have? You are sensible now. I heard that your Fifth Cousin still doesn't have a proper business. He only knows how to eat, drink, and play all day. Your Fifth Uncle is anxious." Mother Yang said, "A young man in his 20s is still not sensible. Mom, I will handle this matter." Yang Ming waved his hand. Even if this matter shouldn't be agreed, since his mother agreed, he could only think of a way to do it safely. He couldn't complain about his mother's approach, right? And I also know what you mean. You don't want your father to owe you a favor. Mother Yang said, in contrast, my Big Ming is sensible. Mom, in fact, at this time last year, I was also very insensible." Yang Ming smiled with some embarrassment. "At that time, I didn't study well. I was fighting and skipping classes all day. I didn't give you and Dad any trouble. And it's all in the past." Mother Yang listened and smiled. "At that time, Teacher Zhao advised and enlightened you a lot, right? She also tutored you. So when you invited her to dinner, Mom didn't object at all. Also, you have to thank Ming Yan. If she didn't give you motivation, would you be able to enter this college with her? At that time, your dad and I thought that it would be good if you could go to college. Mom, you are looking down on me." Yang Ming smiled. "That's not it. I'm just telling the truth." Mother Yang said, "So, you shouldn't blame your Fifth Uncle. He is also anxious. Your Fifth Cousin is not sensible." "Mom, I don't blame anyone for this. My impression of Fifth Uncle is good. At least, he is better than those snobbish relatives. Moreover, his request is not too much." Yang Ming smiled and said, I am afraid that some relatives know that my dad is the chairman and want to be the general manager. If I don't arrange it for them, they will not be happy. Don't worry, Big Ming. Your mom has a sense of propriety. I know what I can help and what I can't help. Mother Yang shook her head and looked at Yang Ming lovingly. Yang Ming suddenly felt that his mother had unknowingly improved a lot in terms of dealing with people. She was no longer the housewife who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Chapter 987. The environment makes a person. Although this was not entirely true, it also had a certain truth. Yang Ming left the property company, got in a car, and drove to the commercial street. This matter was temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. It wasn't a big deal. However, after the fifth cousin left, would he still be as sloppy as before? It was not something that Yang Ming could predict. He could only rely on himself. After all, Yang Ming was not a savior who could manage everything. As for Wei Dikang's property company, it was fine if he couldn't get it. There was nothing to regret. Anyway, Yang Ming was not short of money. He just had no experience in the industry. The car slowly drove out of the community and headed in the direction of the commercial street. To be honest, Yang Ming was not a romantic person. He had no experience in buying gifts for girls. With girls, it was completely natural. As for the confession, it was also a very direct kind. It was the first time that he used gifts to express his feelings. The car was parked in the parking lot near the commercial street. Yang Ming decided to start shopping from the streets of the commercial street. This kind of thing was generally rare in big shopping malls. Instead, the small gift shops on the street would have similar things. There were many gift shops on the roadside, and the patterns were complicated. Yang Ming picked a shop that looked good and went in. The reason why he chose this shop was that the other shops had signs such as imported gifts from XX country. Yang Ming despised it for a while. This was to deceive people who didn't understand. Most of the light industrial products in the world were produced domestically and exported. These people imported them back to fool ignorant people. It was not the peak period for customers, so there were not many people in the shop. After Yang Ming walked in, a waiter greeted him and asked Yang Ming, "Sir, do you want to choose a gift?" And yes. Yang Ming nodded. "What gift do you want to choose?" The waiter smiled and said, "Is it for a friend's birthday or for a lover?" Ugh. Yang Ming couldn't answer. What is Zhaoing? She is not a lover. She is not a friend. My gift is not right. Sir, do you want to get it to a girl you like but you haven't been together yet? The waiter received a lot of customers every day. She knew the hearts and needs of these customers very well. When she saw Yang Ming's hesitation, she understood. Yeah. Yang Ming scratched his head and nodded. He didn't know how to describe it, but the waiter said it first. "Oh, then I'll take the liberty to ask, to what extent have you progressed with the girl you like?" The waiter continued to ask, "Do you just know each other, or have you reached the point where there is only a window paper? It should be the third kind." Yang Ming didn't hide it. After all, he was asking for help now. He didn't understand it himself. Naturally, he had to be more detailed so that others could find the right solution. Otherwise, if he didn't report it, the waiter couldn't help him choose a gift. So he said, "Actually, things are like this. I like a girl. I thought that she also had that kind of feeling for me. However, I hinted to her once, but I was rejected. Later, after more contact, I felt that she still liked me. I also confirmed this from the mouths of others. It seems that the girl is also waiting for me to confess again." I understand what you mean, sir." The waiter smiled and nodded. "You mean to say that you want to confess to her again, but you are afraid that she will reject you again. So you want to buy a gift to express your love for her subtly, right?" And then, Yang Ming nodded quickly. He thought, this waiter is amazing. She can compete with me. I can see through other people's thoughts, but she can see through my thoughts. The girl you're talking about should belong to the kind of person who has a lot of worries, but is somewhat indecisive. Because of being overcautious, if you confess to her directly, it is likely that she will be caught off guard, so she will reject you. The waiter continued, but through this kind of subtle way of expressing your love, the success rate will be higher. In other words, even if she rejects you again, you don't have to admit it. There's still another chance, right? Yes. Yang Ming nodded and gave a thumbs up. Your analysis is really good. It is much better than me thinking hard. What gift can be suitable for me? In fact, there are many gifts to express love subtly. However, according to your situation, I think this thing is the most suitable for you. As the waiter said this, she took a small box from the shelf and said, "This. What is this?" Yang Ming took the small box and opened it. He glanced at it. It was something like a Christmas tree. There were a bunch of small signs hanging on it, but the workmanship was very exquisite. This thing is called a memory tree. The waiter introduced, "Look at this. There is nothing special on the surface. It is just a Christmas-shaped decoration. But look here. It can be opened." As the waiter said this, he carefully opened each small sign on the memory tree. There was a place to write inside like a message book. "Can I leave a message here?" Yang Ming looked at the memory tree and said in surprise, "Yes, the reason why this memory tree is called a memory tree is because you can write a lot of beautiful memories in it." The waiter introduced, "For example, the process of your acquaintance or some meaningful and important events can be briefly written inside. Then, after closing it, you can give it to your beloved. When you give it to her, you cannot tell her the secret inside and wait for her to discover it herself." "Oh." Yang Ming nodded in agreement. "This is a good thing. It can also develop Zhao Ying's initiative and exploration spirit." "Not bad, not bad. How much is this?" "I will take this." "This is 130 yuan. After the discount, it is 98 yuan, said the waiter. Yang Ming heard that the price was not very expensive. It was really worth the money. The key was that the waiter's previous analysis was much more valuable than 98 yuan. If it weren't for her, Yang Ming wouldn't know what to give Zhao Ying. "Okay, where do I pay?" Yang Ming nodded and expressed satisfaction. "Sir, you can come with me." The waiter led Yang Ming to the cashier. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do," Yang Ming said sincerely. Puffed. "Ha ha 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 ha." A girl's laughter came over. Yang Ming quickly turned his head and saw that not far from the cashier, a girl was choosing a gift. The laughter came from her, and she was actually Jing Xiaolu. Without thinking, he knew that she must be laughing at him because she was the only customer in this store except for him. Looking at her blushing face, it was obvious that she had been holding it in for a long time. Yang Ming was so angry that he couldn't help but glare at her. He said snappily, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Jing Xiaolu covered her mouth. Her eyes were full of laughter. "Yang Ming, I really didn't expect that you would have a time when you can't get a girl. Some people are throwing themselves at you, but you don't want them. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Ming was embarrassed. There were outsiders around. Yang Ming felt very awkward. "I'm not talking nonsense." Jing Xiaolu giggled. "How about you confess to me? I will be your mistress." "Nonsense." Yang Ming glared at her and said helplessly, "You are doing your job well. Why do you want to be my mistress? You are still young, but you don't learn well. What are you doing? You are acting like an old man." Jing Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Yang Ming charmingly. "It's as if you were old. You are still my classmate." This Jing Xiaolu was now dressed as a white-collared secretary. She was unspeakably charming. She was completely different from the original, non-mainstream delinquent girl. It made Yang Ming's mind couldn't help but think of the Office AV scene. Okay. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't dare to think about it anymore. "You are not going to work. What are you doing here?" "I'm on vacation today." Jing Xiaolu smiled. "You introduced the job for me. Don't you know? The company has a series of vacations." "Really?" Yang Ming really didn't know. "Oh, then you go shopping. I will go first." "Wait a minute. Aren't you worried about chasing a girl? I can help you with it." Jing Xiaolu grabbed Yang Ming and didn't let him leave. "What are you doing? Men and women shouldn't be so close," Yang Ming said with a sweat. "I didn't say anything. Why are you being so shy?" Jing Xiaolu said indifferently. "You know how to give advice." Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu curiously. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly. "I'm also a girl. Naturally, I understand a girl's psychology. Although the shop assistant just told you the use of this gift, She didn't say the timing and method of giving it. If you want to give it away after giving it away, or if you want to take the opportunity to push it away, you have to ask me. I am very experienced. You? Are you serious? Yang Ming was a little moved by Jing Xiaolu's words. After all, these words were in Yang Ming's heart. It was what Yang Ming was most eager to know now. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. Just pretend that I didn't say it. You wait. Yang Ming stopped Jing Xiaolu. Anyway, it didn't matter if he listened. If he felt that it was useful, then he would learn. If he felt that it was useless, then he would just ignore it. He didn't lose anything. So he said, then, let's hear it. Do you think I'm an idiot? It's not easy for me to take a day off. I still have to go shopping. But if someone pays for it, I'll reluctantly give him some pointers. Jing Xiaolu stretched and said lazily. Chapter 988. Yang Ming knew that this Jing Xiaolu wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail him, but Yang Ming was now desperate. Moreover, Yang Ming was not short of money. He really was not short of money. No matter how Jing Xiaolu blackmailed him, it wouldn't hurt him. On the contrary, if she really put forward any constructive suggestions, Yang Ming was still very happy to see it. Okay, Yang Ming nodded. However, I can tell you that if you talk nonsense and say something useless, no matter how much money I bought for you, I will tell Ho Junhan to deduct it from your company. Don't worry. Jing Xiaolu smiled confidently. I promise to let you have a beautiful woman. Yang Ming nodded and didn't think much about it. He really didn't know that his threat was not a threat to Jing Xiaolu at all. Originally, Jing Xiaolu also came to shop. She bought things out of her own pocket. Now, even if Yang Ming wanted to deduct it from her salary, it was just the money that she should have spent today. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu didn't lose anything. Jing Xiaolu bought a small plush toy. Yang Ming paid for it together, but he was a little helpless. Why did she buy this kind of thing like a child? Jing Xiaolu seemed to see through Yang Ming's thoughts, so she smiled and said, "It's a birthday gift for a colleague." Oh, Yang Ming nodded. Is it good working there? Of course it's good, Jing Xiaolu smiled slyly. Now, they all know that I am a mistress of a big boss. You are a mistress of a big boss. Yang Ming said, What do you mean? That big boss is you. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming and said, Me? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming was inexplicable. He really couldn't figure out how he could be involved with this. Jing Xiaolu blinked slyly like a little fox. I was arranged to enter the company by you. President Ho took special care of me. At first, others thought that I was President Ho's mistress. I was a little depressed, so I casually explained that my man was President Ho's friend. Who knew that there would be rumors? That's not me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly after listening, but he had to admit that Jing Xiaolu was very good at using the relationships around her to protect herself. In this way, no one dared to bully her, whether it was rumors or the truth. However, for this kind of harmless joke, Ming would just let her be. As long as you don't say my name, it's fine. So you're admitting that you my lover? Jing Xiaolu asked in surprise. When did I admit? You said it yourself. If you don't say your name, isn't that the same as admitting that you are my mistress? Otherwise, why would I say your name? Jing Xiaolu caught Yang Ming's faulty wording and said proudly. Yang Ming discovered that the girl in front of him was not as brainless as he thought. Perhaps, when he first met her in the cafeteria, what he saw was just a facade, a disguise. After learning about her life from Gu Xinyao, Yang Ming sometimes thought that maybe this girl just had a rebellious attitude toward the world. She pretended to be a delinquent girl or a seductive woman just to disguise the vulnerability under her heart. In this way, she could vent the lack of family affection. However, the current Jing Xiaolu was still very pleasing to the eye. She didn't have the bad habits of the underworld. She had the youthful image of a little white-collar girl. Perhaps this was her real side. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yang Ming shook his head and let go of this topic. He was afraid that if he continued to talk, Jing Xiaolu would still pester him on this issue. Sooner or later, I will make you call me your lover willingly. Jing Xiaolu squeezed her small fist, but there was no difference on the surface. Okay, let's go. Accompany me to buy something. Big wallet. Big wallet? Yang Ming cursed in his heart. This name is really unpleasant to hear. He followed Jing Xiaolu to the clothing store. Now let's talk about it. How do I give this gift? Yang Ming didn't have time to talk nonsense with Jing Xiaolu. It was better to go straight to the topic. Then you have to tell me first. Who are you giving it to? Jing Xiaolu said, if you don't say who are you giving it to, how can I advise you? You don't know. You won't know even if I tell you. Yang Ming replied. Then what do you want me to say? Jing Xiaolu rolled her eyes. However, you're also fickle in love. Why do you still want to pursue other girls when you have Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun? Yang Ming glared angrily. Why does this Jing Xiaolu talk so much nonsense? Are you going to say it or not? If you don't, I'm leaving. Why do you care so much? I'm just asking. Why are you angry? Jing Xiaolu snorted. You are fickle in love, and yet you don't let others talk about it. You belong to the group of people who cover your ears while stealing a bell. Cover my ears while stealing a bell? I have nothing to do with covering my ears while stealing a bell. Yang Ming was angered by Jing Xiaolu. When he argued with others, he had never lost. But today, he was repeatedly criticized by Jing Xiaolu. The depression in his heart was needless to say. So much nonsense. Yang Ming snorted coldly. Are you going to say it or not? Okay, I will say it. Jing Xiaolu muttered. You are narrow-minded. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. Yang Ming simply pretended not to hear it. If he answered, she might have a lot of words waiting for him. He simply said, then you say it. I'm all ears. After you listen to the waiter's words, are you going to write the process of how you met the girl on this memory tree? Bit by bit, without leaving anything out? Jing Xiaolu asked with a smile. Yeah. Is there a problem? As the two were pulling, they heard someone call Jing Xiaolu's name in front. Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu looked up and saw that it was her colleague, Xiaoru. She was looking at Yang Ming and herself with a gossipy expression. Xiaolu. Huh. I finally caught your adultery. Hee. I said that today is a day off, so I asked you to go shopping. Why didn't you go? It turns out that you were dating your boyfriend. Jing Xiaolu was a little helpless, but she couldn't explain it. She caught a cold a few days ago. She wanted to take a good sleep during the holiday, but she didn't expect to be cured after taking some medicine yesterday. So she came out to shop. She didn't expect to be caught by her colleague, Xiaoru. TSK, don't you have a boyfriend too? Why don't you go shopping with him? Why are you jealous of me? Jing Xiaolu retorted. You know him. He is so busy every day. Xiaoru shook her head. He works overtime all day, and the boss doesn't give him a day off. But he earns a lot. Otherwise, with your little salary, can you carry LV? Jing Xiaolu smiled and pointed at Xiaoru's backpack. Xiaoru smiled. Apparently, she was also very satisfied with her boyfriend. She looked at Yang Ming next to Jing Xiaolu and wondered, isn't it said that Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend is a big boss? How come he's a young guy? He seems to be about the same age as Jing Xiaolu. Xiaolu, why don't you introduce him? Xiaoru pointed at Yang Ming and said. Jing Xiaolu glanced at Yang Ming from the corner of her eyes. Seeing his indifferent look, she whispered, You cooperate with me. Why? Asked Yang Ming. There's one more important thing that I haven't said yet. If you don't want to hear it, then forget it. Jing Xiaolu whispered a threat. But don't blame me if your relationship fails. And there's more? Yang Ming didn't believe it, but Jing Xiaolu seems to be very smart. Is there really something that I should pay attention to that she hasn't told me? Yang Ming didn't dare to take too many risks. After all, Zhao Ying's weight in his heart was very large. Moreover, it could be said that if this confession failed again, it would be more difficult in the future. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he had to say, whatever, but don't go overboard. Jing Xiaolu's eyebrows showed a smile. She held Yang Ming's arm and said, Xiaoru, this is my boyfriend, Yang Ming. Hello, my name is Luan Xiaoru. Xiaoru smiled and nodded to Yang Ming. I am your Xiaolu's good sister. I have to treat you at noon. Since Yang Ming promised Jing Xiaolu to cooperate with her, he smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. Xiaolu, your boyfriend is really straightforward. Wan Xiaoru smiled and said, Yang Ming, right? I don't know where you are from. Wan Xiaoru wanted to know if the rumors in the company were true, so she began to inquire about Yang Ming's details. I can't say that I'm from a high position. I'm just a student in the same school as Xiaolu. Yang Ming said with a smile. Xiaolu also came out to work during the holidays. Oh, it turns out to be a top student. Wan Xiaoru was slightly stunned, and then said without changing her expression. However, she was puzzled in her heart. Are the rumors in the company all lies? Did Jing Xiaolu make it up herself? Although the relationship between Wan Xiaoru and Jing Xiaolu was very good, when Jing Xiaolu first came to the company, Wan Xiaoru couldn't deny that the purpose of deliberately approaching Jing Xiaolu was because she heard that Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend and President Ho of the company were good friends. So, she wanted to follow this relationship to see if there was any hope for promotion or salary increase. So now, she couldn't help but be disappointed. It seems that rumors are just rumors. It can't be taken seriously. I just don't understand why President Ho is so good to Jing Xiaolu. Is it because he covets Jing Xiaolu's beauty? It was undeniable that Jing Xiaolu was very outstanding in the company. In the beginning, there were many male colleagues who pursued her, but later they heard that her boyfriend was President Ho's friend, so they gave up. They wanted to be fired by the company because of this. It was said that the current bosses were very stingy. It was said on the internet that an employee stole the vegetables from the boss QQ farm, so the boss fired him. So, no one dared to touch this bad luck, lest they accidentally end up in a tragedy. However, Wan Xiaoru wasn't a snobbish person. Although she knew that Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend wasn't a big boss, she didn't show much indifference. Her previous thoughts were understandable. Anyone would have similar thoughts. Her friendship with Jing Xiaolu was not only because of this, but because the two people's desks were next to each other, and they were usually together. Yang Ming patiently accompanied Jing Xiaolu and Wan Xiaoru to visit all the shops on the commercial street. The most annoying thing was that Jing Xiaolu tried on everything. Sometimes, she took off a piece of clothing, and she had to try it again after a while. Yang Ming was angry in his heart. You don't spend money. If someone spends money for you, why don't you just buy it all? Go home and try it on as much as you want. You are so slow. In the end, Jing Xiaolu only bought 4 or 5 pieces of clothing, but Wan Xiaoru bought a lot, more than 10 pieces. This time, Wan Xiaoru also really confirmed her thoughts. Yang Ming was just an ordinary college student, not a big boss. Xiaolu, it's noon. Aren't you two in charge of arranging? After shopping, Wan Xiaoru asked with a smile. She didn't want to rip off Yang Ming, but she was very familiar with Jing Xiaolu. It was normal for her boyfriend to treat her. As for what to eat, it didn't matter. Okay, Xiaoru, what do you want to eat? Don't be polite with him. Jing Xiaolu glanced at Yang Ming and found it funny. This guy is very smart when he is smart. Why is he stupid when he encounters emotional problems? He is like a follower following behind me. Even I, Jing Xiaolu, have such a day. If Sister Xinyao knows, then I will be too proud. I want to go to Heavenly World to eat seafood. Wan Xiaoru said with a smile. How about it? Is it okay? Xiaoru, you really dare to ask. Jing Xiaolu was very familiar with Yang Ming's economic strength, so she was not worried. She smiled and said, Then let's go. I'm just joking. Luan Xiaoru saw that Jing Xiaolu was serious, so she quickly waved her hand. Just find a restaurant nearby. Luan Xiaoru had only been to Heavenly World twice. Once was when she met the parents of her boyfriend's family. The other time was during the company's New Year's dinner. However, Jing Xiaolu had not come to work at that time. Luan Xiaoru didn't know how much the company spent on the dinner, but she heard that President Ho was very familiar with the boss of Heavenly World. However, when she met the parents of her boyfriend spent more than 10,000 yuan. It doesn't matter, Xiaoru. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand and said, You don't have to save money for him. This Wan Xiaoru thought that Jing Xiaolu was trying to save face. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Forget it, Xiaolu. Heavenly World is quite far from here. Now it's lunchtime. Not to mention that it is not easy to call a taxi. Even if we go, there may not be a seat." "Won't we know if there is a seat?" Yang Ming said with a smile. "Let's go. I have a car. There is no need to call a taxi." "He has a car?" Wan Xiaoru was stunned. She didn't expect Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend to have a car. However, her boyfriend also had a car. It was not strange to have a private car in this era. A small car was very cheap. It could be bought in tens of thousands. It was just a means of transportation. When Wan Xiaoru saw that Yang Ming spoke, she no longer said anything. If she said more, it would be a bit pretentious. So, the three people walked to the parking lot of the commercial street. Jing Xiaolu had never sat in Yang Ming's car, so she followed Yang Ming until Yang Ming stopped in front of a BMW X5 and pressed the remote control lock. Jing Xiaolu knew that this car was Yang Ming's car. However, Wan Xiaoru's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. She knew this BMW X5. It cost 7 or 800,000 yuan. Not to mention students, even the working class, could not afford it. Looking at the license plate again, Xiaoru was even more shocked. It probably cost a lot of money to get this license plate. The key was that most people couldn't get it, even with money. Wan Xiaoru wondered about what Yang Ming said. He was just a student? Wan Xiaoru's surprised expression, naturally, did not escape Jing Xiaolu's eyes. Jing Xiaolu was secretly proud. Most likely, when I went to the company tomorrow, Wan Xiaoru would publicize it, and my previous rumors would be true. After getting in the car, Wan Xiaoru finally couldn't help but ask, "Xiaolu, is your boyfriend lying? How can he be a student? Would a student drive such a good car?" "He is a student, but he is still doing business outside," Jing Xiaolu explained. She didn't know much about Yang Ming's affairs, but she couldn't say that she didn't know. She could only pretend to know very well and introduced him perfunctorily. "It turns out to be like this." Wan Xiaoru nodded and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. "Yang Ming, you're not honest. You actually hid something. Tell me, what company are you running?" "Hee, it's just a small jewelry company." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Originally, my first identity is a student. These are just side jobs. As I said, Xiaolu is also using the holidays to work, hee." Seeing that Yang Ming didn't want to say more, Wan Xiaoru no longer asked. After all, it was the first time they met. If Yang Ming didn't say anything, she couldn't ask much. They weren't very familiar with each other. But one thing was certain. Yang Ming was definitely not just a student. It seemed that 80% of the rumors in the company were true. The car drove in the direction of Heavenly World. After the second renovation of Heavenly World, the grade was obviously much higher than before. It had become one of the most high-end hotels in Songjiang. When it was time to eat, they often couldn't find a seat. Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot of Heavenly World. The sharp-eyed security guard saw Yang Ming's car and immediately trotted over. He led Yang Ming to park the car and respectfully opened the door. "Brother Yang, you are here." Yang Ming nodded and smiled slightly. He didn't say anything, but Wan Xiaoru looked at Yang Ming with a deep meaning. Although the security guard's greeting didn't mean anything, it at least showed that Yang Ming was a regular here. Otherwise, the security guard wouldn't know him. After entering the hall of Heavenly World, Wan Xiaoru felt that Yang Ming wasn't ordinary. The lobby manager personally ran over to receive them. The respectful expression wasn't just for a customer, but it was as if Yang Ming was her boss. "Mr. Yang, you are here. Can I inform President Guo to come down?" "No need." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Don't bother him. We're just here to have a meal." But the lobby manager was a bit embarrassed. President Guo instructed that when Mr. Yang came, she should be informed immediately. But Mr. Yang didn't want her to inform him. This was a bit troublesome. Wan Xiaoru was even more shocked. What is the identity of this Yang Ming? He actually has to trouble the general manager of Heavenly World to come down and greet him personally. Chapter 989. Yang Ming saw the lobby manager's embarrassment and smiled at her. I will call Guo Jianxiao in a while. You don't have to worry about this. Just arrange a private room for us. Yang Ming had a fixed private room on the top floor of Heavenly Earth, but at this moment, Yang Ming said so. The lobby manager understood that Yang Ming definitely didn't want to bring people to the four-person private room on the top floor, so she nodded and led them to a private room on the second floor. D. A mobile phone text message ringtone sounded. Luan Xiaoru quickly took out the mobile phone from her handbag and pressed the read button. When she saw the message above, her face suddenly changed slightly. She looked at Yang Ming in surprise, and then her expression returned to normal in an instant. She pressed the delete button and cleared the message. What's wrong, Xiaoru? Jing Xiaolu saw Luan Xiaoru playing with the mobile phone, so she asked casually. Nothing. Luan Xiaoru shook her head and smiled. My husband sent me a text message and asked me what I was doing. Then why don't you hurry back to him? Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, Right? I have never seen your boyfriend. If there's a chance, let's come out and play together. Jing Xiaolu patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said very intimately. Yang Ming was helpless. Is this Jing Xiaolu finished? Don't care about him. He is so busy all day. Luan Xiaoru smiled and said, Let's talk about it later when there is a chance. Jing Xiaolu nodded and didn't ask anymore. In her opinion, the relationship between Luan Xiaoru and her boyfriend was probably not very good. When she usually asked, Luan Xiaoru didn't say much. Jing Xiaolu only knew that her boyfriend was a salesman in a company. He was very busy every month and had few holidays, but the salary was quite high. It was more than 20,000 yuan a month. Why don't we ask him to come and eat together? Yang Ming said with a smile. Him? Luan Xiaoru shook her head and said, Forget it. I want to break up with him. Break up? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Luan Xiaoru inexplicably. However, this was other people's family matter. Although it was strange, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming called Guo Jianxiao and told him that he was having lunch in earthly paradise. He also told him that he didn't need to come over. It was just a few friends having lunch together, nothing special. Seeing that Yang Ming really didn't want to look for him, Guo Jianxiao could only give up. During the meal, Yang Ming deliberately observed Luan Xiaoru and found that she had good manners. Whether it was the posture of eating or the speed of eating, they were all very elegant. But in comparison, Jing Xiaolu was a little worse. She ate whatever was delicious and enjoyed it. But in comparison, Yang Ming still felt that Jing Xiaolu was cuter because Yang Ming was a person who didn't care about trifles. Yang Ming, your family must be rich, right? Luan Xiaoru asked. Why do you say that? Yang Ming asked faintly. The manager of a small jewelry company won't receive such a high standard of reception in earthly paradise, right? Luan Xiaoru smiled and said, Although I'm not a member of the upper class, I have also seen it on TV. Your identity must not be simple. Yang Ming shook his head and suddenly smiled. I'm just familiar with the owner of this hotel. It's no big deal. But Miss Luan, looking at your eating posture, you should have received a good education, right? Your family environment isn't very simple, right? Luan Xiaoru was stunned and then said, you were talking about this. I recently became addicted to a Korean drama. I saw that the young ladies in it were like this, so I learned a little. Yeah, Xiaoru often peeks at Korean dramas in the office. Jing Xiaolu teased, who knew that Luan Xiaoru didn't show weakness and said sarcastically, I don't know who played QQ games at work and was caught by President Host several times. You play games at work? Yang Ming turned his head and glanced at Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu lowered her head embarrassedly. I just play it occasionally. I play it after I finish the company's business. Don't play it again in the future. Although I introduced you to Hozhan, President, don't think that he won't dare to fire you. Yang Ming didn't want Jing Xiaolu to feel special. Okay, I got it. Jing Xiaolu nodded. In fact, playing games and watching movies in the office was what many white-collar workers did at work. The company's boss turned a blind eye when they didn't interfere with normal business. After all, work was very stressful every day, and there wasn't much time to relax. It It was normal to relax occasionally. Yang Ming naturally knew this, but he still had to make some things clear to Jing Xiaolu. He didn't want other colleagues to take her as an example. Then, the company would be finished. Before the meal was finished, Luan Xiaoru received another text message. After reading it, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I have something urgent to deal with." "You dead girl. Is your husband looking for you?" Jing Xiaolu asked with a smile. I'm leaving first." Luan Xiaoru stood up. She didn't admit it or deny it. When she left, she didn't forget to glance at Yang Ming and then said, "Thank you for your hospitality. I will treat you next time." Although Luan Xiaoru said "you guys," her gaze was directed at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming's face still had an indifferent expression without the slightest change. After Luan Xiaoru left, Jing Xiaolu said with some dissatisfaction, "This dead girl. I originally wanted to treat her to a meal, but she left first." "Xiaolu, how did you meet her?" Yang Ming didn't care about Jing Xiaolu's dissatisfaction. Instead, he asked, "Xiaoru has been in the company. When I first came to the company, I sat with her. She helped me a lot with some things that I didn't understand." Jing Xiaolu said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yang Ming shook his head. "Maybe I was too nervous." However, Yang Ming also regretted that he didn't see the content of Luan Xiaoru's first text message. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so skeptical. "What's wrong with you? Why do I feel that you're not in a good mood?" Jing Xiaolu didn't know what Yang Ming was thinking. She asked curiously, "Do you feel that it is boring to eat with me?" No. Yang Ming's expression returned to normal. Recently, he was indeed a little paranoid. He had to spend a lot of effort to study it. Although this kind of precautionary awareness was good, it also brought a lot of inconvenience to him. "I just think that this Luan Xiaoru is somewhat inexplicable. Why did she leave after eating half of it? What else is there that she has to do without even eating? She's like this. Sometimes in the company, she will run to the bathroom neurotically when she receives a text message." I'm used to it," Jing Xiaolu said with a smile. "I think that you can see that she doesn't care about her boyfriend very much on the surface, but she should care a lot in her heart. This kind of person doesn't mean what she says. Unlike me, I say whatever is on my mind." "Hey, Yang Ming, how far do you think I am from being your lover?" "It's 108,000 miles," Yang Ming said with annoyance. I don't know what nonsense is in this Jing Xiaolu's mind. Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to be someone else's lover? Isn't this a mental illness? Moreover, she's now a white-collar worker in a company that everyone envies. Her income is not low. There's no need to rely on others to live. 108,000 miles. There is still a chance, Jing Xiaolu said with a smile. If you move forward a little every day, you will be closer to the goal. Others can travel around the world in 80 days. Jing Xiaolu can also do it. Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, and his nose was almost crooked. What kind of broken logic is this? I don't know if she really can't understand the meaning of my words, or she understands but pretends not to understand. In short, I really have nothing to say. You want to be my lover so much? Yang Ming stared at Jing Xiaolu and said helplessly, "Do we have a foundation of feelings? Can't there be no foundation of feelings? Can't feelings be cultivated?" Jing Xiaolu said without fear. "How do you cultivate?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Moreover, I think you have a good life. There is no need to choose this path." "That's fine. That's what you said. If I find out that one of your girlfriends is together without a foundation of feelings, then you have to have me." After Jing Xiaolu heard it, she said without showing any weakness, "Why do I have to agree?" Yang Ming had a headache. "You said it yourself. It can't be done without a foundation of feelings. But if you have a precedent, you can't use this reason again, and you have to let me be your lover," said Jing Xiaolu. Okay, do whatever you want." Yang Ming was a little impatient, so he had to wave his hand and say. However, he thought in his heart, even if there is such a precedent, you can't know. Shen Mingyan was in love freely. It had nothing to do with what Jing Xiaolu said. Although Lin Jiyun was pushed down first, it was just a misunderstanding. Later, They had feelings for each other, so they were together. As for Lan Ling, it seemed that this was indeed the case, but Lan Ling was in Yunnan Miao Village. You probably couldn't find her even if you were exhausted. Even I couldn't find her, let alone you. As for Xiao Qing, it was also a love developed from a sibling relationship. It couldn't be counted. Sun Jia was even worse. I sent her flowers every day. It seemed that I didn't succeed in pursuing her. Wang Xiaoyan, although she was his lover, she was his partner. That was obviously different. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't believe that Jing Xiaolu and Wang Xiaoyan could have any intersection. Then there was Huang Lele. She was far away in Macau, and now she was in Singapore. How could Jing Xiaolu find her? Therefore, after Yang Ming felt that there was no flaw, he agreed to Jing Xiaolu's request. Chapter 990. I remember. You promised me. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said after listening. What did I promise you? Asked Yang Ming. You promised me. If you let me investigate and find out that there is no foundation for feelings among your girlfriends, but you develop feelings later, then I will be your lover, said Jing Xiaolu. Let's talk about it after you investigate it. Yang Ming said perfunctorily, right, you haven't said it yet. What is the important thing that you haven't told me? This. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly after listening. The important thing is that the memory tree is given to the girl you like. Then, if she is interested in you, she will return it to you. All of this is according to my idea. I'm just thinking about it from the perspective of a girl who likes you. If it were me, I would definitely do this, but no one can predict if the girl you like will be like me. What do you mean? You mean she doesn't like me? Asked Yang Ming. That's not it. I can only roughly simulate this scene, but it is impossible to accurately guess other people's thoughts. So, there will be accidents in everything. Your girl may also like you in her heart after receiving this memory tree, but she didn't think of returning it to you after replenishing it. If you keep it, wouldn't you be wasting your efforts? Yang Ming nodded his head and said, You don't need to worry too much about it. You don't need to worry too much about it. Yang Ming thought that Jing Xiaolu was just saying it casually. When she asked him to cooperate with her, she just casually threatened him. He also had the attitude that he would rather believe it than not, but he didn't have much hope. But he didn't expect that Jing Xiaolu's analysis was so clear and reasonable. Yang Ming said, Not bad. What should I do? Hee. That's why I said it. There is still the most important thing that I haven't said before. Jing Xiaolu said with a smile. Do you want to hear it? If you want to say it, just say it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's irritating look and really didn't know what to say. Then give me a kiss, Jing Xiaolu said as she moved her small face closer. She raised her head slightly and closed her eyes. She had long eyelashes, and it was hard to tell if they were real or fake. Her small face was rosy, and it was very attractive. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pushed Jing Xiaolu and said, Stop fooling around. Are you going to tell me or not? Why are you being so fierce? Jing Xiaolu opened her eyes and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. You only know how to be fierce with me. Why don't I see you being fierce with others? You didn't even want me when I chased after you, and you even went to the trouble of giving gifts and confessing to someone else. I don't know if there's water in your head. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's aggrieved look and really didn't know what to say. He sighed and said, Xiaolu, I'm sorry. Feelings can't be forced. Maybe one day we will really have a spark, but definitely not now. Yang Ming just comforted Jing Xiaolu casually, but it made Jing Xiaolu's eyes brighten. Her eyes widened, and a bright smile appeared on her face instantly. Really? I'm just making an assumption, said Yang Ming. Hee, you still have a conscience. Jing Xiaolu pouted and said with grievance. Although I know that 80% of this is fake, and you said it perfunctorily, I'm still very happy. I will be very happy this month. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He didn't understand why Jing Xiaolu suddenly had feelings for him, and he couldn't understand Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. Okay, can you say it now? Yang Ming couldn't bear to attack Jing Xiaolu again, so his tone eased a lot. Jing Xiaolu nodded. I'll tell you. In fact, When you write the content of this memory tree, you have to deliberately leave an ambush. Ambush. Yang Ming nodded and listened attentively. It's an ambush, Jing Xiaolu said. In fact, this problem is very easy to solve. It can be called an ambush, but it can also be called a hint. What you write is the process of the two of you getting to know each other and falling in love. When you write to the end, you can deliberately write that you gave this memory tree to her as a gift, and then leave some blank space for her to fill in. Of course, you can hint to her that she filled in the memory tree and returned it to you. Then, the two of you will be happy together. Yes. Yang Ming was very excited after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. Jing Xiaolu is right. If I hint to Zhao Ying should understand what I mean. She will return it to the memory tree according to what the memory tree said. After filling in the memory tree, she will return it to me. Okay, I have finished what I need to say. Jing Xiaolu sighed and said faintly, I wanted you to accompany me for a while, and I will tell you in the end, but I couldn't help but say it first. You can leave in a while. I will go shopping by myself. If Jing Xiaolu asked Yang Ming to continue to accompany her, then Yang Ming would definitely not agree. But now, Jing Xiaolu said this pitifully. Yang Ming really couldn't refuse. According to what Jing Xiaolu said, if he got what he wanted to know and turned around and left, wouldn't he be an ungrateful ingrate? Although his face was a little thick-skinned, he was not an ingrate. He hesitated and said, I said that I will accompany you shopping. How can I leave when you haven't finished shopping? The reason why Yang Ming was not in a hurry was that Zhao Ying had to go to class during the day. She would probably only have time after class after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He would ask her out again at that time. Now, there was really nothing to do. I know you are not that kind of person. Jing Xiaolu secretly clenched her small fist. She was happy in her heart. She took another step forward. She said to Yang Ming, Okay, I work all day. I haven't been so free for a long time. Wan Xiaoru didn't eat, but Yang Ming continued to eat. He was not so particular. Everything was about filling his stomach. Jing Xiaolu was the same. After the two finished discussing the conditions, they began to continue to wipe out the food on the table. The dishes in Heavenly Earth were originally very delicious, and all the dishes in Yang Ming's private room were prepared by the lobby manager. The chef in the kitchen personally cooked it, so it was even more delicious. Yang Ming, the food here is very delicious. It is much better than the cafeteria in school. Jing Xiaolu praised. She was born in poverty. She had never been to such a high-end restaurant. Although she had recently worked as a white-collar worker and received some bonuses, it was also to buy medicine for her grandmother. Jing Xiaolu still wanted to buy some beautiful clothes with a little money left. She was also a girl. Naturally, she also had a heart of beauty. Yang Ming smiled after listening. You don't look at the price. How can it be the same? Then you can bring me here a few more times in the future to improve the food. I'm still growing. It will be bad if my chest is not developed properly, Jing Xiaolu said with a smile. Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu's chest. It was quite normal. Although it was not big, it cannot be said that it was not developed properly. However, he still said, Forget it. I will talk to the lobby manager in a while. You can come by yourself. Just sign it on my account. Jing Xiaolu was not really greedy. The reason why she said this was that she wanted to have more opportunities to contact Yang Ming. If she came by herself, it would be meaningless. She was not so shameless as a girl to come here to eat a big meal. I mean, you can ask me for advice on emotional problems. I am an expert, said Jing Xiaolu. You? Yang Ming laughed in his heart. You can't even solve your own emotional problems. How can you be an expert? However, I must not let her solve it. If she solved it, wouldn't I, when I am in trouble again, I will treat you to a meal. Is that okay? Yang Ming did not dare to be too firm. After all, the ideas that Jing Xiaolu gave just now were not bad. It was not that she could not help others to analyze her own emotional problems if she could not solve them. Often, the onlooker sees the game best. This was the truth that had not changed since ancient times. You are really boring. Jing Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. When you need me, you will treat me to a meal. You are cramming at the last minute. I have never seen such a hypocritical person like you. Yang Ming was suddenly a loss for words, but what Jing Xiaolu said was right. Could it be that this chick is my natural enemy? I am so eloquent, but I am defeated again and again. What about me? Let's eat. Jing Xiaolu took the bird's nest soup on Luan Xiaoru's seat and drank it with relish. This bird's nest soup was served after Luan Xiaoru left, so Jing Xiaolu monopolized 2 servings. The bird's nest is for beauty. Do you see if my skin is better after drinking it? As long as you don't paint it like that, it is already very good. Yang Ming said, didn't I change it long ago? Jing Xiaolu said indifferently, I know you like the pure type. Yang Ming pretended not to hear it and took a sip of tea. Hey, Yang Ming, let me ask you a question. Jing Xiaolu rolled her eyes and looked at Yang Ming with an ambiguous smile. What's the question? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's shifty-eyed look. She was like a little fox. It didn't seem like a good thing. Can your girlfriend mess around? Asked Jing Xiaolu. What girlfriend? What mess around? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. It's Lin Jiyun. Jing Xiaolu asked like a curious baby, is it crazy when she does it with you? Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. What kind of question is this? He glared at Jing Xiaolu. What does it have to do with you? Nothing. I just want to know what type of woman you like. Jing Xiaolu smiled and didn't take it seriously. Yang Ming was accustomed to Jing Xiaolu's playfulness. He had to pretend not to hear it. Jing Xiaolu wanted to say something, but there was a knock on the door outside the room. Chapter 991. Please come in. Yang Ming thought it was a waiter, so he didn't care and said directly. The door of the room was pushed open, but the people who came in were not the waiter, but Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sonli. The person behind them was Guo Jianchao, but he had a helpless face. After coming in, he first reviewed himself. Brother Yang, you can't blame me. I didn't want to disturb you, but Brother Bao and Brother Ho came here. When they heard that you were here, they came down. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming waved his hand and glanced at Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sonli. These 2 people were not impatient people. They knew that he didn't like these things in private, but now that they came to him, they must have something to say. Brother Yang, Bao Sonli said until here and glanced at Jing Xiaolu next to Yang Ming. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Jing Xiaolu was sitting with her back to the door, so she didn't care at first. She thought it was a waiter. Later, when she heard someone call Yang Ming as Brother Yang, she felt that something was wrong, so she turned around. When she turned around, she found that her immediate boss, the company's general manager, President Ho, was standing there. She was shocked. Moreover, Jing Xiaolu used to be a delinquent girl in the underworld. She knew the famous people in Songjiang like the back of her hand. The one next to President Ho was Songjiang's boss, Bao Sonli. How could she not recognize him? She was surprised to see that he actually called Yang Ming as Brother Yang. She was even more surprised when she saw Yang Ming talk to Ho Zhenhan in a commanding tone last time. Today, she was even more surprised. However, even though she was surprised, when Jing Xiaolu saw Ho Zhenhan, she naturally stood up quickly and said, Hello, President Ho. Ho Zhenhan inexplicably received a call from Yang Ming that day. He arranged for a girl to enter the company without any reason. He didn't say anything else. Ho Zhenhan didn't know what the relationship between this girl and Yang Ming was, so Ho Zhenhan didn't dare to neglect. He also took care of Jing Xiaolu. Today, when he saw Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu eating here alone, he was even more certain in his heart. This Jing Xiaolu must be Yang Ming's lover. How could he dare to act like a boss in front of Jing Xiaolu? Although he was Jing Xiaolu's boss, Yang Ming was his boss. Although Jing Xiaolu was his employee, she was also Yang Ming's lover. So he quickly said, Sister-in-law, this is not the company. You don't have to call me President Ho. You could just call me Big Ho like Brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan was still hesitating. He didn't know who Jing Xiaolu was, so he didn't dare to say some words directly. However, when he heard Yang Ming call Jing Xiaolu's sister-in-law, he really thought that Jing Xiaolu was Yang Ming's girlfriend. Listening to her tone, it seemed that she worked in Ho Jinhan's company, so there should be no taboo. He said, "Brother Yang, President Neo invited me and President Ho to eat here. Originally, we wanted to ask you to decide on some things." Yang Ming was speechless. "It's messed up. It's all messed up." He glanced at Jing Xiaolu with some anger. Seeing her smug look, he really wanted to expose her in public. However, this matter couldn't be entirely blamed on her. It was also Ho Junhan's own misunderstanding. Yang Ming sighed. "Forget it. I will satisfy Jing Xiaolu's little vanity. If I really exposed her directly and mercilessly, I don't know how embarrassed she would be at the moment. Since Bao Somli had already said half of it, it wouldn't be right to ask Jing Xiaolu to leave. Moreover, what Bao Somli said should be normal business matters. There was no need to hide it from Jing Xiaolu. Anyway, this little girl had probably guessed his identity. If he deliberately concealed it, it would have the opposite effect. So he said, 'Sit down and talk. Jianchao, you too. Sit down together.'" Yang Ming saw that Guo Jianchao was still standing there after Ho Junhan and Bao Somli sat down, so he nodded to him. Guo Jianchao was excited. This was the first time that Brother Yang had brought him to a core meeting. It showed that his efforts had finally paid off. Brother Yang began to trust him and was ready to put him in an important position. He thanked him excitedly and sat down, but he only sat half of the chair. He didn't dare to sit down completely. "Tell me, what's going on?" Yang Ming glanced at Bao Somli and said, "This is the case. Brother Yang, aren't we going to enter the real estate industry? Now, there's a good opportunity to enter the industry." Bao Somli said, "President Neo, you also know, the one who helps to repair the jewelry company. He found me today and said that President Chun of Hongxi Real Estate found him and said that there is a big project in the city. He wants to do it with us." You see, when Yang Ming heard it, he understood. Most likely, President Chun of Hongxi Real Estate was afraid that he couldn't handle such a big project. He was afraid that his opponents would hinder him. So he pulled Bao Somli, a strong partner. In this way, those people wouldn't dare to act rashly. This was a matter of mutual benefit. There was nothing to study, so he said, "Okay, I got it. This is a good thing. You can rest assured." "Okay, Brother Yang." Bao Somli had Yang Ming's approval, so naturally, he was relieved to do things. "In terms of real estate, Jianchao, you should also participate. When you were in Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group, you were also involved in the development of real estate projects. You should have some experience. You are in charge of Earthly Paradise. It is a bit too idle. Jianchao, don't you feel tired?" Guo Jianchao couldn't ask for more. How could he feel tired? He was excited. "Sure enough, Brother Yang is starting to put me in an important position." He quickly said gratefully, "I'm not tired." "It is my honor to work for Brother Yang. Don't worry, I will do a good job in the company." Yang Ming nodded and said, "It is too early to express your determination. Do a good job and make some achievements. That is the right thing to do." "I understand," Guo Jianchao said quickly. Jing Xiaolu really saw the identity of Yang Ming this time. It turned out that Yang Ming was the behind-the-scenes boss of these giants in Songjiang. Looking at Guo Jianchao's happy look, Jing Xiaolu was somewhat contemptuous. She had heard that the boss of Earthly Paradise was very badass with a strong background. But today, Jing Xiaolu regretted that Luan Xiaoru left too early. Otherwise, if Luan Xiaoru saw this scene, she would exaggerate and describe it to others. Jing Xiaolu would be so proud. However, seeing Yang Ming's low-key appearance, he only said that he knew the boss of Earthly Paradise in front of Luan Xiaoru. If Luan Xiaoru was present, Yang Ming probably wouldn't let these people sit down and talk about this. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little excited. Yang Ming actually didn't hide it from her. This honor was probably something that Yang Ming's girlfriends didn't have. Ho Jinhan also talked about the development direction of the real estate company. Yang Ming only gave a simple reminder. Most of the problems had to be solved by themselves. After all, Yang Ming didn't know much about these things. Everything had to be done by themselves. President Neo was still waiting upstairs. They went back upstairs after informing Yang Ming in advance. Guo Jianchao naturally followed upstairs. With Yang Ming's personal appointment, Guo Jianchao officially became a member of the huge business group of Yang Ming. Are you full? Let's go. Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu and asked, and I'm full. Jing Xiaolu was in a good mood. She nodded happily. She also knew that even without Yang Ming's invitation, no one would charge her money the next time she came to Earthly Paradise. The boss of Earthly Paradise, Guo Jianchao, had seen her before. Seeing Jing Xiaolu's proud look, Yang Ming couldn't help but attack. Don't think that I admit it just because I didn't deny it. I just gave you face. Jing Xiaolu certainly knew Yang Ming's thoughts. She wasn't narcissistic enough to think that Yang Ming would fall in love with her in such a short time, but she pretended to be stupid. What do you mean by denying it? What are you talking about? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's innocent look and was furious. Nothing. Don't say anything about what you saw today. And I know, although Jing Xiaolu liked to be vain, since Yang Ming instructed her, she wouldn't go out and spread it. Let's go. Didn't you not finish shopping? Let's continue. Yang Ming nodded and walked in the direction of the elevator with Jing Xiaolu. Ding, the elevator door opened, but it was going up. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but Jing Xiaolu didn't look at him. Instead, she jumped in directly. Yang Ming had no choice but to follow Jing Xiaolu in. Anyway, the elevator had to come down after going up. There was no difference between waiting outside and entering the elevator. Wait for the next one. This time it is full. As soon as Jing Xiaolu entered, she heard a dissatisfied voice. Then, Jing Xiaolu was pushed by the people in the elevator and directly bumped into Yang Ming. Yang Ming frowned. What kind of person is this? He is so rude. If it is full, then it is full. However, he didn't care much. In the hotel, there were many people who drank too much and acted crazy. Yang Ming couldn't care less about each and every one of them, right? Jing Xiaolu was stubborn all of a sudden. She was almost pushed by someone. How could she give up? She directly opened the elevator door that was about to close and scolded the people inside. Who is it? Which bastard dares to push me? Isn't there room here? Why do you say there is no room? Forget it, Xiaolu. He is probably a drunkard. Yang Ming shook his head. It was no wonder that Jing Xiaolu was angry. Who wouldn't be angry? She was pushed by someone for no reason. However, Jing Xiaolu wasn't going to let it go. She snorted. At least apologize, right? What kind of quality is this? Yang Ming was amused after hearing it. Your quality wasn't much better than theirs before, but now that she was a white-collar worker, Jing Xiaolu had changed a lot of bad habits. Little girl, what are you yelling for? If you yell again, I will kill you. The people in the elevator glared and threatened. Hurry up and let go of your hand and close the elevator door. Brother Yang, help. Yang Ming frowned and wanted to say something, but he heard a scream in the elevator. Chapter 992. Hearing the call for help, Yang Ming was obviously stunned. Brother Yang? Is it calling me? Yang Ming subconsciously grabbed the door of the elevator that was about to close and looked inside, but he saw a familiar figure surrounded by several macho men in the corner. Shenhua. Yang Ming suddenly frowned. Isn't this Yang Xiaobo's girlfriend? How did she come here? Shenhua. Yang Ming called Shenhua's name and directly broke into the elevator. Several macho men in the elevator saw that Yang Ming knew the girl inside, and they were suddenly shocked. The macho man who just blocked the door swung his fist at Yang Ming and hit directly at Yang Ming's chest. Don't be a busybody. It's none of your business. The macho man shouted loudly as he waved his fist, trying to scare Yang Ming away. Yang Ming ran quickly into the elevator and easily avoided the punch. He came to Shenhua's side. What happened? Shenhua was guarded by a macho man with broken teeth. When he saw Yang Ming suddenly break in, he thought it was a fluke, so he didn't mind. Without waiting for Shenhua to speak, he said to Yang Ming, Kid, don't bother about things that you shouldn't care about. You can't manage this. Be careful not to offend people who shouldn't be offended. You'll get it. Yang Ming was stunned. He faintly felt that these guys didn't catch Shenhua for themselves. From their words, They seemed to be working for others. Yang Ming now wanted to use his special ability to explore the thoughts of these people. However, these people weren't nervous at the moment. Yang Ming couldn't use his special ability. If he wanted to create psychological pressure on these people, he couldn't succeed in a short time. Moreover, the elevator was in a public place. Although the earthly paradise belonged to Yang Ming was also afraid that there would be too many onlookers. If someone called the police, then things would be a bit troublesome. Yang Xiaobo was his own brother, and Xinhua was his girlfriend. Yang Ming naturally couldn't ignore it. Someone was unfavorable to Xinhua. Yang Ming didn't just want to save Xinhua, but he also wanted to know who was the person who wanted to catch Xinhua. 3 big brothers. This person is my friend. Give me some face and let her go. Yang Ming thought about it and said, Face? Who are you? How much is your face worth? The burly man with broken teeth said disdainfully, If you know what's good for you, don't wait for us to do it. Hurry up and get out of the way. Seeing that Yang Ming was so cowardly, the 3 burly men didn't take him seriously. They thought that he was a tough guy. They didn't expect him to be a coward. They didn't do anything to him, but their tone began to soften. Then, big brothers, can you reveal which big shot my friend has offended? Yang Ming pretended to be afraid and asked, You also know that it's a big shot. The burly man with broken teeth grinned, and the 2 broken teeth were more conspicuous. However, it's not an offense. It can only be said that your friend doesn't know what's good for him. Big brothers, can you let me talk to your boss? Maybe there are other solutions to this matter. Yang Ming said anxiously. Talk. What the fuck? Just by you? The burly man with broken teeth didn't look at Yang Ming at all. He thought that he was just a timid guy, but he wanted to be a busybody. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you here in a public place. Let me tell you, if you provoke me, I will cripple you. Big brothers, aren't you a bit inconsiderate? Yang Ming said with some difficulty, Then forget it. I can only call the police. When he heard that Yang Ming said that he wanted to call the police, the burly man with broken teeth's face suddenly tightened. The ferocious burly man who blocked the elevator door also gave him a look. The 2 nodded at the same time. The buck-toothed burly man said, Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, he waved his hand. The ferocious burly man and the burly man who had been silent before, one on the left and one on the right, held Yang Ming and pressed him against the wall of the elevator. Don't you want to see our boss? Okay, but you have to think carefully. After seeing our boss, it will be difficult for you to come out in one piece. What are you doing? When Jing Xiaolu saw that Yang Ming was held by these people, she was shocked. She rushed into the elevator, picked up the bag in her hand, and smashed it at the ferocious burly man. She said while smashing, I will smash you to death. Seeing that Yang Ming was so easily subdued, the ferocious burly man didn't care. He let go of his hand and let the burly man who didn't make a sound hold Yang Ming alone. He freed his hand to deal with Jing Xiaolu. This chick is quite hot. In this case, let's go up together. Maybe the boss likes to have a threesome. Threesome my ass. Jing Xiaolu was very angry, but it was very strange. How could Yang Ming be so easily held down by these people? However, she didn't say anything. Jing Xiaolu had been in the society since she was a child. She had encountered a lot of dangers. Scenes like this used to be a common occurrence. She cheated the rich guy's money, but she didn't let him take any advantage. When the rich guy was enraged, he would also hire people to fix Jing Xiaolu. However, Jing Xiaolu eventually escaped from the devil's hands. Jing Xiaolu was not stupid. Obviously, she couldn't beat them. Then why not run? What do people have long legs for? Isn't it to run away when you encounter danger? But this time, Jing Xiaolu felt a little strange. She didn't run away, but rushed into the elevator to face the danger. This was something that had never happened before. Jing Xiaolu wasn't very clear about why this was. Was she worried about Yang Ming? Or did she have a blind trust in him and know that there was no danger when she was with him? Jing Xiaolu sighed. When did she do such a stupid thing? Why didn't she run when she saw danger? It was said that once a woman was in love, she would begin to become blind. Jing Xiaolu originally scoffed at this, but now she couldn't avoid it. Jing Xiaolu was very clear about Yang Ming's strength. How could Bao Samli's behind-the-scenes boss be so easily controlled by these blockheads? They were in their own hotel. Even if they couldn't beat them, there would probably be dozens of people waiting for these 3 blockheads at the various elevators with a phone call. Therefore, although Jing Xiaolu didn't understand, she didn't ask Yang Ming. Yang Ming must have his reasons for doing this. Perhaps he wanted to go deep into the tiger's den. Since Yang Ming wanted to follow the clues, then she had to cooperate as much as possible. So, after Jing Xiaolu was caught by the macho man, she stopped moving obediently and said in horror, "What do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything, but I don't know what our boss will do to you." The ferocious macho man sneered and said, "There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell. Who can you blame?" Jing Xiaolu snorted, turned her head, and ignored him. She was too lazy to care about these people. She just wanted to see what Yang Ming wanted to do. However, at the moment when Jing Xiaolu turned her head, she saw Yang Ming winking at her. Jing Xiaolu suddenly felt relieved. Yang Ming really couldn't help it. He saw Jing Xiaolu get on the elevator, but he couldn't say anything. He was afraid that this hot-tempered chick would mess things up. But now, it seemed that Jing Xiaolu was still relatively smart. I didn't give any hints. She should have already guessed what I meant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be as obedient as she was now. The door of the elevator closed, and it went up 1 floor at a time. It stopped twice in the middle, but it was shocked by the ferocious macho man who was about to get on the elevator. Then, it went to the next elevator. The elevator finally stopped at the 2nd floor. This was basically a VIP private room. It was not open to the public. That was to say, the people who could have private rooms here were more or less related to Ming Yang Entertainment, Ming Yang Heavy Industry, the Nightless Club, or people inside the Heavenly Earth Club. This was also the reason why Yang Ming was puzzled. These people could be said to have some relationship with him. What do they mean by touching Yang Xiaobo's girlfriend? Seeing Yang Ming's weird expression, the burly man smiled proudly. "Now you know to be afraid, right? I can see that you should also be a frequent visitor of the Heavenly Earth Club. You should know that only people with status can live in the private rooms on this floor. You should understand how overconfident you are this time, right? Your boss is a member of the Ming Yang Group?" Yang Ming frowned and asked. "Ming Yang Group?" Several macho men were stunned, but they shook their heads. "Don't ask more. You will know when you see it." Seeing the expressions of several macho men, Yang Ming was even more puzzled. "Isn't it? Then who could it be? Could it be that the private rooms here are now open to the public? What, Jianchao didn't tell me about it." The door of the elevator opened, and the 3 macho men each escorted 1 person. They walked along the corridor to the innermost room and came to the door of the innermost room. The burly man with broken teeth freed a hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." There was a low voice from inside. "You 2 look at these 3 people first. Is that okay?" The ferocious macho man before told the buck-toothed macho man and the macho man who had been silent. The 2 men nodded and looked at the 2 chicks and a coward. They felt that it was not a big deal. However, the burly man with broken teeth still warned Yang Ming. "I'm telling you, don't play any tricks, or I will beat you up on the spot. Big brother, you see that I am here to plead with your boss. How can I beat you?" Yang Ming said quickly, "You are professional thugs at first glance, and I am just a student. You have good eyesight." When the buck-toothed macho man heard that Yang Ming was just a student, his heart was suddenly relieved, and he didn't take him seriously. The ferocious macho man pushed the door and walked in first. Yang Ming followed his figure and entered the room. When Yang Ming saw the people in the room, he suddenly realized. It turned out to be this kid. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.